Welcome back, Geoguessr fans. It is finally time. We've been hyping this all year long, and today we're finally kicking off Group A and B for the Geoguessr World Cup. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and I'm thrilled to be joining you. I'm also very privileged to have this incredible desk with me today. Starting things off with Bloom. You've been with me throughout the year, and now we're joined by Geoguessr. So lucky to have you. How does it feel to be on the desk, my friend?
It feels good, it feels good. Yeah, switching seats from there to here. Not really a seat on the desk, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to be here with you, talk about the games, talking about what's happening, what we expect to happen. We don't know yet, so yeah, really looking forward.
Well, I'm looking forward to having your insights on the desk as well. And Bloom, you have been essential throughout this. Now we are reaching the end of a full year of competitive Geoguessr. What's it like for you?
It's crazy. I mean, Rachel, we made it. We did it. It's been a long time coming. Intense regionals. The wild cards were incredible as well. Was involved in some of those too. And the level of play that we're going to have in this tournament is going to be unbelievable. I mean, the regionals were already insane, as mentioned, and now we have these groups that are just crazy to look at. You know, it's every single person here could win. It's intense.
Well, Bloom, you bring up the groups, and let's talk about how our players did qualify to get here through our regional tournaments. We've been having them all year long. The quality of play, as you said, has been astronomical and improving somehow between every regional. Starting things off with our first one, Americas, we already saw some crazy results.
Yeah, definitely. Americas was super fun. Gingy winning, Orlando in second, Falgot third, Jake Lyons in fourth, and Chicago Geoguessr getting that last fifth spot from the Americas regional. We had 8 players there, only 5 made it through. Orlando was a bit of a surprise to some people getting second, doing so well. And now he's here again. That's going to be exciting to see him play.
Absolutely. So many great stories from Americas. Then we take a look at our Europe, Middle East, and Africa regional finals. We doubled it up. So many players from that region. Geoguessr, I know you're good friends with a lot of them. Tell me about how this played out.
Yeah, these are indeed my friends, have also been my opponents on the regionals in Europe. I've played these players, therefore I know how strong they are. Especially 3 of these players I have on my list to be the favorite for this World Cup. Am I allowed to mention who they are?
You know what? I would be really disappointed if you didn't. Please tell me who you're rooting for in this group.
I am rooting for either Consus, Crooks, or Blinky to take this home.
Ooh.
That's going to be nice, and we're starting off with Blinky today, too.
That is my prediction, you know. I've played a lot with them, not with Crooks, but I feel like he has the potential. I don't really see him playing that much, but I do know Consus well, I do know Blinky well, I know how good they are, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's someone else.
Well, and you have had a lot of experience with the competitors, especially in that group. But the competitors coming from the Asia-Pacific regional finals, a little bit of new faces, a little bit of old heads there. Our buddy Zigzag from the desk, Bloom.
Yes, Zigzag making it through, got third in that APAC regional just last June. Very exciting. The Corania effect we saw in full force, getting first place. Angelo did have to sit this one out, and Sheena did step in for him, which is very exciting. I know there's a lot of Sheena love in the audience. Show some in the chat if you're there. And then we have Spaghetti as well from Japan, and Eamon. Eamon, long-time community member. Spaghetti only been playing for about a year, so really an interesting group there.
Absolutely. We'll see if Angelo's aura extends over to Sheena. We love all of our competitors. We'd love to have them, but we're glad to have Sheena as well. And we're very lucky to have our 4 wildcard qualifiers that we have picked up since then. Tell me a little bit about these names. Some familiar, some brand new.
Of course, of course. I mean, to me, of course, it's familiar faces. To those out there as well who followed the regionals, we had Swan Gambit winning the Polish wildcard. We had RC winning the Andorra wildcard. MK made it on the online regionals, or not regionals, the wildcard tournament, and Bad at Geo in the last wildcard tournament. All familiar faces, especially in the competitive mode of Geoguessr, you see these names a lot. So yeah, really excited to see how they perform on the World Cup.
Absolutely, and it's been such an exciting mix of players. We've hit on this kind of at each regional. We've hit on this as you discussed our wildcard players. So many places and names that have been really in the scene since the beginning, since before the esports really kicked off here. And now we have some players that have just popped up in the past year. They have started training and they have found themselves now at the world stage. An incredible display of talent across the board. And as we kind of look through those names, you know, Geoguessr gave us some that really stood out. Anyone that you're particularly rooting for there, Bloom?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I will say, amongst many pros and many people in the community, everyone is very scared of RC, Radu C. And we did see he made it through in one of the wild cards. He was busy during the EMEA regional, so couldn't come. Got that opportunity to play the wild cards. Won the Andorra wild card that Geoguessr and I casted. He played insane. So to see him come now and be a wild card spot, but be one of the people think could win the whole thing, very exciting. And then of course, bad at Geo too, also known as Bag. He is just freshly 18 and eligible to compete, made it in that last wild card, and has been known for a long time as one of the best in the world. So having those 2 wild card spots be 2 of the players of that caliber is insane. Not to mention MK and Swan Gambit, of course. Amazing too.
Known as Bag. Let's see if he can get that bag this weekend. A lot on the line. Let's take a look at how our players will be competing. They're looking to get through these groups, looking to get to Saturday, and then they're looking to take it all. But A, B, C, D, one lucky player sits at the top, Geoguessr. That's a comfortable ride, but tell me about the rest.
Yeah, I mean, getting first here must be the main goal, because as soon as you get to this knockout stage or to the last chance, the pressure gets even higher and higher. And that's a big factor, especially playing on LAN events. It's a big factor. I'm speaking out of experience.
Yeah, we trust you.
I've been there. I've played on the knockout stage against Zigzag last year. So I know the pressure, and I wish them the best of luck.
A lot of pressure, but that has led to some incredible games. And of course, as we're talking about games, we got to talk about the groups, seeing who is going head-to-head with who. We've divided them up as equally as we can. Group A, Group B is what we're seeing today, Bloom.
Yeah, crazy, crazy groups today. I mean, Group A, we have Consus and Blinky, the 2 finalists from the last World Cup. Consus the winner, Blinky the 2nd place in the same group now. And this all came down to the seeding from the regionals. So that's what got us these groups. But you look at A and B, and they're going to be so exciting. People are calling Group B the group of death, which is scary. It's what we're getting later today. So much talent there. Really up in the air. That's part of why it's being called that, because all of those players are so good and so very even, and it's going to be crazy.
Do you agree with that group of death for B there?
Yeah, we have on top of this list by any means, Totic is the regionals winner for Europe, the most intense group we had in the regionals, I would say. So winning that will probably give him the confidence, and also just tells how strong of a player he is. We also have Crooks in here, who I had as a favorite, one of the 3. We have Bad at Geo here, who I play with on a regular every day, so I know how strong he is. We have Zigzag, who grinded this game a lot. I don't know if you guys follow that, but he did do some 8, 9, 8-hour straight sessions of just grinding, so let's see if it will pay off.
Yeah, his own grinding, helping Paula grind, as I understand it. He was doing double the work for this competition. Can't wait to see how it pans out. And of course, if you're looking for a particular match to watch throughout Group A or Group B, here's our schedule for Group A. Now, if you had to pick just one, I feel like my choice is what we're starting out with here. A little bit of a rematch from the 2023 Grand Finals. Grand Final, Consus, Blinky going head-to-head once again. But I don't want to undersell any of these other matches here. Geoguessr, you pick one.
It's very easy to undersell them because we have Consus, Blinky, 2 very big names. Not just names, they did prove it last year, 1st and 2nd place coming up to each other. But I'm really excited to see Consus versus Swan Gambit, because I don't see Swan Gambit playing that much. So if he's like, he can pull something off against Consus, maybe, I don't know it. But that's why I think this could be an exciting match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every matchup is going to be so good today. And it is, again, obviously, as we're looking at here, we do have those 3 streams to check out. All the matches happening at the same time. The main stream, obviously, on the left there, as you'll see. But if you do want to see some of the action throughout the day of all the games, maybe pull up all the tabs. Maybe check them out. Going to be a good time.
Yeah, and send some love to the community casters too, covering Stream 2 and Stream 3. Geoguessr World Cup is really a great coming together, not just of the competitors, not just of my wonderful talent desk every time, but of the community in general. So shout out to all our casters. Thank you so much for letting us cover all the games and bring you all that action. Like Bloom said, open some other tabs. I know you've got at least 8 tabs open, minimum. So what's a couple more? But we talked about the players. We talked about how they got here. Now, I do want to check in because this game is constantly updating, constantly evolving. Anything new kind of coming into this space, Geoguessr, since some of our players have qualified here that might mix up the competition this weekend?
Oh yeah, Geoguessr is a very evolving game from day to day because you get a lot of new coverage. And that's what happened over the last few months a lot. We have like not new countries, but countries that usually only had the old generation camera have the new generation camera now, and we know pro players use this to distinguish between places. That can't happen anymore. We have Iceland, we have Ecuador with new coverage. If that shows up, it could trick some players.
Well, we've got new coverage in play, but we've got the same old game modes. Bloom, they've served us well. How does it go?
As we have seen throughout the year, we start with a moving game. The players have 1 minute to move around freely with no restrictions, find whatever information they can find, and make the best guess possible. Game 2 is a no-moving game. The players spawn in, and they only get one 360 panorama to decide where they are. If we make it to a tiebreaker, we get no moving, panning, or zooming, which is where you get one singular image.
The most hype game mode, if I may say so. All game modes, very exciting. You don't want to miss a single one. Huge impact on the games, but we do love those no move, pan, zoom. And what are they playing for? The $50,000 prize pool, $20,000 to first place. Now, Geoguessr, this is the second time we're doing the official World Cup. What an incredible prize pool. What does this mean for the scene, Geoguessr?
This means a lot. Like the first World Cup, we already got like, I could say flabbergasted by how big it got out of nowhere, because before that there wasn't really something in this extent. And now doubling it up, and I think there's even more to that.
You know, what a wonderful setup. Jolie, you're a pro on the desk because we also have fan contributions this time around. And that total is about 5 times more than I expected it to be when I first looked it up. We're getting to $25,000 range for that first place. And it could be more, Bloom.
Yes.
A couple ways you at home watching can add to this.
Yeah, it is currently uncapped, and that prize pool is going up if you purchase on the game the skins, the player jerseys for your avatar, as well as Twitch subscriptions. That revenue is all going to the winner of the World Cup on Saturday.
Absolutely. This game is growing, and now it is growing by the minute and is growing all thanks to you. And who is it growing for? Well, that is our incredible roster of players. We've got a hell of a match for our first one, so let's bring out our first player for our first match. It's Consus. Consus. I feel like we've already said a good bit about him here on the desk, but there is so much to say, Geoguessr.
Yeah, as I already said, Consus, one of the players I play with from time to time, so I know how strong he is. We have it here with Indonesia and Kazakhstan. I've seen him play in Kazakhstan in a practice room last year. Did he play even more, improve more on it? I don't know, he's super scary on it. Indonesia was always his favorite. Is a no-move player. Facing Blinky could be tricky here. So yeah. Weaknesses, United States and New Zealand shouldn't be an issue on this matchup, I think. But I'm surprised he put New Zealand on this weakness because he won a game last year on that. So,
yeah, definitely true. That is a good point to make. He did win a matchup at the New Zealand round at the end. But yeah, I mean, as we said, this is the winner. I mean, people were expecting EMEA to go a little bit different, and now he's here, back at the World Cup again. A lot of pressure on his back, but he's a calm guy. We were at breakfast with him, and he was chill. He was ready to go. He was eating his melon. That's his secret sauce. I just leaked, but
not a secret anymore.
You're giving away the
that's
melon.
His thing. The melon meta, guys.
Hey. Well, someone bringing their own meta to this fight. Someone bringing their own brand of chill. We love to watch him play. We're glad to see him back. The opponent of Consus for this first match, Blinky. Blinky, an intimidating player in his own right. A lot of stats, a lot of facts to back him up, but I need to know, did he have melon for breakfast? Was he also at this breakfast table, Bloom?
I did not see him at breakfast, so we will not know whether or not he ate melon, and so it's totally up in the air because of that, only.
Well, we do know some stuff about him here. Strengths in Japan, India, and Kenya. That's going to come in big. We saw some huge India point pickups in our other regionals. Delodros, what else stands out to you here?
There's something standing out here, which is the weakness. I know, the Netherlands, everyone struggles on. It's just a flat country. You can use terrain, everything looks the same architecture. But does he really mean the country? Or does he mean a player from the Netherlands?
Interesting. We've seen a lot of coded messages here in the responses to these pre-match data collection. Yeah, is it... If you had to pick one region to throw away against Consus, I too would just give up on the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, I think Netherlands, no one is an expert in, and against Consus, I would be surprised if that happens, but we will see.
We've talked a little bit about how this is a matchup of two of the top players, the finalists from last year's World Cup. But things have changed. We've got a whole another year of competition under our belt, and they are meeting each other head-to-head here in the first match of Group A at the Geoguessr World Cup in Stockholm, Sweden. Gentlemen, anything we want to say about these players before we get right into it?
I mean, it hasn't been mentioned yet, but we should mention that Blinky is probably the best moving player in the world. Getting to start with moving and having this rematch of last year's finals, I mean, this is a crazy way to start.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This could be a finals game. I want the viewers to appreciate starting off with a game like this, because this has the potential to be seen again in the final.
Well, it's going to be a great one to start off a great weekend of Geoguessr, and I can think of two more greats to add into this equation. We've got Lenly and Toby on cast. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rachel, Bloom, and Geoguessr, for the amazing breakdown of this match we are about to witness. The repeat of the 23 World Cup Championship Grand Final is about to commence. I'm Toby, joined by Lenly, and Lenly, we have an insane match at our hands.
This is insane. Absolutely. The first match of the World Cup this year is gonna be one of the most hyped ones that you could imagine. I talked to a lot of the players, and I'm one of the players of last year myself, and I think basically everybody has these two players in their top three to win it all.
Yeah, and as much as it's a match that we're all looking forward to, I feel like it's also, when we've talked to the different players, casters, it's also the one that most people are having a hard time to predict. There's a lot of people on the Blinky wagon for the reasons that we heard Bloom say as well. We are starting with moving. He is considered one of the best, if not the best moving player in the world. But then there's also people on the Consus side. Where are you in this? I'm putting you on the spot, I know, but where are you in this debate?
I can see it going both ways, to be honest, but Blinky is considered the favorite on the moving game. In the last World Cup, he lost only one singular moving game.
That's insane.
And that was in the final to Consus.
So if there's one to bring him down, maybe now his weakness is starting to make a little more sense, in that his nemesis, his kryptonite, has been Consus up until now.
It is possible. It is possible. I still think I favor Blinky like very, very slightly, but this could go either way. But it's gonna be one hell of a match.
Definitely will be. Definitely will be. And you know what? I think you and I, not only are we excited to see all this happen, but normally in other esports people say caster stop, talk, start game. Geoguessr works differently in the fact that we can actually start game. So
Absolutely.
You know what? Have we set it all up? Have the players, have the desk, have the hype around this whole tournament set up this enough for us to now go, should we start the game, Lenly?
There's a moving game on our hands, and I think we can take a look at the first round of the Geoguessr World Cup 2024.
You know what? Let's get into it. Let's get started. Let's take a look here at what we are working with to kick things off.
We are in Stockholm, Sweden, and I think we are going to be starting off in a neighboring country here.
Oh!
Long is on the side of the road.
Meaning?
Should be Norway.
Norway.
Exactly. Let's start the players off.
You know what? I've been waiting for this all year. Let's go. You want to count us in?
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's do this.
Let's go. The World Cup is officially underway as Blinky and Consus takes to the globe to try and see if they can lock them in as fast as can be. You can see instantly Blinky has the map open already, circling up towards Norway.
Absolutely. I mean, both of them are looking for information here, and I think we see actually signs on the side of Consus here. So the road number 770 might be very, very helpful to him here because the road numbers are organized in Norway. Blinky is also finding signs, but those are smaller place names.
Yeah, smaller cities, not easy to dial in. Unless if you know the entire world, which these players at this point do. So we'll see.
Also has the road number now, so I think they will both have the general region because the 700s basically are in the same region of Norway, which is like halfway up the country basically. But I think Consus has the better information. I have not seen if he has found the 5k yet, but they are very close to each other. Blinky a little bit further out.
I mean, same peninsula. They are effectively going to be just a couple of kilometers from one another. Let's see who's going to get the first hit here at the World Cup, and it is going to be Blinky.
First round
off the World Cup with a 5k. What better way to kick things off?
What else did we expect, honestly? It is round 1, first 5k, 100% quote for Blinky at the moment. This is insane.
And you know what? I also love the fact that they took their time. We see a lot of people play very quickly into these moving games to try and kind of get the other guy to move faster. These guys took full time to lock in the 5k. What a great start out in the middle of the open in Norway. But let's go into round number 2 and let the amazement continue.
This might be an interesting one here because we see a very flat landscape, and in general it looks to me like it might be the weakness of Blinky.
Are we heading to Netherlands? Are we going to see Consus with some home field advantage here? We'll know in just a couple of seconds as we take to round number 2.
Consus instantly opening the map here, but I don't think he's confident in the region, but he has found good signs. These are big towns. I think he has Eindhoven there, which is obviously something that even less experienced players would know. But with his home field advantage, I think he can definitely lock this one down pretty quickly.
So as a player yourself, I want to hear, going up against a guy like Blinky, do you want to try and stress him? Because I feel like when you get those 15 seconds, even for Blinky, I mean, that's 15 seconds, that's 5k material. What are your strat going up against Blinky?
I have played against Blinky in the last World Cup, and while Consus locks in probably the 5k here, it doesn't work stressing Blinky. 15 seconds is so much time for him, and he is also good enough at no moving that he can adjust to basically every playstyle. So he has not found the information here though, and it's a good hit for Consus. It is the second 5k in the second round.
This was the Repeat World Championship for a reason. Blinky gets to the first round Consus instantly responds with a 5k of his own. These guys are heavy hitting, and it goes to show now, even with low multipliers, when you're that consistent right from the start, one mistake, one slip up, and that could be game.
Absolutely, but on small countries like this, it's probably not going to happen because they will both know it.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see if the next round brings us into a bigger country. And what we see here in round 3 is
a tuk-tuk.
A tuk-tuk, exactly, but I think this bollard might be a Mexican one, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So I think we're going to be somewhere in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Let's see what the players do.
See what they get, see what they enjoy with it, as they can, of course, move up and down these streets, get all the info they want. Blinky not instantly with the map open like we've seen in the past. This time around, taking a bit more time.
But Consus again moving the right direction. That is in the last round as well. Blinky did not find the information, although it was very close to spawn. And this time, Consus finds it quicker as well. He might be just...
Does he have it now? Oh,
just a little
he
bit
saw
luckier.
it.
He saw it, yeah. And this is going to be very good information for them. They have road names, they have big town names. Mérida is one of the biggest cities in the Yucatan state. So I think we're going to see 2 very close guesses again, if not a double 5k.
Yeah, most likely around where it won't hurt too much, but we like it because the longer we prolong it, the more those multipliers are going to stack and the more it's going to hurt, making those small mistakes in the rounds to come. 15 seconds left, neither of the two wanting to bet early on here. They know what they're up against. They've both just 5k'd in the previous 2 rounds. So let's see who's going to log it in, who's going to get off. Do we get back-to-back for Consus, or maybe a second 5k for Blinky here as well?
Consus is on the state border, but it is not a 5k.
They were both circling the same road, and look at this.
Disappointing.
Wow. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, Lindley. They were on the road. They were hovering for a while, but they just couldn't line it up perfectly. But 4 damage. I mean, these guys are completely dialed in.
Both in every single round so far, we have seen at least one player getting the correct road. We have basically no damage after 3 rounds.
Insane.
But what we can see now is something that could be a lot more interesting because we have something very obscure here.
Okay.
This is a car that I don't know. It's a Google car. And there's Google cars in certain national parks. And this is a national park in Australia, I believe. And every single national park has a different one.
Okay.
If someone studies them, they can do a very quick insta-guess here and pick up huge points, potentially. Let's see how it goes.
Australian national car meta. Let's see if they have it. If there's one player to have it, it would be one of these two.
I think so.
Let's see.
Maybe this time they will not take their time if they know it.
Yeah, well, that could be it, right? If you have the info that the other player might not. Ooh, Blinky instantly. Initially.
Yeah. Maybe Blinky knows it. He's zooming into the Flinders Ranges in South Australia there. Oh, but they have road signs, so with these road signs, I think they should be able to use the information, maybe. Okay. Blinky moving up to a bigger sign there.
Is that another thing where, as a moving player, whenever you get in and you feel like, oh, I have it instantly, but then you see a ton of info on your screen, you go, wait, now I might actually want to spend some time instead of just insta-guessing?
Absolutely. If you see the movie, if you see the information close by, then you will try to change up your strategy and lock it in. But as you can see here, they are both indeed in the Flinders National Ranges. They found the town of Hawker on the sign, which is very close to where they are right now. So that is actually the national park that Blinky zoomed into instantly.
Yeah.
But he didn't lock it in. If he did, maybe Consus wouldn't have found it.
True.
And now we see the 5K from Consus.
I mean, this is completely insane to me. A lot of people were going, oh, you know, it's the repeat of the World Cup last year. There's pressure on you starting the whole World Cup. Are they going to be ready? Is there going to be jitters? Are they scared? They're showing us right out of the gates, they are not flinching at all.
No messing around here in this first moving game of the World Cup. And we move into next round, round 5, which is a smaller country. These buildings are very distinctive Bhutanese architecture. So we're going to be in Bhutan.
Beautiful.
Gonna start them off. I don't think this one might be as easy to 5K.
No, and also, I mean, three times multiplier already. Even if you're just a couple of miles out, it could be pretty big damage, tailing damage. I mean, there's a good chance that this goes all the way to round 10.
Absolutely.
Those couple of 100 points extra you win early on could be game winning.
That is a very, very good point. Consus has a 1,500 points advantage right now in the moving game. And that means that if it goes to round 10, Blinky has to make up as many points as this in the next few rounds. Blinky has found info. Trongsa is a city, and he instantly locks it. He does not want to 5K. Just banking on Consus having not found the info yet, and that's exactly what has happened.
Yeah, Consus still going up and down, has yet to even open the map, maybe. Not aware exactly where we are. He knows the country now. Maybe he found the info as well, but does he have the time to get it locked in? He does not. Blinky 300 meters off Consus with 600 damage taking 57 miles out. And finally, after 2 big 5Ks from Consus, Blinky strikes back.
And we are moving into round 6, which is already a lot more higher on the multipliers, and we have an iconic Geoguessr meta.
Oh, any Ghana tapers in the chat?
Toby, you know it, I know it, the players will know it. Let's send them into this round.
Is that the telling thing? If I know it, everyone knows it? No comment. I saw your reaction.
Toby.
I saw your reaction, Lindy. I don't need to know. It's fair. It's fair. I'll just join Parla on his world trip next year.
Toby, I would say so. You are probably more well-versed in Geoguessr at this point than many of the viewers watching at home. But if you look at these players competing here, I think if you know it, they will know it.
Most likely. Most likely.
Consus found signs for Tamale and another city here, Sala. Trying to line it up right now, while Blinky has also...
Now they have it.
Found the same sign, so I think this will be negligible damage here.
I was gonna say, when do you full commit? Because if it's a smaller city, do you just send it instantly to try and not allow for the opponent to find it as well? Because obviously Consus here finding it first, taking more time, kind of allowed for Blinky to get it as well.
That is Consus' playstyle though. Consus really wants to take his time, be sure about his guess, and in most cases it works for him. I mean, he's the World Cup winner of last year, and we have another 5K in round 6.
5K, and yet only 11 damage done in round number 7. Blinky, Consus, they want this to go all the way. They want this to go to round 10.
And this might be a more interesting one.
Okay.
We have a bigger country here. These trees remind me very much of Northern Australia. We also have an Australian bollard here to help us out, and Northern Australia, big place. If someone recognizes this road. Also, doesn't look like there's info nearby.
You say that, but I've seen these guys 5K areas with less info than this.
You are absolutely correct, Toby. That is definitely right. Let's see how they do on this Australia round.
We will. Up and down the road they go. Blinky instantly in Northern Australia. As you were saying, Len, little Consus now over there as well. But as you're saying too, with limited info to go by, is this where you try and get a guess in early on with fear of that 4K multiplier? It can definitely, or 4 times multiplier I should say, sorry, it can definitely hurt a lot if you guess fast but guess wrong.
Both of them are playing really safely right here because they move until they find info, and both of them have found info. Consus with the bigger towns, he has Kununurra on a sign, which is a really knowable town that Blinky would also know if he had found it. He has not though, he has found a national park sign or something like that. But now he is at the big sign, and I think now it's going to be negligible damage. What you have been saying, though, is right. Maybe Consus could put on more pressure.
Yeah.
Because he has found info quicker than Blinky, I think, in the last 3 rounds. If he lets the 15 seconds timer run, it is possible that there would have been more damage done by this point.
Exactly. That's where all the mental games come in. But you know what? Let's do it. Let's give ourselves another 5K. This is a 5K championship. Who can get the most right now? If my memory serves me right, they're sat at 3 each. This is completely insane.
I don't know how we're gonna top this.
No, it's wild. It is definitely wild. Round 8 is where we are. 4.5 times multiplier. Again, one slip up, one mistake here, and it is most likely going to be game. But who is going to make it? So far, both of these guys are flawless.
The strategy at this point maybe needs to change for Blinky because he is down 1.5. Not only like 700 points by this point because he did a lot of damage on the Bhutan. And now we are moving into this Finland round. I think Blinky still wants to find info here because there's 2 more rounds remaining after this. But at some point when he's not ahead, like he is right now, he's a little bit behind in points. At some point he will need to start going more risky. And again, Consus finds the info first. 673, again, the road system is pretty nice in Finland, pretty organized. Oh, Blinky has a better sign though with towns that he knows instantly. If Blinky locks this in quickly, it might be good damage for him.
Definitely could be, and he needs it. Just to reiterate for those of you guys coming in as new viewers, first of all, welcome to all of you to what could be one of the best matches of all time. Secondly, if there's no guaranteed winner, if no one goes to 0 by round 10, it's the player with the most health left after that round is done that wins it. So
and they are far apart.
They are far apart.
This is a lot of damage for Blinky.
4.5 times multiplier. Who's gonna get it? We are going to have Blinky almost 5K, but look at that, 4,000 damage done to Consus, almost down and out, but a massive lead coming in now with 2 rounds left to play.
Wow. I mean, Blinky just put himself in the driver's seat there with an incredible guess, and we are in Turkey.
Something might tell me that we're indeed in.
It is possible, and there's going to be a lot of info because this is an urban round. Let's see who finds the info first. Can Consus strike back here?
I mean, it's again Consus who had the info first. The previous one didn't instantly go for it. Blinky comes around. We hope that Blinky will get some points to tie things up, but this is huge now. Over 3,000 points ahead.
I think they're gonna both be really close here. Here's Samsunspor on that sign, which is a football club in Turkey of the city of Samsun. So I think that's where we are. Yep, there it confirms it on the sign. Blinky is already there, but he's going in a different city because the signs point to Samsun. So it's possible that Blinky is right here. Consus is a little bit further away. I don't think this is gonna be game though, but it's gonna be close.
It's gonna be close. Definitely 5 times multiply. If Consus doesn't get this one, that could be him down and out, and he won. Blinky gets the city in lockdown. 261, almost 5K, and it's gonna take Consus down to 216 as we make our way into the final round. Consus needs 2 things now. He needs a massive country, and he needs to pretty much get it instantly in order to get Blinky 4,000 points down.
Yes, I think Consus has to change up his strategy now, because if you let Blinky have the time like you did before, you see it's not gonna work. And we are gonna look at what the round brings us. This is round 10. We're in a forest. There's a bollard. With this bollard, I believe that the players might be able to recognize this country pretty easily. I think it might actually be a German bollard, yeah. some bollards look similar, but I think it might just be a German one. Consus could go in for a quick region guess here.
It's a do or die time. This is the final round. If Consus doesn't get Blinky down either to below him at under 216 or take him out completely, he will have lost the first moving round of the Geoguessr World Cup. So he needs to throw like literally all the dice, all the money on the exact same pot here.
I think he's gonna go.
Let's go.
He's gotta go for the quick guess. Let's see what we do here. Let's see if he can find the knockout in a sheerly impossible situation.
What a comeback it would be to take Blinky out here. Now he's going in. No lock in just yet. Again, every single extra second you give Blinky could be 5k material in the making.
Consus is again sticking to his strategy of finding some info because he was quicker last times at finding info. He doesn't know it though because he didn't
have
lock
it
it
this time around. Now he's going up and down the street. He went out of the city, the opposite direction. Maybe he'll get something here, but again, you need to be so incredibly fast. Blinky is already roaming the city, and it's just a matter of time before he gets himself a big street sign, an intersection, or something.
But Consus is moving out of the city because in Germany you usually see very good, very useful information on the edges of the city because there's a town entry sign.
I mean, Blinky
has the town.
Yeah,
this is over. There's an address on the truck. It says Osnabrück. And that's exactly where
a massive sign there as well. I was gonna say maybe, hopefully that truck is from really far away, but that sign right there is.
We might end it off with a 5k here. It's gonna. I don't think he can line it up in time, but it's gonna be very close, no matter what.
Consus had to go all in. He had to go further off, but it's not gonna matter. Blinky, everyone's saying it. He is one of the, if not the best moving player in the world, and this time around is no different. 1-0 to Blinky against his nemesis in Consus.
Absolutely, that was an insane game though, insane moving skills by both of the players, and I think it did play out in the end like we expected.
Yeah, definitely did. I was gonna say you see the smile on his face, but there really isn't a smile. He is still full focus mode. There's no time to linger here. He's getting ready for this no move round to come, because as we go from move to no move, we also, correct me if you think I'm wrong here, go from maybe Blinky home field advantage to Consus.
Absolutely. One little stats fact about Blinky. In moving duels in competitive Geoguessr, he has a 94% win rate over 1,200 games.
That's absurd.
94%. That is nothing that Consus can bolster. So in no move, it's a lot more closely matched, and I think we're gonna get the players into round one.
Let's get them in. Let's get this one started. So far, we have the Frenchman Blinky 1-0 up against Consus, our reigning world champion. And remember, of course, this is what they can do. I mean, effectively exactly what we're doing. They can spin around, they can zoom in and out as much as they want, but they will not get to go up and down these otherwise pretty beautiful streets.
Now they can't search for signs as they did before.
Exactly.
All we get is this, and we have a little bit of language here, which I think might be French.
Okay.
So, maybe Blinky would have the home field advantage here, if I'm not mistaken. But let's jump them in.
Let's get it started, chat. Let's get everyone engaged. Get ready for this no-move game. As you get a little bit of a spin around from Consus. Game instantly. I mean, you saw it, they saw it right off the bat down towards that sign to get info.
Yeah, and the region guess by Blinky in France here makes total sense. We have a lot of pine trees here, which are very common in this area in Gascogne. Those are planted pine forests there because the land was so marshy. It's actually a very interesting historical fact here. But yeah, both of the players know this. That's the area in France with the most pine trees, and also red roofs make total sense for this area. Red tiled roofs, and I don't think we're gonna see a lot of damage here. They are basically one road apart. That is actually absurd.
They have a couple of buildings, a couple of trees, and a sign that doesn't even say a city. And still, they're nearby one another. A bit off to the east is where they're headed, but as you can see as well, damages are going to be higher in these games. As I say, that 5 is all that we get for round 1. But the distance to the correct location, when you don't get the crucial info, you have to just do the vibe guessing, and that's where big damage can come in.
Both of them really, really close. They're under 40 kilometers. This one looks a lot harder here. We have no Google card to help us out, nothing. We have red soil, we have a little bit of vegetation, and I don't think even the continent is obvious here. This might be big damage in round 2, but maybe I will just go for the same
There's
guess.
no car meta antenna.
There's nothing. There is nothing.
No?
If I were to guess here, I'm just gonna throw it out. I would guess probably Philippines.
Well, let's see if they get the same.
Let's see if they have the same vibes here or not, but I can see different continents working here. The vegetation is quite ambiguous.
And we've seen it before too, that round 2 can actually end games. I mean,
Round 2
obviously,
can end
normally that means we have a little more damage done in round 1, but technically, if the continents apart, it can be dangerous. Do we see soil
I
info?
just saw that they zoomed into a pole, and that pole actually gives away the country. Both of them found it. Yeah, it is a Sri Lankan or Thai pole. I don't know if they can tell from this distance. They are slightly different, but Blinky is confident on Sri Lanka. I think landscape-wise, it makes more sense. Yeah. So let's see what Consus does.
Oh, I thought he was going Indonesia there. It's like, whenever they start zooming in and they go far off, I always get a little bit scared.
Absolutely.
But smaller country, smaller damage is going to come through here. Just 11, another chip off the shoulder. But back-to-back wins here. Maybe the mental games at what really matters, even if it's a smaller win, as we take to the snowy landscapes. Oh, this is beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. I think this might be one of the Nordic countries, but it's pretty hard to tell which one.
Yeah?
Let's jump the players right in.
Is there a world where you think Sweden, but then it's Canada?
That happens.
Are these trees?
That does happen.
Could they be Canadian?
The way the road...
To me, it's just a pine tree.
The way the road layout is, because it's a very narrow road,
road layout?
makes more sense for Europe.
But there's snow everywhere. How do you go road layout on this?
No. The road is not wide. In Canada or the US, roads would be usually more wider and usually more straight. So the usual guess
I'm so amazed.
would be Europe.
I'm just amazed. I'm amazed by the amount of info that the players in the tournament, everyone can just store in your brains. I mean,
absolutely.
It's incredible.
It is still a difficult round. We saw Consus zooming in on copyright. Some countries got covered in different years than other countries. So, for example, if you see a specific copyright, you can maybe sometimes rule out a certain country. Now Blinky is looking for Sweden here. It would be our first home field round of the day.
Yeah, true.
As we are hosting this World Cup from Stockholm, Sweden. And Consus is actually opting for a different guess.
Far apart. It was
in fact
Sweden, just north of Halmstad.
Huge damage here.
Massive damage to kick things off. 3.8 thousand. Huge hit onto Consus, who's already down 1-0. Remember, it's best of 3s in the group stages. So another one of these, and that's Blinky out victorious.
Absolutely. Consus is really on the back foot now, but remember, the group stage is 5 games long, so even if he loses this one to Blinky, he still has a good chance of advancing further. Now we are in a European village here. And we have some language. Should Alpino, it says, so we're probably in the Alps. Language seems Italian to me, and I think this kind of bricks, I'm just gonna throw out the region guess here, might be more common in the Aosta Valley of Italy.
Okay, you say just the region, and then you go super specific. I appreciate it. I was gonna say Alps, but Dolomites, but I mean, you went even further into the specifics than I was even.
Let's see if one of them goes for the same guess as me here. Blinky zooms into the Aosta Valley. I think he does have the same thought, but it's definitely not a guarantee. You can see buildings with bricks everywhere in Italy.
Is there mountain meta? Is that a thing where you know shapes of various famous mountains? I mean, obviously you have like Everest in the background, that's one thing, but like famous like mountain ridges that you can base guesses off?
Absolutely. I think in the Alps, which is a huge mountain range, it is more difficult. People will not know as many distinct mountain ridges, but if you go, for example, to the US, then mountain ridges are a little bit further apart from each other, more iconic, and like they consist of fewer hills, I would say, basically.
Yeah.
So you might recognize the shapes more easily. I think in the Alps people have not learned mountains, but in other countries they certainly have.
7 seconds left to play again. If Consus is off here, this could be game over for match number 1. Let's see where they're gonna go in. Close to one another, but both a bit off target.
Yeah.
So it should not be game winning. As a matter of fact, Consus able to strike back just a little bit, sure, but we still have 5 more rounds left to play. So get those small damages in now so that you can maybe win the game later.
Exactly. And now we got a big country which has a lot of meta that people remember. And this is Mongolia right here with this Google car where they drove with a tent. Because they have to camp out in the desert. So the Google crew, when they covered this with Google Street View, they took a tent with them. And it is visible in...
Can we get some Steam's good in the chat for the Google cars that commit to camping out in the wilderness just to provide you guys with coverage? I think that's huge. That's amazing.
Personally, I think this looks more like Western Mongolia. Let's see what the players think about this. And I think we might see some correct towns because I think most of these players are familiar with Mongolian coverage.
2100 health, down 1-0 already. If you're Consus here, again, I mean, we haven't seen him jump on getting the fast guess in just because he knows Blinky's gonna use the time anyway. But is now maybe the time to try and maybe catch him off guard a little bit?
I don't think
Or
so
is
in
it
this
just
round.
unbeatable in terms of the time pressure?
I think time pressure is not what Consus needs right now. This is a round where you have distinctive mountain ranges on all sides. And as you see, they are zooming into towns and looking if the mountains around these towns match up with what they see in game.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing right now, and they need to be sure if your town matches up and your opponent doesn't find it, then you will be able to do huge damage here. So they are taking their time.
Seconds.
Yeah, exactly. We have 9 seconds left. We have pretty different guesses right now.
Definitely do. Could definitely be game. 2,000 damage is within the realms of opportunity.
Actually, they are in the same city.
But now they
Okay,
jump.
they are in the same city. Yeah,
They joined each other. And you know what? You said it could 5k it. I mean, Blinky is as close as can be without doing so.
Yeah.
12 damage.
They
done to
both
Consus.
basically found the mountain range. All right.
Last second as well. There was a nice little change up there. I believe it was Blinky who hopped on over.
Yeah.
The very last moment. Got it
it
correct.
was indeed Blinky who changed.
Yeah.
Now we got a more difficult round, I would say. The country is not immediately obvious to me here. Do we have some information maybe on this dam? We do not. So,
Get it.
I mean, this is based on the trees. This should be Northern Europe somewhere, most likely. But
Last time I checked, Northern Europe is pretty big. So you know what? This could be game either way, depending on the vibe that these players are getting.
Toby, you are absolutely right. Let's see where they go for.
Let's see indeed.
I could see like Sweden maybe, or
Yeah?
like Finland or Norway maybe.
There's no immediate pole meter on any of the stuff here.
Wooden poles are common in either of these countries, so
And no
we
top,
don't-
like, because I know you have, one thing is wood poles, but you always look at the tops of the poles as well.
Exactly.
For info, but there's nothing here that you can go by.
I don't think so in this round. Those are countries where you usually use other clues to identify them. Oh wait,
Okay,
actually,
Okay.
I'm
Actually, what?
currently
Tell me.
not ruling out that it is not Northern Europe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Making it exciting. I like it.
I'm not ruling out that it could be something else.
Well, both the lads here are heading up towards the North Consus Blinky. Up
Exactly,
there.
they're both in Norway right now, but I mean, Blinky already has a dam here.
Yes, indeed, found
Oh, he's in
one.
Sweden,
He's
actually.
gone
He's in
back to
Sweden.
Sweden. Yep, exactly 3.5 times multiplier.
Sweden versus Norway.
This is going to be dangerous. They are
gonna be
far
right?
apart. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Blinky right on
Wow.
point. And this could very well and will very well be game. And Blinky finally, the curse
Absolutely
has been
insane.
lifted. He fell short in the World Cup last year, but now to kick off the 24 World Cup, he will 2-0 his arch nemesis in Consus.
Blinky got his revenge for the
Yes.
finals of the last World Cup. And maybe this is going to give him some momentum for the next round.
Definitely. You know what I hope? I hope that right now our editors go out and they just cross out weakness Netherlands and he finds out something new. Because he is no longer weakened by the pressure of Consus because he just 2-0'd him.
This is an absolutely insane and huge result for Blinky. I think
Definitely.
most people were expecting that Consus has the edge on no move, but Blinky, as you saw there, with 5,800 health remaining, he was able to manage to beat Consus.
Also, just, I mean, in all the rounds where we said, oh, there's not enough info to go by, it's a typical one, they were still able to get within 100 kilometers. Sometimes, as here, just a couple of 100 meters off. It was insane. The amount of rounds he had at 490 plus,
Yeah.
completely insane.
That moving game, I think, will go down in the history books as the Geoguessr game with the most
Oh, yeah.
5Ks ever.
Definitely. And that's to kick things off. We've just started the tournament, and you know what I want to do now? I want to hop down to the stage and hear from Blinky how he feels after that win there.
Blinky, that was a masterclass. I mean, talk to me. You had 3 5Ks, 3 4.999s game one. How are you feeling? I know Consus had a bit of like a lead in the beginning, it felt like. How did that feel for you?
So at first, I wasn't sure how to play, and I guess I kind of rushed it a bit in a few rounds. I didn't get info, and I was like, maybe there's no info. And especially, I mean, in Australia, I had some info that was kind of baity in a way, because it was the other national part. Because like at first I thought this one, and then I saw the info, and I focused on that, but it was wrong. And then the more I played the rounds, I realized the way the map is going to be, and that I should play this differently. And so I waited to get info every time, and I did get info every time. So that's why I feel like there's going to be a lot of high scores on these rounds.
Yeah, getting a feel for that map. I mean, as a moving main, how do you feel? You played your first moving game, seeing how the moving map will be. How do you feel going forward in the tournament, knowing it's kind of going to be set up like that?
I mean, it's in a way like it's good for moving players because there's some things that they can use, but also the fact that it is so available, the information. Like good moving players make do with like small information that not many people know how to use, like hard to find, or like people don't know that it's even useful. But if you have just like big useful info quite close, then it's like it's a race. Like the first that gets it. And I feel like, you know, that's why I was only fast moving, because I was trying to get the info first, and that's what paid off.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, cool, man. Blinky, you did great. A crazy way to start. Little reverse of the finals last year.
Yeah.
Feels good, man. Good luck on the rest of your games, man. You're gonna kill it.
Great insights from Blinky. Thank you so much, Bloom, for that interview. I think it's, you know, it's so impressive the knowledge that each of these players brings to these matchups, especially looking across the names in Group A, B, C, D. Everybody knows so much, but Gelotris, I think what we heard from Blinky that is part of his winning strategy here is his ability to recognize his own game meta in the moment as he's playing and adjust on the fly. In your experience competing, how valuable do you think that is?
Yeah, I don't think everyone can do what Blinky just did. Adapting to this map, getting a feel for the map, just a matter of a couple rounds, is something you also have to do as a pro player. It's also part of the game. And the game really went as expected. I did expect them both to be close all the time. That happened. Even though they didn't always have the same information, they still managed to always get close until the Finland round.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that match was... I was counting, and there were more 5Ks in that game than in the entire APAC regional. So that tells you anything about those two players. That's pretty crazy how good at moving they are. So, I mean, that was an amazing way to start the day.
Absolutely. And we always like to bring you something a little new and exciting at each of our competitions. This is the World Cup, so we got something spicy every matchup. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got a lot more Group A to cover. Welcome back to the Geoguessr World Cup. We kicked it off with a match between Blinky and Consus. Absolutely sick. Now we're getting into another fun one. It's going to be Sheena versus Finnbar. And as you can see, our players rolling in for the day, getting settled, having a good time. And like you said before, Jalodra, just kind of good vibes hanging out together.
Exactly. You can see it. I went up with the player, talked to the players earlier, and everyone was so chill and no one looked really nervous. I know that's something you can't really tell by looking at someone, but I feel like they're relaxed.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel similar. I've talked to some, and some are a little more nervous than others, but generally it feels very chill, especially compared to the last World Cup, which I think will be good for these players.
That's so interesting that they're not like jamming more, trying to get every round of practice in. We saw it a lot in the regionals where players were warming up right up until their matches, but a little bit more relaxed this time. Maybe they've learned something about that competitive meta, getting the right vibe for the competition. And as we saw with our competitors for the first match, it really did serve them well. Any thoughts on that? Because we didn't get quite too much time to tap on that there, and you took a lot of notes.
Yeah, I took a lot of notes. I mean, especially on the no move, I've noticed that there was this crucial mistake from Consus. Probably as someone who's just watching, regularly playing, you don't notice what's going on in his head. I think he saw that there was no car. And that's usually a thing you see in Austria. So I think he got very unlucky there. Probably the car was hidden because of the snow coverage. That also happens a couple of times. I think that's a mistake he's really not happy about.
The smallest line divides in these games where our players all know so much. And of course, our players all in Group A have come ready to play today. They're the group that we started off the day with. If you haven't had a chance yet, you can tune in on Stream 2 and Stream 3 where our other games are happening and our community casters are covering the action. But our next matchup here, Sheena and Finnbar, is going to be a big one. There's taking a look at that quick group stage match. There's all our matches, Group A, B, C, or D, all of our competitors, rather, and you can see that point spread already dividing up Group A there, Bloom.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we do see that CG, Consus, and Finnbar all lost their first games. However, CG only down 1 point, Consus and Finnbar down 2, meaning that Sheena and CG did go to the Nmpz game. Chicago did pick up 1 game there. But looking at it, we also do see Sheena coming off a win, Finnbar coming off a loss, now up against each other. What will that do for the mental?
Yeah, that's a great call out there.
Yeah, I feel like Sheena maybe takes that as an advantage to be in the momentum and keep on going with that and winning. Maybe Finnbar has more motivation to win now. I'm really excited to see this one.
All right, well, our two players, if you said they're ready, then they might be ready. Let's bring out our first of the matchup. We've got Sheena. Coming in for Alfonso, ready to play this. We've saw some great games from Sheena in the APAC regionals. What stands out to you as a player going up against someone like Sheena?
Yeah, I feel like Sheena really gets really nervous on LAN events. That's what we saw a couple times happening with his mouse buttons not going through because he's shaky and nervy. But overall, you can see his strengths are in the big countries. If he can keep his calm, get a big country, he can really perform here with his no-move strength.
Yeah, it does seem, though, that he has kind of acknowledged, maybe he says his weakness is claiming to be the most mentally weak Geoguessr player, which is a really interesting comment, especially to make it about yourself. But I think it just shows who he is. He cares so much about this game, and the nerves do end up getting to him.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of respect for the other players, too, partially coming off his finish in that APAC regional. But he's here. He's at the World Cup. He is one of the greatest players in this game. And I thought it was interesting taking a look at regions that he doesn't claim to be that strong in. Not quite up there on the board, but claims not to be that strong in Japan. So we've seen a couple players citing their own home region as an area they lack strength in. Is that just because by living there, they kind of know how diverse, how crazy it is, as opposed to some of the other regions who are just settling through the game?
Yeah, I feel like Japan is also a country that's really fun to learn. You have so much info all around. You have poll metas, like poll clues that lead you to certain regions. You have different bollards that are specific to some regions, like even road lines. And really, there's really a lot in Japan you can look at. I think that leads them to practice more in this country.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in terms of players who don't want to practice necessarily where they're from, I know for me, for instance, part of the love of Geoguessr is getting to see the world, see the things you're not used to. And so there are definitely some players who prefer to, you know, learn a bunch about everywhere else but home, which is interesting. Unlike Gelotris, the Turkey expert. But, you know, seems that might have been Sheena's way of going about it.
Well, and a little bit unlike Sheena's opponent, who is pretty good, understands the bin meta, where he's from, going up against Finnbar in this matchup. Not just a master of Irish bin meta, but also a master of two of the toughest regions. Feeling really confident in both Russia and Kazakhstan. Finnbar, an impressive player all around, though.
Yeah, Finnbar definitely one of the players that has the most different play style, I feel like. Because he's like really digging deep into knowledge that not everyone has. He's studying antennas of like very obscure countries, where he's looking if there are regions where the antenna bends a bit more to the left, a bit more to the right. He takes every information he can.
Yeah, he's definitely opposite to some of our players in this tourney, like Gingy, for instance, who don't love those like kind of car things. Finnbar has taken that to the absolute opposite extreme and has studied so much and is this creator of a big Russia document that really changed a lot of how players learn and know about Russia, and people have gotten a lot better from the work he's done looking into that stuff.
Two very interesting players, two very different players with a lot to bring to the table. Let's see who comes out on top and hand it over to the casters.
Finnbar versus Sheena, Ireland versus Japan is upon of two players who really want to come off a first game here strongly into match number 2.
Absolutely. Finnbar lost out of his first match while Sheena won his first match. So they're definitely in very different headspaces right now. Finnbar needs to bounce back right now, and Sheena might be riding that high from game 1.
Hopefully he will be. Hopefully he will be. We saw them both really good, according to themselves, in knowledge of Russia. I want to put you on the spot here. Who do you think of those two you would crown as the one with the most Russian knowledge?
I think it would be Finnbar, because Finnbar started learning Russia when he got into the game. It was like the first thing he learned. He got intensely, I don't know, he got motivated by it so much, and basically he knows everything you need to know about Russia and everything you can know about Russia, while Sheena just started basically learning from the resources that Finnbar created and started building off that.
It's the Padawan and the Master that are going up against one another, at least in terms of Russian knowledge. To talk a bit about these two players in terms of their playstyle, though, I had the pleasure of casting one of the wildcard matches that Sheena was playing, especially in moving. He likes to take his time, kind of similar to what we saw with Consus and Blinky, but I feel like with the opponents he was going up against, they were forcing him to guess fast. They were very quick in their moving guesses, and I feel like it kind of caught Sheena off a bit because he likes to take more time. Curious to see if maybe Finnbar saw some of that too, and it's going to try and pressure him, or if he's not going to play into that at all.
That's a really good point. I think the strategies here are going to be very interesting. I don't know how Finnbar will react to that, but we will see. We also saw Sheena mentioned that he is pretty nervous for these games. Yeah. So that might play a part and might also lead Finnbar to guessing more quickly and maybe putting the pressure on him.
Definitely.
Maybe force a mistake.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? Let's get into it.
Look what we got in
Let's
the
get
first
straight into
round.
it.
We got another home field round, I think.
Yeah?
This does look to me like Sweden.
It looks very Swedish. Signs, streets, everything checks out. Let's see if the players will find this as well. And again, as I said before, let's see if maybe Finnbar tries to apply some pressure early on, knowing that Sheena might not be in the headspace, as you were saying. But coming off of a win, let's see. Well, a lot of early info here.
I think Finnbar found info there really early. I think it's at Värmlandstrafiken on that bus, which is a county in Sweden. Or like, I don't know if it's counties or provinces or states. I don't know how they are called. I apologize to all the Swedish viewers from home. But Värmland, if you know it, then you could guess it instantly. I don't think Sheena got that information, so they are still moving along. Maybe searching for place names instead. Yeah. Both taking their sweet time, though.
Definitely.
No instant pressure from Finnbar.
Their sweet time. I see what you did.
Oh.
I see what you did there. Now more info to be found. Ooh,
I think Sheena is scanning for province borders.
Yeah.
While zooming into the province border, he can see that they are labeled on the map, so he was not 100% confident Värmland was where it is.
Already now we're seeing Sheena do a lot faster guessing than what we saw in the wildcard quals, and you can see it here. He's on point, just a couple of miles to the east.
I would not say that the playstyle is different. I would just say he found enough info that he was very confident.
Fair.
And let's see what round 2 brings. Again, looks like Northern Europe to me, and this is a pretty bad camera quality. Unlucky, but that only exists in Finland, so this should be pretty easy for the players to tell.
So much Northern Europe, so little Denmark.
Yeah, Toby famously casting as a Danish man.
We'll get there eventually.
If we get a Denmark round.
When we get Denmark, it's bound to happen. It's gonna be when the other guys are casting.
Oh.
Yeah, that's when we get all the Danish.
Might happen.
Unlockable. Well, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. Big intersection means big signs, and there quickly both street and city info to be found for Finnbar.
Both of them have it though, and it is very much in the north because the road number starts with a 9, which are the most northern roads in Finland. Both of them scanning for the road. I don't think they know the town names because we don't see an insta-send. But yeah, who's gonna find it first?
I like how the pacing is kind of different. With the game that we just cast at Consus and Blinky, it was all like this intensity of the World Cup champions. Now, we're kind of back into the group stage vibe of these guys trying to, get early games going their way. And as you were saying too, one of them coming out from a win just before, one of them coming off of a loss. A lot more pressure here on Finnbar, as this time around it will be him being closer by just as much. 167 damage done to Sheena. Both of them taking at least a hit here in the first 2 rounds.
All right, and this one is a bigger country, and it's one of the hardest countries to play on moving, in my opinion, because we have India, and not a lot of players are able to read Indian scripts. Blinky is able to. I don't think these players are able to, but let's see if they find info on any other places that maybe is written in Latin script.
That's what I like. There's a very unique way of being good at languages in a Geoguessr vibe. You don't need to speak the language. You just need to be able to recognize words that are useful. You don't need to know what they mean. Just understand where they're used.
Exactly. If you know how the addresses are structured in Bangladesh, for example, even if you can't read Bengali, you will be able to know, okay, this word has to be the city name. So you can compare characters on the map. Yeah. And that's also something you can do in India.
Ooh, Sheena fast once again.
That is a quick lock-in. Maybe he actually was able to read something there. That is entirely possible to me. Or he saw one of the characters that is unique to Marathi language, because he goes from Maharashtra. Finnbar, also in Maharashtra. I believe that was the case here in this round. I didn't check for myself, but we probably had one of those characters on the sign that is only found in this state.
Small damages once again. And just to go off of what I was saying before, keep in mind, everyone out there, that there are multiple games taking place at the same time. There is both a C and a C stream, a B and a C stream as well.
Yes.
Where these games are being played. So if your favorite player is not playing on the main stream in Group A right now, you can watch them on the other streams. Have all those tabs open, swap back and forth between the games, because they are all taking place at the same time.
Exactly. We are in the Netherlands here. Yellow license plates, looking flat. Let's see what the players do here. But yeah, if you didn't get enough of Consus or Blinky in the first game, then you can watch them on the B stream. And if you are very excited to see how CG and Swan Gambit are playing, you can also watch the B stream.
Yep. Sheena finds a bike, another Netherlands info.
Bike, definitely. If you see a bike, I think you should insta-send Netherlands.
Ooh, get the street info there as well. N370 something for Finnbar, trying to narrow down not only region, but of course preferably finding the specific road.
While Finnbar is down a few points here, I think he at this moment is a little bit quicker at finding the info.
Yeah.
That is definitely something that plays a part here in this match, and he sends pretty quickly. It's kind of out there, so it could be some points.
And again, I mean, Sheena, of course, when the other guest comes in, quickly take those 15 seconds, use every single one of them. It's free time for you to use. Finnbar, though, found the road, found the city as well, just 10 kilometers off. And that is 875 damage done to Sheena here early on.
Very good for the mental of Finnbar here, I think.
True.
To get some early damage in. And I think the next moving round, we are going to be in Romania. Look at this huge yellow sticker. I believe that this might have even the town name on it. But let's get our players in here and see if they can figure it out or not.
Yeah, well,
sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But yeah, big yellow sticker.
Oh, Finnbar, you saw him flying past and going, oh, wait a minute, there was a sign.
Immediately looking at the sticker here, as I said. Might have info, but I don't think I saw Tournament.
Yet another case of Finnbar going in one direction, Sheena going in the other. And it could be so, I mean, you never know what info lies just around the next corner. And for Finnbar, or Sheena, sorry, he's still full speed sending it down the street. Now he's starting to open the map, obviously realizing a long time ago that it's Romania, but hasn't quite found the info of exactly where.
But they will both be close because the very big yellow stickers are found in the northeast of the country. Also, we have tin roofs everywhere, which is more common of a southern or eastern thing. So I believe this is northeast Romania somewhere. And, ooh, that might be very, very interesting info for Finnbar here. Interesting. Yeah, I think he might have found the town here even. No, he didn't find the town, but he's going in the northeast. And Sheena is just a little bit south of it. Not going to be the biggest damage.
3 times multiplier, still going to hit a bit, but not going to be too tough.
Wow.
Finnbar once again has the city locked down. 600 damage.
Very good
Yet
guess.
another pretty good chunk of damage done towards Sheena. Down to almost 4,000 now, just above. So a good 1,000 point lead starting to be accumulated here for Finnbar.
And now, in this round, I think this is one of the specialties of Sheena, although he didn't mention it. I know that he's really, really good at Argentina.
Okay.
And this is definitely an Argentinian power pole. With this car, I would go Chaco province.
Let's see. Let's see if they're going to do the same, or things going to pan out differently.
If Sheena feels confident here, he might go for an insta-guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I know he's really, really good at Argentina.
Let's see. He hasn't zoomed down on the car just yet. Oh, there you go. Now the car's locked down.
Lining it up immediately.
He's going to line the road up already. Okay, that's when you know. That's when you know he knows what's happening.
And Sheena is indeed in Chaco province here, as I expected.
Do it.
Quick send. Wow, putting pressure on Finnbar. Will he respond correctly here? He might have some info there on these signs, but he's not going to use it. He's close though. Close to where Sheena is. I don't think he has found a town name, but yeah, they are both in the same province, and that is exactly around.
Nearby, a little closer, actually, Finnbar this time around. So even though Sheena tried to play the fast game, Finnbar was instantly there to follow. I like the idea of them lining up the roads. Talk to me a bit about, as we come into this next game, this whole road lineup and how it works.
You have a compass in the game, and if you align the compass straight north and look down, then you will see the road exactly angled up like it would be on the map. And that's very useful for finding the right road.
And especially for roads like this one, if you know the country and the region you're in as well, and you have a long straight road, if it goes super like diagonal or something like that, it can be very easy to line up.
Absolutely. There's a road sign though, so probably they will just go there. It is a Finnbar strength.
Okay.
This Google truck is found in Kazakhstan and also these bollards, and the flat prairie landscape confirm that. Let's send the players in. Let's see if Finnbar can play out his strength here, but I feel like Sheena is not going to be too far away.
Round number 7, 4 times multiplier. This one can still swing both ways. 1,000 points separate the two. As Chile is the first info we get.
Might be a river name.
Yeah.
I don't think that's super knowable. Sheena is already lining up roads, doesn't even look for info, while Finnbar is looking at road signs, and he does find them, which is very helpful actually in this case.
Definitely. Both of them obviously already in the correct country. We'll see who's going to get the close guess on this one. Both taking their time here as well. I thought maybe with the quick login and road lineup from Sheena, he was going to guess instantly, but things better fit obviously being 1,000 points behind and us already being around 7. If you take any more big losses here, that could be game over if we were to make it all the way to round 10. Nice additional info there being found for Sheena though.
15 seconds left, and I think this info is better for Sheena than the one is for Finnbar, because the town of Oil, although it is very far away, does not seem to be very findable yet. I don't think he sees it.
Yeah.
So who's gonna be closer here? They're on the same road, so it is minimal damage, but Sheena is closer.
Minimal damage, but big points for Sheena. 1,600, and just like that, Sheena is ahead as we head on into round number 8.
Round number 8 is gonna put us somewhere in Africa. I believe this is Nigeria. Do you know this car, Toby?
Yes, I do. The Babu car always driving behind you in Nigeria.
The police car that is pulling the Google car over in Nigeria. Okay, let's see what the players do here. there's definitely points to Big 8 on Nigeria. It's kind of a big country.
Is there anything regionally that you think here off with the foliage, anything that can... Oh, okay, Finnbar is instantly zooming in.
Palm trees are kind of regional in Nigeria, but usually in a moving game, you would search for a shopfront address.
Yeah.
Because addresses are very common in Nigeria. You will find them basically anywhere. And if they learned the state names of Nigeria, then they will be able to get the correct region here.
I do think there are some very creative shop names in Nigeria in general.
Oh, absolutely.
They get really, really good shop names.
Oh, this sign might be good for Sheena here. Abia State government. Abia State is in the southeast somewhere. I don't know if Finnbar has found the same info.
Do you go fast with Sheena?
I think he has to send Abia State here, and that's what he does.
Yeah.
While Finnbar is still... I don't think he has found this exact... Oh, now he's found Abia State.
That's the info with the Nigerian city maps as well, is that there's really good signs, but there's a trillion signs whenever you get into the city, so a lot of them will bait your attention. And here we go, both in the right city, right next to one another. 9 damage as we head on in to the ultimate round, number 9. It's not really the ultimate round.
It's not the ultimate. It's
one of the ultimate rounds. I thought it was round.
I love the word penultimate, by the way. This is interesting because do you know where we are, Toby? Do you have a hunch here? Blocky cars. I don't know.
You're making it sound like I should go Japan.
It is Japan.
Oh, you know what? Just before we start this one, Sheena had a lot of game winners in Japan. He was very fortunate to have late game Japan maps that got him some really good rounds in the wildcard qualifiers.
In Wildcard 3, he got to the finals and there barely lost out to MK Person. He had a lot of game winners on Japan. Can he do it again? Let's get the players in.
Where is Finnbar in this Japan discussion? Now, obviously, he's going to quickly realize the country, but who locks it in faster? We've seen Sheena kind of pick up the pace a little bit. Finnbar is instantly over there as well.
Finnbar has definitely learned all of his Japanese power pole meta, and that is definitely going to be very useful for him in determining the region here. Sheena obviously knows it as well.
Who's on the highway?
There's a highway, it just points to Tokyo. Oh, Finnbar has not found the info. And the red soil, that is game. Sheena with the 5k basically. Finnbar far away.
16,000 damage done as Finnbar caught off, way off, didn't have the info, as you said, seemed confident in his guess, but it was as far away as they come within the same country.
I can totally explain this guess from Finnbar here. We saw red soil, we saw not a lot of northern looking trees. My first vibe was Okinawa as well, which are the islands down there which have super red soil. But the thing is, the plate on the power pole was a silver metal one, which is more common in the Tokyo area, and then Sheena could confirm it with the sign.
I don't think there's a lot of highways on Okinawa that says Tokyo turn right.
Probably not, no.
But again, I mean, that's the coin flip of do you go one way or do you go the other on the street, and in this case...
Finnbar decided to not really move a lot.
Yeah,
because he thought he was only going to find info on the power poles, but that was...
A dangerous round 9 vibe guess on that one, instead of trying to roam further around. Now we go into no move, though. You can do everything you could before, except you cannot move. So you can spin around, you can zoom around. That's all you can do as we head into round number 2. Sheena ahead 1-0.
All right. Let's look at what we got here in round number 1. We are looking like somewhere in Europe. I would personally guess Romania here, maybe. But
that's not a famous pole on the right side with like the big chunky pole there?
It is not.
Okay.
I've never seen this one. It's a dam. I think it's a pretty difficult round, though. Might be in the Alps as well. Might even be in the Pyrenees.
Would you say this might end up being a damn difficult round?
Oh my God, Toby, that's a good one.
Let's go. That's a throw.
That's a good one. Let's get them into the game and see if they also find it damn difficult or not.
Well, we'll see. Sheena, very close to the screen. I love that we have the webcams here, because some of the players sometimes, especially when we get Nmpz set rounds, their faces, like their noses, will be touching the screens.
You can zoom with the mouse, or you can zoom with your face. That's the beauty of Geoguessr.
Exactly. Oh, a little bit of info there in the distance, but it looked like it's just concrete and nothing, and trying to maybe get some of the info off of the pillar. It looks like it has, what, 900? Something similar to it, not quite sure.
Yeah, I don't think that is usable info, sadly. So I think they're gonna resort to other things. Finnbar, first into the map, and he's going to Romania, which was my first thought. Locking it in, pressure on Sheena. Can he respond? Oh, he's not sure. He's hedging between like Italy and Romania.
Hedging, explain.
Hedging is when you are not sure what country it is. You have multiple options and you decide to go between them.
Yeah.
But he changes it up, goes to Romania, which is exactly where Finnbar was. And that ends up being 1 damage.
A single point of damage. You know what? All damage is damage, and that's all I got to say about that. Cow meta, though. Now, as we have a waving person there in the distance to take pictures of said cows.
If you are watching right now,
Oh, I hope
face blurred person, then please let yourself be known in chat. This is an interesting round here. Maybe we're gonna see a Germany here. That might be my vibe. Maybe it's like Belgium or France also.
It's beautiful.
I don't know. It's an interesting one. Let's get the players in. I think they will zoom for copyright here because all of the German coverage has a 2023 copyright.
I was just gonna say, and again, I mean, I'm hoping that we have a lot of new viewers out there. And when we talk copyright, explain to me a bit about how that works as well here in the early rounds of the game.
I think Finnbar just zoomed into 2020 copyright instead, so that rules out Germany because Germany did not have Street View until the year of 2023, except for in very big cities.
And it goes to show the depth of things you can pinpoint location based on. The
Absolutely.
camera copyright that you can zoom in on. Get the info on when countries get set. New copyrights made, and well, there you have it.
That makes total sense.
victorious.
It looked a little bit like Germany. It was very close to Germany in Belgium there. You could rule out Germany.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what the next round brings us. Round number 3. And we have some interesting stone buildings.
Yeah.
We have some fences. We have some of these trees. And I think, honestly, these trees should point you, and the super light soil should point you in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Again, I might be wrong, though. Let's see what the players do.
I hope you sounded very confident. I hope you're right.
I would say 70% confident.
Fair.
But it could be Colombia. I can't rule that out.
A little chip there of the antenna. Is there any car meta to go off of?
There might be. I don't think this is...
Sheena's playing this fast.
I think he's also pretty good at Mexico, to be honest. The soil looks more like a little bit east of where Sheena is, but the agriculture makes sense. Finnbar and Colo, though. And it is Mexico. Yeah, it is the Yucatan Peninsula, so I would have been a little bit closer there. But as I called out, Colombia is a very reasonable guess here. It's a lot of damage, though.
Definitely.
Finnbar has lost his first game. He has lost his moving game. And if he wants to advance in this group, I think it's kind of a do or die. You have to make a comeback here.
It's definitely going to be tricky, no doubt about it. There might be tiebreakers in the worlds where he could still make it through. But Finnbar, my friend, now is the time to strike back. Sheena is looking really good in these first couple of rounds. And now,
Toby gets something that he wants.
Let's see.
Round number 4. It's not a Russia. It looks very tropical. And we have some language here that is Thai language. Let's see what the players do here.
Finnbar, oh Finnbar, the world looks upon you. Will you be able to continue your journey forward in this tournament?
Can he do it for Cork, Ireland? I hope so. I think we want to see an Nmpz, right?
This is one of those annoying ones where you have all the info just around the corner. Like, oh, there's a sign there, but it's just a bit too far away. Oh, there's a statue there, but we're looking at the back side of it. Like, there's so much info in this area, but you cannot move.
Absolutely. Also, you maybe cannot read it.
True. Well, that's another factor, of course. So you got to work with what you can.
Finnbar with an interesting fact here. He zoomed in onto the insulators. They look very long, which is very common in the south of Thailand, and also the maximum north of Thailand. But this looks more south. Sheena, I think, also saw the insulators. We don't see any... Oh!
Okay.
Maybe. Sheena is not sure if it's south or north.
He's bouncing back and forth. Are we going into coin flip territory here, Sheena?
If they go for a different guess, then it will be game for anyone, because it's either north or south.
Yeah. Could definitely be huge. And for Finnbar, crucial.
Finnbar south, Sheena north. Where's it gonna be?
1 second.
It is south!
South. Finnbar able to stay alive from this one. Will it be enough? No. Not enough at all. Still, though, close as can be. Just 18 points now separating the two.
Wow. That's a good comeback by Finnbar.
Huge.
Let's look into the next round. Can he complete the comeback, though? It is not over yet. They are both very tied up, and this is a difficult round in another big country. It's Australia. Super red soil. And yeah, let's see what the players' region guess here. I think this is a difficult one.
It will be.
If I had to guess, I think I would go for like Queensland. I might be very wrong though.
Is that on vibes or is it?
That is on vibes. There's nothing concrete here that definitely says the state, basically. And I think the players might go for whatever vibes they get.
Big country, no clear info, 3 times multiplier, 1600 health. Is this 2-0 or 1-1?
This is super crucial. Both of them are in South Australia at the moment.
30 seconds.
So they're in the right, in the same state at least. I think it's very possible that it's there. They're kind of close, but that could still be a lot of points.
Oh, they are right nearby on the wrong side of that water, but still close enough. But again, I mean, look at the damage just done here.
Good.
500 sure, but now just 1,000 health left for Sheena.
Might be helpful for Finnbar in the long run, although it's not that much damage at this moment. And now we get Turkey. We have this Turkish bollard here. And let's see what the players can do here. Oh, actually, let's start them off here. But actually, in the distance there, we see a
trash can.
We see a black and yellow chevron, which is not common in Turkey. Usually they use white and red chevrons. Those are regional.
Yeah?
Those are specific to a certain region. I believe the Balıkesir region in the northwest of Turkey. This is exactly where Sheena is zooming. If Finnbar doesn't see the chevron, this could be game for Sheena.
Definitely could be. 1,000 health left, but Sheena plays it cool.
Finnbar sees the chevron, going in the same area. Will Sheena be close though? No, Finnbar slightly closer again.
Again, I mean, we're up to pretty high multipliers already. 300 damage done, Sheena. I'm on the verge of now going, you can't lose another round. Like, under 700 damage with 4 times multipliers, you have to be right on top of one another.
Especially on another big country.
Beautiful,
I think this might be Colombia here. This might also be Ecuador. The mountains look pretty Colombian to me. But there's a lot of possibilities on this round, to be honest. And I think I am very interested to see what the players do here.
Let's see, Sheena.
Getting intense now. We're in round 7.
Antennas. No immediate info to go off of. A sign in the distance, but the text seems too pixelated to really figure out exactly what we're working with.
We have some power poles there that they are zooming into. They're just round, which is common in both of the countries that I mentioned, Colombia and Ecuador, so it doesn't really narrow it down.
700 health left for Sheena, but honestly, I mean, 1,600 for Finnbar, that's just a couple 100 kilometers off. If Sheena was to get it right, there's no world in which he's out of this one yet.
They both can easily lose or win on this round.
Yes.
Finnbar is going for Ecuador, which is kind of the risky guess in my opinion.
Okay.
I think Colombia is the more obvious one, but both of them in Ecuador.
Both going Ecuador, but far enough apart, I feel like with a 4 times multiplier, this could be game, unless
this could
the correct location is right in between them. Finnbar, you can see, not fully committing to the guess just yet.
Ooh, Sheena just in the middle, Finnbar very south. Where is it gonna be?
Back and forth, we're bouncing around.
Colombia.
Huge though. Finnbar, we saw a micro adjustment there in the end from the very southern border. A little bit, just a couple 100 kilometers further north. That could be the difference in whether he gets out or not. But a crucial survival here for Sheena.
Funnily enough, if somebody went northern Colombia there, they could have lost.
Yeah,
because it was so much so south in Colombia.
I mean, you said Colombia and Ecuador and it was on the border. I feel like you won this round.
I mean,
it was right in between.
I mean, I think their guesses were just as good as my guess was. We are in Thailand here, I believe. We have a concrete slab road, which is very common in Thailand and Philippines. These mountains look more Thai to me than Filipino. Sheena, instant lock. Wow. Didn't expect that from his playstyle.
Again, I mean, the player that likes to take his time, but pressure is on, knowing that he has a couple of rounds on Finn.
Very close to each other, but Finnbar is committing very far west. Sheena more with the hedge. Is it gonna pay off?
Let's see if it does. It is Finnbar. The micro adjustments there in the end will win him the no-move round, as we, for the first time on the main broadcast, will move into Nmpz. And look at the deaths there.
He is focused, but he is also very relieved to have won that game. Huge for Cork and Ireland.
Absolutely crucial.
That was an exciting one, Toby.
Definitely. And the micro adjustments, 2 rounds in a row for Finnbar. One could have lost him the previous game. This one set him up for victory here in the second one. What a big turnaround there for Finnbar to claw back into that one.
And Toby, do you know what we're going into now?
I do not.
It's the Nmpz. For the first time of the 2024 Geoguessr World Cup, we are gonna see just one picture.
That's all you get. That is all you get. Take a photo, look at it, and look for the players to have their faces instantly just go into the screen. Because as you said, you cannot zoom with your mouse, so you might as well just do it with your face.
Absolutely. No zooming with the mouse anymore. All you get is this.
Oh, if I could just zoom in on a little tombstone over there on the right side.
This is very interesting. It should be North America. The power pole looks like US or Canada. We also have this little marker here, which is more common in the US, but can happen in Canada.
And Nmpz is definitely rounds where, again, the search for 5Ks, all this stuff, practically impossible. You get... This is where you get a lot of guesses that tend to be way off, and you go, oh, come on, we've just seen you do all these amazing things, but this is all they have to work with.
This is the hardest discipline of Geoguessr. If you master Nmpz, then... I don't know. You haven't mastered the game because the other ones are just very different skill sets.
Exactly. I was just going to say, because while it's in most ways the hardest, it's
Toby.
Also one that I feel like it's very...
we have Sheena in Canada, we have Finnbar in US, and it is the US.
Oh, a big loss early on. Sheena going east side Canada, New Brunswick. 2,000 damage done round 1. That is what Nmpz can do to you.
Oh, it's almost 2.5k even. That is crazy damage from Finnbar there. Might be good for him. I mean, he needs this win. He needs this win to advance, and I think he's putting himself in a good spot there in round 1. Round 2, we have short dashes on the side of the road. That should be Sweden again.
Okay, back
pretty
to
hilly for Sweden.
Yeah.
Pretty hilly for Sweden. That might
Northern
be...
Sweden?
Yeah, it might be like northwest Sweden. It gets more hilly in the west usually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, let's see what the players do here. We see the face zooms from both of them. That is amazing. We're just talking about it.
Exactly. I mean, that's what they got to do, right? In order to get the info. Both of them are headed to Sweden. On the western side of Sweden, as you said as well, of course, the mountain ridges separating Sweden and Norway.
We both had them in the same town there for a second.
Yeah.
I know they adjusted to the same area again. What is going on here?
It's insane. It's as if they know where we are. We'll see if they do, in fact, know where we are. And they almost do. Wrong side of the lake, but right next to it. Just 5 damage done. An insane round 1 followed by round 2, followed by a more calm round.
I think that was quite a good guess from both of them.
Definitely.
Definitely have to give props where props are due. And this round might be a little bit more tricky. We only have a house that doesn't look super rich, I would say. Looks more like Eastern Europe to me.
Is there a tip of car meta in the bottom with the blue front?
There is, but we are not actually... I wouldn't say for sure that this is the front of the car. It could be the back.
True. That could also be a factor.
But yeah, let's start them off.
Let's get them in. Let's see what they see. And see what they find all for this round 3.
If I would have to guess something, I would probably guess like Romania, maybe Bulgaria, Slovakia. There's a lot of options here. Let's see what our players pick.
I love how they're hovering their mice around in like a oh, if I could zoom in on that. If I could zoom in on this. Cloud meta, maybe that's gonna be a thing.
Cloud meta might be a thing, totally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way that Finnbar is looking around, it could just be. It's already zoomed in. It looked to me like it was towards Ukraine. Can't quite make out.
Yeah, he's in Romania right now.
Romania right now.
Which is definitely one of my main thoughts here. Oh, Sheena is considering a different continent.
Okay.
He's in Indonesia.
There is no way this is not game.
I like Finnbar's guess better. Let's see what's it gonna be.
Oh, this is huge. 1 second left. Who's gonna come out victorious here? It's gonna be Finnbar. Sheena with the massive guess, but not paying all for him. 8,000 damage done as Finnbar. He needed the win. He lost the first one, but he claws back into it.
Waving to the camera. He is very relieved right now after his first loss. That still puts him in a decent spot to advance to the knockout games.
Definitely. Both of them now with a win and a loss. And for Finnbar, the reverse sweep, already down a loss in his first match. Then Sheena takes the moving route. Pressure builds. And yet, Finnbar prevails.
It was even crazier. I think Sheena kind of dominated that moving game in a way.
Yeah.
And Finnbar managed to find his footing maybe after 3 losses in the first 3 games that he played. Came back with a vengeance and really showed why he's one of the top competitors here.
It was a tough one too. I mean, that no move round. There was so many big blows back and forth, 800 damage, 1,000 damage, then 500, just back and forth all the time. No clear winner, but in the end, Finnbar prevailing in that one, huge. And I mean, for Sheena, any big things? Obviously, the one here in Nmpz was a tricky one, but any big issues that you saw faced on him?
No, I don't think so. I think Sheena definitely played well here. He had one suboptimal guess as the last one, which happens. On Nmpz, it's very easy to miss the continent from time to time. But I think we're gonna hear from Finnbar now.
Yeah, let's hop on over to an interview with the winner of this match.
Finnbar, you did it. How are you feeling after that game?
Pretty good, yeah. It was nice to get the win in the Nmpz there. I was doubting myself after the Mexico-Colombia incident, but managed to bring it back after the no-move on Nmpz.
Yeah, there was a couple hard rounds, kind of some blunder-esque type things. Talk to me about that Japan round. Sheena goes Okinawa, you're Tokyo.
I think it was the other way around. I went Okinawa, he was Tokyo.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought I saw Sugarcane, which I think is like 95% Okinawa probably. And then I also saw what looked like an Okinawa plate, but Okinawa and Tokyo actually use similar pulls a lot of the time, so yeah, that was a skill issue.
Yeah, no, all good, it makes sense. So off that win, how are you feeling now, going the rest of the day?
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, I've still got Consus, Blinky, CG to play. Consus, Blinky, obviously, you know, the top 2 from last year, so they're going to be tough opponents, but hopefully I can bring it back.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Best of luck and great game.
So exciting to go to our first Nmpz and so early in the tournament. Love when we get to see all 3 rounds, and Finnbar's got to be loving it too because, you know, definitely went in his favor there. That was Sheena's FTL, a little more than Finnbar's FTW, but Finnbar got himself there, made some brilliant calls. Anything stand out to you as perhaps most brilliant in this match?
Yeah, like Finnbar is, he told me a lot that he doesn't favor Nmpz at all. He doesn't like Nmpz, that's a big weakness of Finnbar. And like the first round already, he went the right country. It wasn't very clear that it was the US, because I also considered Canada as Sheena went to New Brunswick. But yeah, picking up that it's US and then the toss-up between Asia and Europe, I can understand Sheena. The pavement looked weird. It was like very green, lush. You get that Asia vibe there. So yeah, congrats to Finnbar for picking up its Europe.
Yeah, great plays by Finnbar, great plays by Sheena. Anything you want to add there, Bloom?
Yeah, I mean, it was close. I mean, especially in the beginning, like it just kind of felt like chip damage for most of the games, especially that moving game and even part of the no move. And so it was really close. I mean, obviously we saw some blunders from both on certain areas, but really at the end, Finnbar showed why he won, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Glad to see him pick up a win, too, after that tough match against Swan Gambit, but we've got a lot to cover, and this group could go any which way. We're going to find out which way this next match goes right after this quick break. Welcome back to Stockholm, Sweden and the Geoguessr World Cup. You've been here for the regionals, you've watched these players fight to get here, and now you're watching them duke it out for the chance to get to Saturday, and of course our grand competition at the Stockholm City Hall. We talked about that huge prize pool that they are playing for, $20,000 to first place, plus whatever money is raised over the course of the weekend. If you're subscribing on Twitch, if you're heading on over to geoguessr.com and grabbing yourself one of our player jerseys in-game, all that money is going to that prize pool. All that money is going into the pocket of the winner. Now, we are getting a little further into the Group A, and we are getting a better sense of who from Group A might be moving to Saturday. And this is an important matchup for our friend CG here.
Yeah, it's pretty important for CG. But still, this game is a mystery box for me. Of course, Chicago Geographer is a content creator. You see him play more than you see Swan Gambit play, so you kind of can determine how well CG does on certain locations. But I don't know anything about Swan Gambit. I don't know anything. So.
Yeah, let's put our heads together here. What do we know? We won the wild card, got here in impressive fashion. Bloom, you got anything?
I mean, what I know the most is that I've talked with him, and he seems like he's one of the more nervous players that I have talked to, and I think that's because of the situation he's been in with just coming through a wild card only against the Polish players. His first real, like, big competitive opportunity, but he's doing it well. He's doing his thing, and we'll see how this goes. I mean, CG Swan Gambit, it's going to be exciting.
Absolutely, and if I know anything about the Geoguessr community, it's that they're making him comfortable. So let's see a lot of love in chat here for the first competitor of our next matchup. Welcome, Swan Gambit. We talked about that nervousness coming on into competition, but Swan Gambit, big fan of IRL sports, the sports balls, the footballs, the baseballs. You know, I imagine you got to get a bit of game sense in your head participating in those, following those sports. Anything relevant from, you know, the traditional sports, the T-sports that might come into play here?
I don't think so. I don't think
That's fair. You can say no. No is a fine answer.
I'm very factual. Yeah, Yeah, I'm interested. Like, first off, I want to see what he put on strengths. It's Italy, Latvia, and Peru. What stands out here is Latvia. Don't you think so, Bloom?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Latvia is not one I think I've seen anybody put as a specific strength, but we see he's an Eastern Latvia pull expert, so maybe we get some Latvia. It would be pretty exciting.
Yeah, would be interested what that is.
A weakness of Poland, though. We saw it with Sheena calling out Japan as a weakness. Why might Poland be tough for this player?
I mean, a good question. I mean, one thing that also could be considered is that players don't want to say they're confident where they're from.
True.
To maybe not, like, let down their fellow people. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But we'll see.
Well, I know one player that is very confident about playing the region he's from. We've had him on the desk all season long. Now we get to watch him play once again. It's Chicago Geographer. One of my favorite players for watching how he interacts with everybody else. Always friendly, always ready to teach people that are looking to learn, and very patient with me when I don't know things. Delotris, you're also wonderfully patient with me when I don't know things, and I'm sure there's some stuff I could learn here about this competitor. I mean, what do you know about him?
Yeah, you have seen CG already play in last World Cup. I've known CG ever since I started Geoguessr,
Wow.
I think, and I can, Fact say that he is a great person, very, very nice. Always fun to watch his streams, his content, and he puts the strengths as like United States as one of his strengths. Very obviously, his knowledge about the US is very insane. I would say it's on top.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely one of the best in the world at knowing the US and guessing there. And of course, yeah, we do love him. Been in the community for a very, very long time. One of the original content creators in Geoguessr.
Yeah, and someone that if you love as well, you want to send your support to through chat, through socials. He's in a tough spot here, down against Sheena, down against Consus, but not out by any stretch. There's still a path back for him.
Yeah, there is. I mean, but this would be the game. This would be the match right here. He really needs to do well. So we'll see if he can do it.
It's Geoguessr after all. You have multis, you have locations that are non-distinct. Let's see what's happening here.
Gentlemen, let's see what's gonna happen here. Let's hand it on over to Toby and Lenley and get on into the match.
Thank you so much, Rachel Bloom and Geoguessr, for an amazing breakdown of this match we are about to witness. Lenley here with me, my friend. You've worked with the CG before, but now we have the enigma, Swan Gambit. What are we looking at?
It's a clash of playstyles here, I think. CG is a moving expert, especially in the US, in the UK, and in Canada, as he said. While Swan Gambit is a no-move expert in Nmpz. So this will be very interesting to see how they react. Maybe Swan Gambit will go for some quick insta-guessing. Definitely possible. But yeah.
I will say last time we had one of these enigma players that not a lot of people knew a lot about. That was Crooks in the EMEA qualifiers. He came in rather unknown. Look where he is. He's sat here in Stockholm getting ready to play.
Exactly.
So maybe after that last win for Swan Gambit, he'll be able to impress people here as well, having qualified, of course, through the wildcard quals.
I think Chicago Geoguessr also is kind of a big game player.
Of course.
He turned up in the last chance match of the Americas qualifier. He has turned up with a very nice performance at the last World Cup. Barely didn't make it out of groups. And now he's kind of an underdog, but I think he has what it takes. We want to get him started.
Definitely good, down 0-2 so far, but let's see how he is going to fare here as we make our way into their third match for the first time we get to see them here on the main broadcast.
Moving game, starting off with a round in Chile. We have the Chile poles, we have the white car, and a lot of cacti, which might be regional. Let's see what the players do with this.
Let's see what they do indeed. Again, of course, we know Chicago has been part of broadcasting multiple tournaments, multiple qualifier tournaments as we get the game
Swan Gambit,
going.
boom, insta-guess.
Okay, very fast-paced. You can see the reaction on Chicago's face. Okay, that's the game we're playing. That's what we're doing. Fair enough. Fair enough. Swan, you caught me off guard, but I got time. I got 10 seconds left. Make that 3 now, but he's going to be in here as well. Not at all surprised by that one.
Definitely a strategy here by Swan Gambit to put pressure on CG. Didn't work in this round.
And he
CG
gets
closer.
the round too. I love it. I love the idea. I mean, for both of them, really. Swan trying to just instantly go in and catch him off guard. And you can see just the facial reaction alone from Chicago going, okay, that's happening. But then from that reaction to getting instantly back into focus, wait, I also got to win this round. I got 50 more seconds and actually able to take points off of Swan Gambit.
Absolutely.
That's huge.
Now this second round, I think, puts us in Argentina or Uruguay with the Black Generation 3 Google car. The houses also look very South American. They are moving for info here, though. This time Swan Gambit not with the insta-guess. Maybe he's not confident. You can distinguish the two countries by power poles or by license plates. So maybe we see the players zooming in on one of those soon. But I think they already found enough info, to make a very informed guess here. Do we see some mountains to the west here? I think we do.
Very far out in the
I think we see some mountains, and yeah, that's why CG is going west. I think Swan Gambit's guess is kind of in a flat area, so...
It's hovering further
I
east,
mean,
but not to be.
yeah.
Chicago a little bit surprised, it seems like his face there. A lot of expression on the face of Chicago down in your bottom right corner. And understandably so, both of them a bit off on that one, but I guess good for them is that they were equally far off to the location. So
Absolutely.
not a whole lot of damage done.
Absolutely. Maybe Swan Gambit played this one a little bit too quickly.
Yeah.
Because he did not see the mountains. And if he saw the mountains, I'm sure that Swan Gambit would have gone in this northwest region, while Chicago Geoguessr saw it and wasn't able to capitalize on it.
It definitely, I mean, when you look at...
Look at the signs here. Oh no, it's Germany again. I thought it could be a Denmark, cheeky one, but...
No. I would know. I would instantly
These are very small town names, though. I don't think the players are going to recognize any of them, so let's see what else they can find. Maybe they can find a town entry sign or something like that.
And you have Chicago out on a main street already. I'm sure that he's one intersection away from pretty good info.
Absolutely.
Now we see some Kiel already. Lübeck as well.
That's very good info.
Yeah.
Very good info for CG, but
Almost
Swan Gambit is right there.
Almost Denmark. I take it.
Yeah,
we'll go
that's why I thought it looked like Denmark.
Border Denmark. It's fair. It's fair. We'll get it close, but not quite
wow,
there.
What a guess from CG. He found that info. He used it very effectively. Swan Gambit, no info, just a region guess. And he's super close.
I mean, in any other game, 69 kilometers off early on, you take that. That's pretty decent. But of course, at this caliber of play in the World Cup, you need to be on point.
This is a big country, Toby. We have this octagonal pole. I mean, if I move a little bit closer, you can see it. That is common in Mexico. And Mexico is a huge country. You can pick up a lot of points here. Let's see if who of the players is gonna find and use info, and let's see if Swan Gambit is gonna go for the insta-guess again.
Yeah, Hell's trying to keep the pace high in the first couple of rounds. Now here in round 4. No instant zoom in on the map, but of course it's only
I think this
now
might
they
be
get
Baja
inside by-
California, actually, looking at the dry mountains here, which is the part that's very close to the US border. But, I mean, they could confirm it, for example, with an area code. I think CG knows them. If you see an area code, it is a 6, so the 6-2 something. I mean, if it starts with a 6, you saw that on Swan Gambit's screen. That should confirm that we're in the northwestern area of Mexico, and I think the hills look most like Baja California.
Definitely could be.
Oh,
That's
some
guessing.
good info coming up for Swan Gambit here.
Is this the time where, I mean, since there's only 15 seconds left, you might as well play it all the way till the end, because guessing
Yes.
now won't add
Guessing
any
now
extra time
doesn't
anyway.
do anything.
Exactly.
Oh, he's going Baja California Sur even. Could be. It could be La Paz.
Out of the peninsula, are they both gonna go?
CG is gonna go for Baja California
Further
North. Let's see who's better here. It's Swan
Oh, it's
Gambit.
all the way down on the tip.
Huge damage.
Massive damage coming in.
Whoa!
Oh, it's just gonna be enough. Out of nowhere, CG down in round number 5.
I did not expect that would be game, but wow.
Wow, huge.
Sometimes you underestimate how big this peninsula is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're both completely blown away by that one. What a
round 4,
start.
Swan Gambit takes the moving, which is huge for him since CG is usually a moving specialist.
It was just a couple of points here. You can see the shake of his face there. Not in the right mind space right now. Down 2 games already. Now 0-1. We talked about Finnbar needing a good game in the previous one. This is an equally tough position for CG. Issue is he's 1 extra loss already. He really needs to turn this one around.
Absolutely. I think he can though. We saw his game against Sheena on the B stream for CG. Went to Nmpz. Maybe let's see if he can do the same against Swan Gambit. Bring it to that Nmpz round. And
From
then
moving
anything can happen.
True. From moving into no move, no moving around, just panning and zooming as much as you please, as we once again take to the globe here for round number 2.
No moving around this time. We are again greeted by a police car. And I think these blue tuk-tuks are regional to a specific state of Nigeria. I don't know what the state is called again, but it's where the city of Abakaliki is. So, I don't know. Maybe anybody knows their tuk-tuks. I don't expect them to, but let's see.
Oh,
Swan Gambit zooming in very quickly there.
Yeah, I thought he might actually guess on that one, but not quite just yet. Is CG? There's no way he's lining up roads, right?
And in the same area right now, but I believe the tuk-tuks are more north. I mean, it's kind of the same area. It's It's not far away, but yeah. I believe they are.
No wonder the traffic is slow when there's so many tuk-tuks on the street. Swan Gambit, get a guess in early on. They both do. As they were just 1 city too far east. Damage done early on. Not really a lot to write home about. But honestly, that 57 damage, had he had that extra health in the previous one, CG would have survived 1 more round. So even though it doesn't look like
60
much.
points, yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Even if it doesn't look like much, that can be game deciding. As we saw in the previous match, just now the cows have taken over.
The cows have taken over, and I think this is a big country here, maybe? Yeah, look at the signpost. Black bottom of the signpost. That should mean we're in Russia. Huge country, and I think I favor Swan Gambit on Russia locations here. Big mountains, though. I think it's near Lake Baikal, where you get big mountain ridges like this, but I might be wrong. Let's see what the players do.
Wait, is Swan already?
Swan already zooming into Lake Baikal. Yeah, he's going for this mountain ridge.
Okay,
putting
there you
pressure
go.
on CG. Can he manage to go in the same area? Because I believe Swan Gambit should be right here.
8 seconds. He's in China. He's going for the north. He's hovering all over the place.
It's a
Here
good
he
guess
comes.
by CG. I think he's in the right area as well.
Don't do it.
Moving for the north, for the south. Oh wow, 5k by Swan Gambit basically.
Almost. As close as can be. CG still, I mean,
Yeah.
confused,
You see his mind
frustrated.
blown by that guess by Swan Gambit. He's
Yeah.
like, what can I do against this pressure? And if he pressures like this and is as close as this, there's nothing he can do.
True.
You can see, he hit the town.
Yeah. Not a lot is known about Swan Gambit, but I can tell you this much. He will be studied after these matches today are over, because he's
I
playing
think
phenomenally right now.
That is absolutely correct. I think he's also doing like a little gambit here by guessing quickly. Maybe he's doing a pressure gambit. We have a boat.
We actually have 4 boats.
We have a lot of boats actually, yeah. We're on a harbor
So
here.
we're not in a desert.
Kind of an interesting round. I believe we're somewhere in Argentina here, but I might be wrong. Let's see what the players say. I mean, start them off.
Let's start them off indeed. Chicago, seemingly, I mean, off of his facial expressions, all the way down the drain right now in terms of the motivation. But just, I mean, I feel like he's such, in general, like when you talk to him, such a happy guy, such an energetic guy. He's one good guess, I feel like, away from being right back in a winning mentality.
Absolutely.
Space.
I mean, he's also he's kind of just happy to be here.
He's just a nice guy.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
And as one newspaper called him in his Chicago area, they said local man is gonna compete in the Geoguessr World Cup, and that's exactly what he does. And maybe local man can make a comeback here.
Ooh, maybe he could. Down towards Uruguay we go. Maybe not all the way in. No, Argentina is where we're staying.
Yeah, both are in Argentina
now.
here, which is, I think, the correct country. They're lining up the river here because we are south, or like, we're kind of northeast of the river here, basically. So maybe they can line something up. They're in different spots, though.
Yep.
Maybe I like Swan Gambit's guess a little bit better. Yeah, it was a little bit further south, just near Buenos Aires.
Not enough to take him out, but enough to take him down low. 1,000 health left here for Chicago Geographer. He's clapping his hands, frustration across the board, and for Swan Gambit, just trying to stay in his own space. It can be distracting sometimes. Keep in mind, these guys are set pretty much right next to one another.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Stay in your own headspace.
Absolutely.
Stay in your own headspace if you're Swan Gambit.
Need to be focused here,
Exactly.
and this is gonna be another pretty difficult round potentially.
It's beautiful though.
I think it's Mexico. I believe we have the power poles again, which are octagonal, but you can't really see it from this angle. Let's see if the players are able to. I think this is like southeast, probably state of Oaxaca, but let's see what the players do here.
Full spin around, no street signs, light poles and mountains. It's pretty much all you have for info outside of the really in-depth foliage stuff.
Yeah, Mexico is one of the countries that I'm better at, and if I'm correct here, then this car is actually specific to that region.
Okay.
Where Swan Gambit is zooming into.
He's going in the mountains.
So he is in the mountains of Oaxaca, which I think is a very good guess, and I think if CG wants to survive here, he has to get super close. He's only on 1,000 health.
Yep. And even though it doesn't sound like much to have 2.5 times multiplier, I mean, a couple 100 kilometers off the side, and that's game over.
10 seconds left. He's opening the map.
Oh,
Considering Colombia.
He's Colombia.
But he might still switch.
He
isn't sure. He isn't sure. He's not switching.
It's dangerous.
That is the
and it is
game.
gonna be game. Chicago will fall as Swan Gambit comes out in one of the fastest wins we have seen in this tournament so far. The Enigma Polish player able to claim a 2-0.
I mean, I know Swan Gambit because I have played against him in the official competitive mode a lot of times. And I know that he's very deadly on no moving. And we saw that here. He played basically flawlessly. I think all of his guesses were absolutely spot on in that no move game. And I don't think Chicago Geographer needs to beat himself up over that because his opponent really just played insane.
Incredibly well played. I mean, all of the complete region, and not just region, but like village lockdowns in very limited to no info guesses. Yeah. Incredible play.
Swan Gambit though, one to watch maybe.
Definitely.
Look at it. He has won 2 games with 2-0. He has lost 1 game, 2-1. But 2-1 against Blinky.
And in this, I was gonna say in this group
great
as well.
Result.
Yeah, that's
2-1 against Blinky, a loss is even a great result. So I don't know. I think Swan Gambit has what it takes to advance here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does.
Definitely could do. It's going to be very interesting for sure to follow him along his journey. And for CG, again, I mean, 3 losses now. It's looking almost impossible for him to turn this around.
It is looking quite grim because there's a problem. He has to play Consus and Blinky.
It's not gonna be easy, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe he can stay in it. Let's hop down and listen to the Enigma man himself in Swan Gambit.
I think he has played Consus, so I might be wrong.
Great job, Swan. How are you feeling? 2 game wins.
I mean, it's kind of like a dream start for me because I won 2-0 the first game, and then I lost to Blinky, but I got 1 game, so that puts me in a good position, I think. And then another 2-0, so I'm just happy.
Yeah. Well, who do you play next? How are you feeling about that?
I play Consus. Of course, the world champion, but I think I can win. Like, I got confident.
We love to see the confidence. Great job, Swan. Good game.
Looking at group stages here, you can see a little bit more about how the points have settled out, especially in Group A. Blinky sitting at the top, but that does not tell the whole story. Every single round win, especially as we heard from Swan Gambit, comes in big when you're adding up wins, losses, rounds to find out who's going to take that top spot and who is going to move comfortably on to Saturday. Now, that was an exciting matchup. We're learning more about Swan Gambit every day. Anything you learned about him in this match, Bloom, stood out to you?
I mean, it was pretty dominant, honestly. Like, I wasn't totally expecting that. I was expecting it to be a little bit closer, and really a good showing from him.
Absolutely, a fantastic showing. And I think Chicago Geographer, we've seen him do so many amazing things in this game. Really not a matchup that was, I think, indicative of the wide range of skills that he brings to the game. I know you had a moment to check in with him there. Just want to know, how he's feeling. Is he still getting our love and support?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's CG. We love him. We loved him. We still love him, even though this game didn't really go that well. But to be fair, it was not that easy for him. It was not that easy for him. I was looking at the game. I was like, what's going on in this location? But Swan Gambit did an extreme good performance. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah, I saw cows come up. I was like, this is an easy one for CG there. But no, very, very tough matches. And we're going to see more incredibly tough matches as we move through our groups, and especially once we get to Saturday. There is no room for mistakes here, so don't make one and don't switch off this channel. We'll be right back with more Geoguessr. newer face on the scene, Swan Gambit, picking up a beautiful 2-0. In fact, nearly perfect, fully perfect in that no-moving mound against Chicago Geoguessr. But now he's going to stay in his seat and go up against last year's world champion. We promised the games would just get better and better, and, well, we deliver here at the Geoguessr World Cup. I'm your host, Seltzer, and joining me on the desk, I've got Bloom and I've got Gelotris. And gentlemen, we have got a match ahead of us. A bit of a preview there, but Consus coming in hot, Swan Gambit coming in hotter. Tell me about this head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, Consus, I will say, is just coming off of a 2-0 loss against Sheena, actually, which is pretty crazy. That happened on one of the other streams. Definitely not great for the mental right now. There seems to be, off that first match against Blinky, I think there probably was a lot of internal weight put on that. And then to go off of that, that could show maybe why these losses are starting to come in from Consus. I mean, that's not a great way to start the day.
Yeah, and it won't get easier, I would say. We just saw Swan Gambit. He gave us a little teaser, a little taste of what he can bring to the table. We saw him doing insane guesses against his opponent, CG, on the last game. If he does the same against Consus, it's looking really rough for Consus, so I hope he can focus and also show what he got.
Yeah, now I'm interested to kind of see how these two play styles match up as well, because Consus, lots of experience in this competitive seat. Very aware, I think, of the depth of competition here, having faced them so many times, potentially affecting his mental. But we heard Swan Gambit might be a little nervous, might be not quite ready to play. Not the case at all. Watching him stone cold, staring down, picking ahead, picking in a narrow time window, nothing seemed to phase him. Did you see kind of any cracks in his play, Gelotris?
I mean, not really, but what I saw, I've talked about this earlier, how you cannot determine whether someone is nervous by just looking at them. I kind of had that feeling with Consus. He came up, he didn't look too happy.
Ooh.
And if that mental leads over to this game, it can look rough for him. So I hope he can lock in now.
Well, you know these players well, and you've got a sharp eye, Gelotris, so I appreciate your insights on this one. Cannot wait to see how this match goes. So why don't we bring out our first player for the match, Consus. He is feared. So many players listed him as one of the players they absolutely did not want to have to face this weekend. But you're telling me you saw maybe a glint of fear in his eyes, Gelotris. Strengths like Indonesia and Kazakhstan gonna serve him well. Preferred no move, but United States, we've seen that come into play already a lot today.
We did. And as you can see, he's collecting himself here, trying to lock in. They are both no-move players, so it can be very interesting in that terms. Will the strengths of Swan Gambit help him in this matchup, though?
Yeah, I mean, good question. I mean, he says no move is his preferred mode, which is definitely true for him, but he's also showed he's very good at move. He was going toe-to-toe with Blinky on that first match in the moving game, so hopefully he can pick up that moving game first. Probably good for the mental.
And he's a player that other players have had a lot of opportunity to study, to know what his strengths are, to know maybe when to put him on the back foot. So let's see if our next player can bring any of that to play in this matchup. Once again, it's Swan Gambit. Coming out of the wild card tournaments, the winner in Poland, he had a bit of a different path to get here, and arguably maybe a little less experience in the competition, because we ran some long and grueling regionals, but that does not seem to have affected him negatively at all, Bloom.
Yeah, I mean, he came here for the Polish wildcard, the only wildcard to be held here in the same studio. So he does have some experience there, but, you know, going through a wildcard, trying to represent Poland alone, really showed his strengths there for sure, but he was still a bit of an unknown character, and now he's really showing how good he is.
Yeah, he came a long way, not as easy as it was for others. That could be an advantage. It could like boost your energy. It could like, you could talk to yourself and say, hey, I made it this far. I want to lock in. I want to get this thing home. So let's see if we get some Eastern Latvia rounds.
Yeah, and let's see if he can ride the confidence of his win in the last match, or will Consus come and usurp? Let's find out and hand it over to our casters.
The reigning world champion versus the newcomer to the stage, Consus versus Swan Gambit. We were impressed in the previous match with how fast and how swiftly Swan Gambit was able to take out CG, but now he has to do it again and against Consus.
Swan Gambit is really playing with pressure well this tournament, and I think right now the situation in this group is not what many people predicted.
True.
Swan Gambit is second, and Consus, our reigning world champion, is fourth in the group. Fourth place would not be enough to advance, so Consus needs to collect some more points in the 2 remaining games.
And if we
maybe get to the knockout games.
If we look back at the games, like especially the moving games that Consus has played, both him and Blinky took their time, played it slow. Now, we didn't get to watch him play against Sheena, but he lost the moving. And if we know how Sheena plays, he's probably been taking his time as well. Now he's going up against Swan Gambit, and if there's one thing we can say for sure with what we've seen so far is if Swan Gambit has a good hunch, he's gonna insta-send it. Do you think maybe we saw him try and do it, and I feel like it worked against CG in the previous game? Do you think he might try and do the same to try and catch a guy like Consus off guard?
I do think he's gonna try it. But only in rounds where he thinks it makes sense. I think he's a very smart player that can like adjust his strategy based on what the round brings him. And I think we're gonna see a very interesting moving game here. Do we want to get it started?
You know what? Let's get straight into it. Let's get Consus versus Swan Gambit. It's moving, and let's see who's gonna come out victorious.
First round here. Let's get the players in. We have a bus stop here. We have some info. I think this sign is Austria exclusive on the bottom right.
Bridge as well.
So yeah, Austria would be a pretty small country. So let's see what the players do here. Insta guess from Swan Gambit? No.
Maybe. Nope, just putting the pin down. Yep, putting the pin down. Try and make sure that he's not going to click something wrong. You got the AT, internet domain there as well, just to confirm, and there he's going to go for it. So a little bit of pressure being applied, but again, I mean, Consus a 5K master when it comes to these matches. Those 15 seconds is probably 14 more than he needs.
Don't think he found any info though in this round, so he's just going to go for the middle guess as well, and they're both close.
Close enough, at least to get a pretty even start here. Solid one point.
Good start for Consus. 1 damage, huge in the remainder of the game. Maybe it's gonna be the decider. Who knows?
If 6,000 damage is you taking out your opponent, what does 1 damage equivalent to?
Well, it's like
a flick on the ear.
Yeah, if someone like flicks you. Yeah, I think it's like
a mosquito, a very soft mosquito bite. Maybe I'm not sure.
No, mosquito bite would be more, I think. But yeah,
maybe, maybe.
Mosquito bites can do a lot of emotional damage. We have town names here in Botswana, and the players are already zooming in. Consus is already lining up a road. Now looking down straight at the road to get the right angle, and he realizes this could be the 5K.
Yes, it's on both of them, and it's 30 meters off. Consus is there. He's ready for this one. A solid 5K here in round number 2 of this match. And I think maybe that's the thing where Swan Gambit goes, okay, I can't catch him off guard. Like there's maybe I just slow things down, because
if there's info nearby, I don't think he can.
Exactly, because that's the thing for Swan Gambit so far. What we saw against Chicago when he played fast, he forced Chicago to also kind of guess a little more sporadically. Where Consus, he just gets locked in too fast.
Absolutely, yeah. Consus is too consistent to be. Consistent to be really pressured by the quick guesses, but still it could be a good strategy because you prevent him from getting good info.
True.
He will do a good guess anyways with no info, but if he gets the info, he will be even closer. So it could be worth it to insta guess on some rounds.
Speaking of good info, seems like there's not a whole lot to go by so far. Having said that, Swan, of course, as we've seen so many times in the past, early guess from him.
And now Consus did find the info, but I don't think that is usable really. Yeah, I don't think he can find this road in time, sadly. So he is closer though. Collecting some points. Could work out in the end.
And that's where he goes. So for Swan Gambit now, he's 3 times tried to go for the faster guess. All of the times Consus had come out on top and said, you know what, you're going to give me 15 more seconds to get info? Sure, I'll beat you with it.
I'll do it, yeah.
Let's see if Swan... I feel like either he has to go practically instant or go, you know what, let's just play the full minute because I'm not going to beat you on time anyway.
This is a Brazil round here. We have a lot of clues pointing towards Brazil, and in Brazil, it's a huge country. People are gonna go search for area codes, and that's what Consus does immediately. Looking at shop fronts, there's about 70, I think, area codes scattered around Brazil, so they are kind of easy to learn in the grand scheme of Geoguessr. There's one, 4-5, and that tells him exactly where this location is gonna be. It's gonna be in Paraná State, and I think Swan Gambit also has found the area code, so they're both gonna be pretty close, I would assume.
But again, for Consus, I mean, he gets the area code. He can lock down the, I mean, not only the region, but most likely the city as well, now that he has that info too. Still, though, not opting to guess. I feel like he's going to go, you know what I mean?
Very interesting,
I know I'm going to 5k anyway.
Yeah.
It's on you to try and pressure him. Yeah, I like the mental game of Consus playing in this fashion. Also, I mean, let alone the fact that he's 700 points ahead. If he knows he's not going to lose a round, if he's going to get the time.
He should have maybe just locked it in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, Swan Gambit does not know where exactly 4-5 is, because he is in Curitiba, which is the capital of the state, which would have a 4-1 area code. So I think Consus might be closer here, and he is.
Both of them off by a bit. They had the city names on the side, but again, I mean, as you said, big country. It's round 4, and over 2,000 damage done in that one.
We have seen this one before, and Consus 5k'd it 2 rounds ago. It's a Botswana.
Let's see if he can get it once again. If he's going to log it in quickly, if Swan is going to log it even faster. He's now sat almost at half health of Consus. So far, Consus not taken any damage as we make our way halfway through this moving round.
Might be some info on that sign, but yeah. I don't see any place names. Let's see if Consus finds anything else. He's opting to move further down the road. And yeah, there's good signs for both players here. And I think they are gonna be able to line up this round again. Maun, really big town. Kang, also findable. So, but yeah, they don't really have it yet. Actually, they are in kind of different regions right now.
I mean, A2 is a long road, going all the way through Botswana. We'll see
Lock from Swan Gambit there. I think it makes sense, and yes, Consus is following suit.
Right nearby.
Now they're in the same
Now I might
town.
as well try and 5k, just for the memes, you know? See if he can get it, see if he can log it in. Does he get it?
And no.
No, he does not. Actually, as a matter of fact, a bit further off, so 18 damage done. Consus not immortal in this set of games. We'll see if maybe Swan can do even more in this round to come.
Oh, this might be another country that is quite info heavy. That should be the Philippines. Yeah, it is indeed a Filipino poll. Let's see what the players do here. In Philippines, info is crucial, and Consus, being more of the moving expert, he will know that the province names are shown on basically every second sign. So if you find the province of the Philippines, you're gonna be very close. So Swan going for the insta-guess, trying to prevent him from finding anything.
Makes good sense. You know you're up against the guy who might find the info better than you, so limit the time that he is available. Plunks it north side Manila. See if Consus with the 15 seconds available
there
gets the info.
There was info, but he couldn't use it, I think. Oh, he did.
You say he couldn't. At least he got the island down closer than his opponent. That's all he needed to be. That's gonna be Consus taking Swan Gambit out in this moving round. And I feel like, Lindley, this played out as we expected. We're gonna see Swan Gambit try and apply pressure the same way, because it worked against CG in the previous game. It worked in the game for him before that. But against a guy like Consus, you don't get to pressure him that way.
He might just be a little bit too good on moving to pressure him like that.
Definitely. Those 15 seconds is all he needed to turn that one around. And had he had just that 1 extra second himself, which he had but opted not to use it, he might have seen that was not the correct place to be. But into no move we go. Game number 2, Consus again. I mean, in a big need of a win here, sat down in 4th place currently.
The game is far from over, because I think Swan Gambit has a lot of momentum going on the no-move games. I think he won every single no-move game so far, as far as I know. So let's see if he can also take down the reigning world champion in it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be our round 1, and it will place us, I believe, in South Africa.
Also, I mean, just to mention it real quickly, clear here that Consus, despite going 0-2 against Sheena, didn't get to his head, still right back into full confidence
play.
play.
Focused.
Also, I want to go back and watch that Sheena Consus game, because the fact that he can get 0-2'd by Sheena off of what we saw with Sheena in the previous game, whether it be mistakes on his part or just phenomenal play on Sheena, that's incredible.
And the good thing is you can watch that game back. It's gonna be on the B stream on YouTube, and there's maybe on the C stream. Who knows? But every game is available to watch it back. We are in South Africa right here. People are lining up roads already.
Is this 10K?
I don't think they're gonna be able to 5k it, but I think they will both be on the correct road here. It's only one big highway going in this area of South Africa, so that's what they both opt for going.
Yeah, a bit further off, both in between. That's going to be early damage done towards Consus. Up ahead by a single round so far, but at least Swan Gambit starting off here with a bit of a hit and return.
Right, this round maybe a bit more tricky. Country not immediately obvious. Could even be Poland, potentially, in my opinion.
Uh-oh. Swan Gambit put it down as his least favorite place, but also he is Polish.
I wouldn't say least favorite.
Like, not favorite, but like in terms of his weaknesses, he put that on.
It could be something like Romania as well, though, or like maybe Baltics.
The bullets look pretty unique. Are you telling me those are not?
I have never seen these bullets before, actually.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So if
I think it might be Baltic, actually. Something like Lithuania, Estonia, something like that.
But it's not East Latvia, because then Swan Gambit would have guessed it.
If it was East Latvia, then I think Consus is having a big problem here. But they're not sure. They're not sure. We have a Slovakia guess by Swan Gambit.
Okay. Locks it in.
I wonder what Consus is gonna go for. Again, some pressure, but pretty late.
He doesn't even have the map open yet. He's
he has 7 seconds left. Get a guess in Consus.
We have
going Slovakia as well.
Players don't get the pin down in time. This time around, not going to be the case, as they are equal. I mean, they're practically on top of each other.
This Ukraine, but
and equally far from the location. 12 points of damage done as these guys sit still, I mean, practically tied.
Practically tied. Interesting that they were both off, but both in the exact same place.
Beautiful.
Some really nice scenery here. With these long dashes on the side of the road, we should be in Norway.
I just like mountains. Maybe that's my thing. I feel like every time I say, oh, beautiful, it's like, oh, there's a mountain.
No, mountains. The mountains, I think, are one of the best landscapes to look at in the game of Geoguessr, for sure. Obviously, that's something that the players will also appreciate. It's not something they can focus on. Don't get distracted by the landscape. You have to make a good guess here.
Can't sit down and mentally paint a beautiful picture. You gotta try and get the guess in. Not necessarily as fast as you can, of course, depending on who you go up against, but for Swan Gambit's case, locking down maybe a road here as well, trying to line up some of these streets. When you have a big valley to look over, you can also, of course, try and line up mountains.
Absolutely.
Various paths.
This is kind of a difficult lineup, though, because there's a lot of valleys in Norway like this. They're in a similar region here. I think it's the right region. I think this is where it should look like this. So, yeah, probably not going to be the biggest amount of points. More south.
A bit further south. Consus was further down for a bit, but then opted to go back further north, so points could have been garnered on his part there. Not too many, though. Over on the side of Swan Gambit, just 100 some damage done.
This should be a Japan round again. Let's see if the players know their Japan matters. There's a lot of info to be gained by pole tops, by like the metal plates on the poles, and a lot of people have studied that. Also, a big shout out to the Japanese community, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Japanese visitors in Stockholm right now. There's also a lot of Japanese players who have done documents about all of the different stuff that you can find on the power poles to help the community.
Amazing.
Share the knowledge and basically make everyone better.
That's one of the things that I like the most about the Geoguessr community, and how there's no private. I mean, there probably is some, but not a lot of private info. It's not like you hawking your own info. I know I don't want to leak it. It's like, you know what? You give me some of your info, I give you some of mine. That way we all become better together. I think that's phenomenal. That's the way all esports should treat
If anyone watching right now wants to get into Geoguessr, with the info publicly available, if you learn all the info publicly available,
just learn all of it.
You would be at a level where you can compete in the World Cup.
Yeah, true.
And that's something cool about the community, in my opinion. We have a central guess by Swan Gambit here. A little further west by Consus. Pays off. Pays off.
You know what? I mean, this is yet another round. 2,000 damage done off it. Obviously, Japan, a pretty big country. But this is yet another round where a lot of points could be gathered from either one of these two teams. I'm not going to say they're going out and making mistakes here. But again, for a guy like Consus to be 250 kilometers off, obviously it's because it's an incredibly difficult round to play. They didn't have the direct lineups on any of the poles. But still, those are the rounds where if you're Swan Gambit and you only get so many chances at besting a guy like Consus, you need to beat him when he's 200 some kilometers off.
Absolutely, and now we have a very difficult round going into round number 5.
Ooh.
And I'm not 100% sure what this is actually. It could be South America, could be Southeast Asia.
I think it's
considering Philippines or Colombia or something like that. Potentially even Brazil. Let's see what the players do. I think maybe
Are we at least on continent lockdown, in your opinion?
No.
No?
This could be Southeast Asia or South America. I like the Rio guess because the island in the distance kind of looks like the base that you would find around Rio de Janeiro. So I think it's a good guess by Swan Gambit. But
does he lock it in fast though, even if he's insecure?
I think he's not confident enough here. Consus is going to the similar region, okay? So I think this game will go on for a little longer.
Hello, Sheena. Hello, Blinky in the background. Walking past Consus' camera. Couldn't tell in their faces who won that round. But we'll see.
I think everything fits for Brazil here. I think they are both right. Let's find out where this ends up being. Oh, actually, it's basically same bay right now.
Incredible. Okay. And they should have stayed. Oh, Consus almost had the 5k lineup there, but he opted to go further west right in the end. And because of it, 500 damage is going to go his way. Now, heading on into round number 6. A beautiful city location.
We have some double blue plates, which could put us, for example, in Italy, which I believe this is. We have some nice mountains here. Maybe, actually, mountain knowing could be a factor here, because look at these. They are very, very distinct, right? Maybe it's the Dolomites?
Dolomites, definitely beautiful. Oh, he's already in. He knew the city instantly. Belluno on the eastern side.
Great guess by Consus. That's kind of a no-moving round, where you have
he's moving knowledge. That's way further west.
Huge guess by Consus.
Massive, massive. Almost the 5k for Consus. Had the city instantly. Obviously, I mean, not a ton of damage done, but still almost 1,000. And Swan Gambit, you know what? I saw the smile on his face there for a second. I'm going, oh, now he's playing fast too. That was my thing.
Yeah,
he's starting to steal my thing. I don't know if I like this.
That might be exactly what was going on there. We got a nice Japan round in round 7. Consus picked up points on Japan last time. Maybe you can do it again.
Yeah, but he picked up points, but he was 257 kilometers off.
True.
So there might be a chance for Swan Gambit to strike back here. No quick guesses from either of the two players.
Ooh, I believe we're all the way south in Kyushu here, if I judge that transformer correctly. I might be wrong. It is quite difficult. But yeah, we see a Kyushu guess by Swan Gambit. So maybe I'm right. We see a Kyushu guess by
early guess
Consus as well.
I say early, not quite. But guess nonetheless coming through for first for Swan Gambit. Consus,
similar area.
Yeah. Looks similar, but still, 4 times damage. Japan, big place. It is going to be Consus that's going to be closer in this one once again. 672 damage done. That's 2,014 points is what Swan Gambit has left if it does not want to lose this one 2-0 to Consus.
And this round is probably one that Consus wants, because this looks to me like Indonesia. However, I think Consus' advantage is not going to be as big here, because we have some region-specific poles that Consus is just zooming into, with 2 insulators on one side and 1 insulator on the other. That should be exclusive to the province of North Sumatra. So I would expect both players to know that. If not, also possible, because you might not even get the country here.
This goes back to the whole, just learn the whole world.
Exactly, just learn everything.
Just learn. I mean, it's a very easy formula to being the best in the world at Geoguessr. Just learn the whole thing.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Just do it. I don't know. If you're watching right now, you want to be here next year, just learn everything.
Just learn everything.
The thing is, we have players like Spaghetti, for example, who started playing around a year and a half ago.
True.
So you can be at this level very quickly.
There are people that definitely have sponge brains that will just soak in all the info and store it and use it in ways that I could never even imagine. These guys are going to be a bit able to bring this one home. Big damage going to come through, 2,000
on that Indonesia.
Massive takeaway from Consus. I think for a while there, Consus thought he had it home, but not quite to be as we head into round number 9. Huge also for Swan, because if we are, again, just a reminder, headed into round 10 here, and we don't get a clear winner by the end of round 10, it's the player that had the most health left at the end of round 10 that will win. So massive for Swan Gamer to be able to breach the gap a bit in his and Consus' point.
Absolutely, and this is also not the easiest round. I thought Argentina here maybe.
Okay.
One of the possibilities, maybe in the western mountains of Argentina. I think the power poles would fit, and I think the sign is geared up for right-hand drive. So yeah, shouldn't be something like a different continent.
I love it that if you aren't sure, hopefully they aren't quite sure either, and we'll get some good guesses.
Quick lock.
Consus, though, one of a couple only quick guesses for him. Instantly a second guess in to follow, and I think that's going to be Consus out victorious here. Yes, it will be. 4,000 damage done from going 0-2 against Sheena just before he 2-0 Swan Gambit instantly after.
This gets the group to a very interesting point. I think it's super open now. I'm very excited to see the result of the other game.
Yeah.
Because I think Consus now puts himself in a pretty good spot.
Definitely, and also, I mean, it's really interesting how the mental games are going to be off of this, because they're both kind of in reverse of how they just played. We saw Swan Gambit pretty decisively take out CG in a 2-0 fashion. Consus was on the losing end of that. Now that's reversed, so how do they both now come into their next games?
Exactly. I think it's going to be super exciting, and if you don't want to miss the next game of Consus, it's not going to be on the A stream, but you can watch it on one of the
Have all
others.
of them open. If you have a big TV, just put them all in there. Watch all the games.
Open more tabs.
You have to learn everything anyway, so you might as well just keep all the streams open at the same time. But we are truly, Lindy, being blessed with some phenomenal
gameplay.
Geoguessr games here. But you know what? Now let's hop on down to our reigning world champion and hear what he has to say after that 2-0 win over Swan Gambit.
Consus, you won 2-0 in an amazing fashion. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm kind of back in the running again, I feel like, so I'm relieved with that. But and I think it was a pretty good game, so I'm also happy with that, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of being back in the running, like, if you look at how you've played kind of the whole day, how do you feel now after having a match like that?
Well, there's only one game left. I still have plenty of chances, so... But overall with the day, I'm not so happy. I make too many mistakes. Another, like, it's a mix of good guesses and very big mistakes. So.
Yeah, how do you feel like some of that is maybe coming from nerves, or what do you think's going on?
I don't really feel that nervous today. I think it's mostly, I don't know, maybe a bit of lack of focus on the right moments. Or, yeah, I can't really explain it.
Yeah, well, you did really great that game. You got one more left. Good luck.
Thanks.
You know, we mentioned it's hard to tell from his face if he's nervous, but it was easy to tell from his face right there that he was really feeling that win. I like to see that smile back on there. That confidence will go a long way. And as he said, as you both said, Bloom, this is still a big open group for Group A. 2 across the board on wins. We have a couple more games going on Stream 2 and Stream 3. But as we're reaching the end here, we're talking about 6 amazing players. We're talking about some results that are a little bit unexpected. And I have to wonder, you know, talking to Consus there, getting a sense of his mentality moving forward. Having been in a competition just like this, tell me a little bit about maybe the honesty, maybe the unsaid things.
Yeah, I think it's underappreciated how well he did on the moving game, especially on the last round in the Philippines. Swan Gambit was locking it in immediately, putting him under pressure. But he got to that sign full of text, 1 second left, found the right info on so much text. I was really impressed by that. That's really amazing, like how he did that. Yeah, huge shout out to Consus for getting that. And of course, on the no move, really amazing guesses.
Yeah, it's not even like he's reading it. It was just like a full-on absorb in that split second there. Very cool to see from these players. Bloom, anything you want to add there?
Yeah, I mean, it felt more like we got the Consus we know and love. Like we had him back in the fashion that we're used to seeing. And he said maybe he's just had a little bit of like a lack of focus, which can happen. You know, maybe like you're not totally in the right mindset. It's a mindset game at the end of the day. Like everything is up here. There's no like mechanics, you know, you're not like in CS, like getting a headshot or something. It's all up here. And if you're not in the right headspace, we can see really how much that affects people.
Well, it looked like he left in a great headspace from that interview, Bloom. Part of that is that cheer that you bring over there, too. Well, you guys bring a lot to the desk, a lot to the broadcast, and we're going to see more of that after this break. But before you go, friends, use this time to head on over to geoguessr.com and trick out your avatar in one of our beautiful jerseys worn by the players here and their avatars in-game. Or, you know, just hit subscribe on Twitch, because all that money this weekend is going straight to our first place finisher. That is an extra uncapped prize pool that you are responsible for putting in their hands. And you've already been so generous, but we'd really like to leave these players with as much as we can. So we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we've got more Geoguessr for you. is almost at its conclusion. Across this stream, Stream 2 and Stream 3, every match is going to have some impact on the results, and all those results will determine who is moving to Saturday to play for that first place spot. Of course, Saturday is the goal, first place, the ultimate goal, but we have individual battles for honor facing off here and on our other stages, and all of our players have a lot to show here. This could be the last time some of them are on the stage. So with that in mind, you know, you're thinking you're leaving the players with something. What do you want viewers to know about you when you're kind of on that last match, Delogers? When you're thinking about, I gotta leave an impression, I gotta maybe go to Saturday, I gotta gain some fans.
Yeah, I mean, that's the case for CG here, especially against someone who, against Blinky, it's really tough. So I really, even though Blinky deserves it, I really hope CG will win this one. I really hope CG can show off what he's capable of. And I mean, Blinky didn't lose a single game yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just worth noting that every player who's playing made it to the World Cup. So if that doesn't show their skill in the first place, just because if they go out, like they made it here, they made it through the regionals or the wildcards, all the way to Stockholm again in September, they've made it here, and now we're really seeing what they're made of.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Bloom, and it's hard to show your best in these best-of-3 rounds. There's not a lot of gameplay to get yourself ahead, so all these players have a lot to feel good about. But one of these two players is going to be feeling great after this next matchup. It's between Blinky and Chicago Geoguessr, so let's bring out our first competitor, Blinky. Blinky, one of those players that really lights up in interviews, that is so excited to share his knowledge when you get a chance to talk to him. But looking at him in game, he looks like a stone cold killer. So as you've been hanging out with him, as you've been, you know, enjoying this time together that we get in Stockholm, tell me a little bit more about this player. What should we know, Jello?
What you should know about Blinky, I mean, to me, probably the best player overall in Geoguessr. It's someone I've known for a long time now. It's someone I've played with a lot. And he is impressing me in so many ways. Not only on moving, you can see, yeah, preferred mode moving, yeah, he's the best moving player. He does 5K on Nmpz where you don't even know the country. He's super impressive with that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, and one of the things that really stands about Blinky to me is just how many languages he's learned to be able to make those impressive 5Ks that we see all the time.
Yeah, how many times that has already come into play in this day alone. And of course, he was our second place finisher at the World Cup last year. A lot of consistency, a lot of knowledge, and just a great figure in the space. So a lot to go up again for another great figure in the space who represents a lot of knowledge. His opponent, Chicago Geoguessr. After a day full of tough matches, if you want to make a big impression, if you want to let the community know that, hey, I'm a great player, this is the match you want to win. You're telling us about how important this is. He's staring down the camera, he brought his game face. Did he bring his game plays, Bloom?
That is a great question. I looked over at that monitor, saw that stare, and I saw a man that is locked in, ready to go. I think this is his last match of the World Cup. I believe in him. We love him on the desk. We love him in the hot seat. I believe in him. Hopefully he gets some US rounds.
Yeah, that stare was really telling us something. Let's see what it meant.
And I don't want to miss this opportunity. The Shrek meta in Alaska. Somebody highlight that for me before we throw to this match. What are we talking about here?
The Shrek meta.
The Shrek meta in rural Alaska.
The tracker where someone is wearing a hat and it looks like the Shrek hat. Yeah, that's a meta to determine a certain region. It's a tracker, so someone was walking with a camera on his backpack, and you can see the hat, and it's a green hat. but I think more people than CG know that.
Yeah, a good favorite to have, though.
It's a good favorite. Yeah.
I got my fingers crossed that comes into play in this next matchup, but we'll never know until we get into it. So let's give it over to our casters and get it started.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Great breakdown there of the match we are about to witness. I'm Toby, joined by Lenley. And Lenley, we have one more set of games here for Group A before it's concluded. Now, while this match might not decide too much in the grand scheme of things, I think for a guy like Chicago Geoguessr, even if he is not going to make it further into the tournament, there is still something to be said, because right now, Blinky looks like he wants the World Championship. And if you could be the one guy that 2-0'd Blinky on his journey to winning the whole thing, that's still incredibly impressive.
CG can make a statement win here.
Definitely.
If he is able to pressure Blinky correctly.
Yeah.
And I think it's possible because they have different strengths and weaknesses. So if we get some fortunate rounds for CG, like a US on multis, then I can absolutely see it.
And while he has definitely looked flawless so far, look back at the EMEA qualifiers. Blinky did not make the finals there. I mean, neither did Consus. So
Absolutely.
definitely not unbeatable, but it takes a lot, if not near a perfect game of Geoguessr, to be able to take out a guy like Blinky. Let's see if Chicago has anything to say about that here in this final match of Group A.
Let's jump right in. We got the first location, which looks like Canada. There's actually something interesting here. I'm gonna get into the nitty-gritty here. So if you have a location like this and you are not sure if it's US or Canada, you can look at the blur of the mirrors. If there's 2 bumps on the blur of the mirrors, it's Canada. If there's 1, it's US. It's a very, very weird kind of piece of knowledge, but I don't know. That's just how the game goes.
Chat, just learn everything.
Just
learn everything.
Yeah.
That's one of the many, infinitely many things that you have to learn if you want to best the guys that are on your screens right here. Blinky, CG, strolling around, trying to see what they can find. A small
Boundary Bay.
Yeah, hiking guide. Another sign on the other side. Chicago just going straight past it.
Yeah, I think he probably realized that
border?
it would have been the same sign. If it says Boundary Bay, it's very possible that it's a boundary of some kind. Maybe it's a province border though, and not a country border. We have one welcome and one bienvenue, so maybe it's the border of like, I don't know, Manitoba and Ontario?
Could be.
Possible.
They're looking for roads that line up with it. This road somewhat straight north to south.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, my first vibe was Manitoba here. We have currently Blinky in Saskatchewan, and CG has not put his gas down yet.
CG is yet
4
to
seconds.
even open the map, my friend. You gotta hurry up a bit here. Now,
Alberta.
further west,
Blinky's
Blinky
right.
on point.
He is on it. I mean, what can you expect?
Yeah,
Give
I mean,
Blinky 60 seconds, he's gonna be on it.
True. Give him all the time in the world. Let's see if this one can...
Ooh, okay. I mean, I think it looks like Japan
Is
again.
this in Kyoto? I think I might have walked there.
Do you think this is like the famous
weird.
shrine?
I was gonna say, it looked to me a little bit... it's probably not there. That would be
I don't think
insane
it
if
is,
was.
no.
No, it's not. I was gonna say it looked a lot like a very specific location in Kyoto where they have like all the different red, whatever you call them, gates. That
You look on Blinky's screen right now, he is zooming into those little signs and he's looking for one specific character in the Japanese language, which basically says prefecture. So if he finds the character that says prefecture, he knows that the characters before will tell you where exactly you are. So if he finds that character somewhere, then he is probably going to be able to 5k here. But both of them so far have not really found any info. Still moving around. Oh, big sign for Blinky now. Ooh, that might be useful. I think, yeah, he's on the 45.
Up towards Sendai. That's where he's gonna go on the eastern side. He's definitely found 45. Does he have 340 as well? Ooh,
not yet.
Oh, wow. Complete opposite end, and this might just be a 2-rounder. No, okay, maybe not enough damage. No, just
not
exactly
enough damage, but Blinky is deadly as usual. And CG looking a little bit distraught there.
Yeah.
But I think just you can pull yourself up here and nothing is over until it's over.
Oh, definitely. We've seen it time and time again where 100 points alive, even if the other guys yet to take any damage, 2 big hits in a row, and that's your game 1. So CG, full reset, my friend. Let's get a good finish here.
Oh, we got a quick guess from CG this time. He's looking in
He's
Hungary.
sending it now.
Let's see what Blinky does. He finds some language, which I believe, yeah, is not Hungarian. Unfortunately for CG, he went a little bit too quickly, and that's sadly gonna be game for the moving.
Game over in round number 3 early on. CG takes a loss on that one. Blinky quickly out victorious here in round number 1. Move gone his way. In all fairness, if you're the best in the world at moving, we might just be postponing or delaying the inevitable in a game of moving against CG here. But now, CG, it's no move. This is where you like to play. This is your home turf. Let's see if he can turn it around.
The problem in this round was that I think CG felt like with the first 2 amazing guesses from Blinky, he had to switch up his strategy.
Yeah,
he was like, I'm only at 700 health. If Blinky 5Ks this and I don't, I'm out.
You're losing anyway, exactly. And in all fairness, I respect that.
I respect it as well.
I
respect it as well. I think it was a smart decision.
And I think against most, if not almost all other opponents, you can catch an opponent off guard by switching your tempo like that. But Blinky, just once again proven to be completely unshovable when it comes to that. Yeah,
it's absolutely dominant. And now we move into the no move game.
Whoa.
And our first location, we have some really nice looking hills, a little bit of a sunset here.
Beautiful.
Some acacia trees, I think, and we have the Kenya snorkel. But, I mean, yeah, I think you would get Kenya from this anyways if you're a pro player. Let's see.
But where?
Where exactly the pro players decide to go here.
Pretty big country on the eastern side of Africa. Let's see who's going to get it locked on down.
I personally think it's somewhere north of Nairobi, and that is kind of where they are zooming right now. Yeah, somewhere like in this hilly area makes total sense. Maybe if we see the right road from Blinky here, if he wants to. If he wants to commit to finding the road, I would not say he can't.
No, I mean,
I wouldn't put it past him.
He's already looking around. Try and see if
OCG is also lining up the road, though. I think maybe he wants to. Yeah, he's in the same area.
Yeah. They're onto something. Onto something now. Maybe from lining up the road goes to lining up the mountains in the nearby vicinity, because there's enough of them. You can see CG there shaking his head a bit, not quite sure exactly where he is gonna go on this one. Blinky.
A lock from CG. Actually.
Looking around.
And Blinky did find the road indeed.
Wow. Almost a 5K.
That's just crazy.
It's insane.
What can you do against that?
Blinky is definitely on form to potentially be yet again, not yet again, but make the World Championship yet again and potentially win it too.
I think the fact that he did not win the World Championship last year
might
be more fueling his flame to win it this year. So we got a Sweden now on round number 2. We have these yellow filled in signs. These signs are also Swedish. A lot of red wood architecture, which is, yeah, very distinctive of the Scandinavian countries. And we have some snow. So I think snow coverage, if you know where the Google car drove during snow time, then you could pick up the right area here. Maybe Blinky knows it.
Got a lake down there, big bridge.
I mean, he goes near. Let me try. Umeå.
That was pretty good.
Let me try. Yeah. He goes there, which I think has a lot of snow, but now he's scanning other areas as well. Is he trying to line something up here? How does Blinky line something up on this round?
I'm not quite sure.
Looking for this bridge.
He has the river. Yeah, exactly. He has the bridge to work with, and you can, of course, tell that that's pretty east.
Yeah, staying in Umeå, and it is north.
Okay. And again, I mean, in this round, it might not matter too much, but then when you have Blinky off by almost 400 kilometers...
Absolutely.
It goes to show that even the perfect players in the grand scheme of things do have rounds where you can catch back up.
I mean, it's a nice guess by CG there, taking almost 500 points off of Blinky in the no-move game. Definitely nice. And now we have some... what is this actually?
Beautiful again.
I thought New Zealand here. The houses look pretty much like what you would see in New Zealand. And if it's New Zealand, I would probably go pretty northern here. Like in the Northland maybe.
And what tells you New Zealand?
The way the houses look, and kind of like, I don't know, the vegetation is super green. Oh, there's actually a New Zealand bollard. I just noticed that. That would help, yeah.
That does help indicate things, but of course New Zealand too, a pretty big set of islands.
I think it's either north of the South Island or north of the North Island, but I might be wrong.
Roger.
Okay, Blinky, although we have the water west, so yeah, Blinky is scanning west coast right now. CG is not on the map yet. But yeah, Blinky also hasn't found anything that lines up.
Do we have anything out in the water proper? Because I don't think that small cliff on the shoreline on the beach is going to really be indicated on the map itself.
I think it might be even. Yeah, northern North Island, where Blinky is zooming right now, is kind of what I thought this would be. Maybe there's some nice cliffs there. But yeah, he decides to hedge. Where does CG go? He's not sure yet. He's going very south.
South.
Get your guess down, CG. And it's north.
It was far up towards Auckland, all the way up towards the northern tip.
Quite a commit by CG there.
Definitely.
As we move into round number 4, which places us in Bangladesh, I believe. This is Bengali language. And actually, these roofs in Bangladesh, they can tell you if you're east or west. If they have this additional triangle, which is big, it should be more eastern Bangladesh. And if you don't have it, then it should be more western. But that is kind of a meta that works sometimes. It doesn't work all of the time. So, I don't know. I don't know if the players want to commit to that.
Well, we'll see if they do or if they don't. A lot of info I was going to say within reach, but some of it practically unreadable from the distance that they're at. So unless if you know where Lyra, Pipe, and Fitness is, then there's not a lot of like fun for you to get info on.
He's opting for the quick guess this time, just going Dhaka, and Blinky actually joins him. So
if you don't
both
know,
really
just go to the capital.
Don't absolutely know. And yeah, CG closer there.
Good round for CG again. I mean, it's a small rounds here, but goes to show, wait, I can actually win rounds or take rounds off of a guy like Blinky. So
absolutely, and we have had a lot of Scandinavian countries today, haven't we?
Yeah, we do have.
We have another Swedish flag. Maybe the game developers rigged it towards more Sweden locations.
Say, no. We have seen a lot of Sweden and
definitely
no
not. Definitely not what happened. But
yeah,
it's all random in the World Cup. All countries are represented equally. But yeah, quite a lot of Sweden.
Quite a lot of Sweden. It is a beautiful country, I'll give them that. They don't have the Little Mermaid, but they have everything, most other stuff. It's fair, it's fair. We'll go Sweden once again.
Yes,
not
they
upset,
have everything.
Not upset here in the caster booth. CG, what do you see? What do you find? Buildings in the background, big ones and that too, but no clear indicators of maybe a town hall or something similar.
Oh, we have a Jörn shipping guess by Blinky here.
Okay.
CG, once again, I think it is his playstyle that he looks around for a long time, figuring out all of the vibes that he can get before opening the map, while Blinky is more of a scanning type of guy.
Yes.
He moves into the map quickly to find something that makes sense to him. And this is a round where it's not easy to scan for it.
Definitely.
But just in case, like, you might as well search. Maybe you'll find it and then out of nowhere, that's just a Blinky 5k. Yeah. Happens. I don't think we're gonna see it this time though.
We'll see. We'll see.
Both pretty south though.
Yeah, both of them opting to go south side. It is further north and Blinky, the one closest to it. As we head on up to a city, which name I cannot quite see on the screen. But once again, it's a hit. Onto CG, who is now sat down at 1,503 health.
Absolutely. As we move into the next round, which I think is another Japan maybe, but it looks really tropical for Japan.
Beautiful.
Actually very interesting. I think it's Japan though, this should be Japanese. Let's see what the players do with this. I think we have coffee plantations or tea plantations here. Maybe tea actually. Tea plantations definitely more common in some areas over others. Let's see what the players do with this information. I think Blinky is the type of guy to know this, where it looks this tropical.
Yeah. You'd imagine that the further south we go, the more tropical it gets, because we get close to the equator. But
the thing is, tea is usually not very common in the south, but I mean, this might be something different. Yeah, Blinky now looking at Shizuoka, which is the province that is known for growing a lot of tea. But I mean, I kind of see the south guess as well. It's kind of a difficult round. You have conflicting information here, and you just need to make the best of it.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see these players be put under pressure to try and make something happen. CG still
is south.
Southwest as well. Further southwest than this.
I think Blinky is going to go for opt for the hedge in between the two areas.
Yeah.
Between the tea area and the tropical area.
5 seconds. He's going further south.
I mean, CG very south.
This could be game. He's up the flag further west, and Blinky gets it once more. Is this gonna be game? Yes, it is. And CG falls to Blinky, and Blinky once again dominant fashion all the way through.
Has won every single game of the group stage. He is on a mission today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He will be on a mission, as we will see him again.
Yes, definitely will do. CG, unfortunate for him, not quite the journey he had hoped for. But as I said on the desk too, my friend, you made the World Cup. Think of the journey that you've been on throughout the entire year. You made it here. be proud of what you achieved up until this point?
I think absolutely CG can be proud of himself. Also give him support on his YouTube channel if you want to. He has a great channel dedicated to Geoguessr, and yeah, I think he can be proud of his performance.
I think this goes out to all the players that are not going to make it further from the group stage, because half the players will be eliminated effectively after we're done with these days of groups. But you made it here. You're among the 24 best players in the world, which is completely unfathomable when you look at it that way.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, Blinky, let's talk one more sentence about Blinky. It's phenomenal gameplay from him today. He's putting on a clinic, and we will see him again on Saturday.
And I think it's been insane for me to see how Blinky in games where even you and I have gone like, I don't know what we're supposed to do here. He's been able to, if not 5K, then get very close there. So he's on a man of mission. He wants to get back into the World Cup finals, and he wants to win it this time around. So now, what better than listen to the man himself and hear what he has to say after the win against CG.
Blinky, man, you did it. You dominated your group. How does it feel?
I mean, I remember someone told me recently, like, better be lucky than good. And I said, why not both? And I kind of feel like that was what happened to me. Like, I did play well in some matches, but when I didn't, I got lucky enough that it didn't matter, I still won. So,
Actually, yeah. Interesting take. I like that. Humble. So you go in that last match, you know you're already at the top, and you go against CG, one of the legends. How did it feel to get that over with like that?
I mean, CG really, wasn't on his best day. I feel like he told me he was feeling very tired. He couldn't really focus properly. So I mean, props to him for still trying his best. And I don't want people to think that CG is the worst player because he performed the worst. Like, people performed a certain way on a certain day, but on other days he's way better than this, and he's shown it before.
Yeah, definitely agree, and a great point to make, really. I have one final question. At the last World Cup, we saw you jamming a lot, and I have very good memories of just seeing your cam, you're playing, and you're just in the mode. You think that'll be back on Saturday?
I mean, I hope, because I didn't have music. I guess I did play bad, but still better, I mean, also... I mean, now it was pretty quiet in here, but I imagine with all the crowd it's gonna be, I need some music to not listen to not focus on everyone watching me.
Yeah, we need the Blinky jam back. Well, yeah. Blinky, congrats. We look forward to seeing you play more.
Thank you.
Speaking of the crowd that you gotta drown out, Blinky knows better than most of the players here exactly how hype it is gonna get in the room when we get to Saturday and we get an audience in there, because last year it was groundbreaking. A lot of people who had never heard of Geoguessr went away huge fans, and I think if you're tuning in today for the first time, you are seeing some gameplay that is absolutely worthy of tuning in tomorrow and definitely on Saturday, and then for every other Geoguessr competition ever to come out. And also consider subscribing to all these great players because they put out a ton of content too. Now, we saw an undefeated run in his group from Blinky. We saw so many players coming in claiming he was a player they were afraid of, taking that into Saturday now. Jello, what's the vibe upstairs? Are people a little scared of him?
Still chill. Like everyone I talked to, I was talking to Oscar. He was saying, oh, I'm just playing a bit of no move, like getting the vibe back. And I feel like it's a better way because otherwise you just get overcooked and too stressed if you push it all on the last day. But yeah, to Blinky, he did lose a single game, not a single match, only one single game, and he's claiming he's lucky.
Yeah.
Would you believe that's luck?
Yeah. No.
No, he's got both of those slots filled. In case not lucky, he good. In case not good, he lucky. So love to see it for him. Love to see that kind of confidence that he feels in himself moving into the competition. Of course, the competition that we're about to move into, friends, is the competition in Group B. The group of death. You can tell from Bloom's expression over there. Give the people a little hint of what's to come after this break.
Oh, I mean, you have such hard hitters. You have fan favorite Zigzag. You've got Bad at Geoguessr, who people have been waiting to be old enough to compete. We missed him at the last World Cup as a 17-year-old. Now he's ready to play. He's in it. You have Crooks. It's intense. It's insane. Debris, Totic. What's gonna happen?
And Orlando. That's the
Orlando,
whole
yeah.
group. We got them
That's
all
all of
in there.
Like literally all of them. It's crazy.
Yeah, people have been waiting for Orlando. I've seen his name coming up a lot in the chat. When is Orlando playing? When is Orlando playing? Now it's the time.
Yeah, there's so much hype for him. The Brazil love, and he has been grinding. He shocked us at America's Regionals, and I know he's been putting in so much work since then, but he's got that calm mentality. He's gonna come in, we'll see what he can do.
Excellent. I cannot wait to see these games play out, and you can join us to watch all the action in the next 15 minutes. It's gonna be a short break, and then we come back with Group B. Don't go far. Welcome back to Stockholm, Sweden for the Geoguessr World Cup. We've had our regionals, we've had Group A, and now we're heading on into Group B. One of our players has already punched his ticket for Saturday. It's a short ticket. It's maybe a bus ticket, maybe a metro ticket, but it is confirmed that Blinky at the top of his group will be moving on. We'll be checking in later with the stats to find out exactly how the rest of that group played out, but now we're setting up for Group B. We've got a totally different group of players and arguably the scariest group to come out of this tournament. So, Gelotris, we've got a lineup of 6, pretty intimidating. Some of your favorites in there. Anything that people should know just off the bat? Give them a little taste so they're hungry for more.
Yeah, I think what's interesting in this group is that the players are really head-to-head skill-wise. I would say Group A was stronger overall, but in terms of same skill level, Group B is where it's at.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's a very, very close group with many fan favorites, and they're all very good at similar things, so it's going to be really close. I think this is going to be a group to look out for if we get any Nmpz games. I think they would be really, really exciting, especially with players like Zigzag.
Yep. I'd love to see it. We'd love to see those Nmpz. Let's go all the distance, all our best of 3s, because it is just not enough gameplay from these players. I want to watch them hours and hours. Unfortunately, you can do that too on stream. Don't forget, we also have Stream 2 and Stream 3 running our other simultaneous games from this group. Don't miss any of them. All of them impact the outcome. And that outcome we're talking about, let's take a look at the format this weekend as we throw our players head-to-head. Group B now, the top, they go straight to Saturday. Those next 2 finishers, well, what do we do with them, Bloom?
We get a knockout match between them later today, tonight. The 2nd and 3rd from each group get a chance in a knockout stage facing up against one of the 2nd and 3rd from the other group. So, going to be really exciting. We get those today, and that will decide who is going to the grand finals.
Those last chance playoffs, those are nerve-wracking. Gelotris, you have some experience in there. Word of advice for any players who find themselves going up in there?
Looking back at it, I had my knockout game against Zigzag, right? I wasn't scared of anything. If I thought it's like max north, I went next max north. If I thought it's max south in the country, I went there. So I was like really trying to be confident with my guesses and not be scared. And it worked out. It worked out on the New Zealand round. It was in the end where it was like max south at the coast. I had that vibe. I went there and won.
Beautiful stuff. And those strong plays have served a lot of our players well. Now, Bloom, you talking about this group, we talked a little bit about how more evenly matched these players are. A lot of them, a lot of experience, well-known, and even bad at Geo, who is technically kind of debuting on the competitive scene. So much history in the space, so much support behind him. So a lot of history across the board in this group that we're going to be looking at. And here is the schedule of streams, starting off with another banger, Jello.
Yeah, another banger. We have the European champion Totic here, representing Spain against Debray from Hungary. Debray is someone where you know he's grinding, but he's not really sharing it. No one knows what he does. We know he's grinding, but we don't know what he's doing. Do you know?
I have a little insight on that. I actually spoke with him recently, asking him what he's been up to, seeing if he wanted to be a guest on one of the wild cards to cast, and he said, no, you know what? My entire focus in my life right now is adding to my map a balanced world. So some people in the community might know Debray has a long-standing map called a balanced world that's very highly used, very difficult map, and he hadn't worked on it for a long time, and apparently he's doing a massive, massive revamp right now, which is actually probably going to be a big, big help for him, considering he's spending a lot of time basically just looking through coverage, finding whatever he can, stuff like that. So that's going to give him a big advantage, I think.
Yeah, just spending time in there, just absorbing as much as you can absorb. We've seen a lot of players talk about that as a potential strategy. Just, you know, take in what you take in and your brain will organize it for the algorithm later on. But going up against Totic, it's going to be a tough one. As you said, the winner of our E-Regional. And let's bring him out because he's playing in this matchup, Totic. really solid player. Totic brings a lot to the table from a lot of different directions here, including style. Love the avatar flower crown there. Everybody came dressed. Now, tell me a little bit about going up against a player like Totic. How do you prepare as an opponent for him, Jello?
Yeah, Totic is someone who really likes rural locations. He made a world called a rural world, where you only work with the nature, no buildings, no nothing around. That's where he can really shine and pop off, I think, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, I always think it's worth mentioning about players like Totic, the amount of time that he's spent in this game. I mean, he's held records in 2020, even like for a long time. He's been around, killing it, has learned so much, an integral map maker. It's always a pleasure to see him play.
Yeah, and some strengths that are kind of unique to him as well. Shouting out South Africa there, Argentina, we've seen on some of them, but player with different specialties, and as you called out, his rural specialties as well. That's really going to serve him when we've seen some roads, some trees, and not a whole lot else to go on. But his opponent also got an extreme wealth of knowledge. Let's meet Debre. He keeps his knowledge close to the chest, but we've seen his explosive passion in this studio here before. He wants to win. He wants to be at the top of his group. He wants the glory, not just to move on to Saturday. And can you blame him for it, Bloom?
No, not at all. He puts in so much work, such an integral community member, so much love for him. And also, unrelated to the Geoguessr skill, probably one of the funniest pros that you guys have seen, must be stated.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't have the United States in his strengths. You can see it in the info. He has learned US counties. I would say that's pretty strong knowledge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's gone through and decided to memorize like how many counties of the US? Like
yeah.
all of them?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, at some point when he was really on grind, he knew all of them. So I would put the US as my strength if that would be the case for me, but...
Maybe that just shows how much he knows in those other countries.
Yeah, there's a lot to pick apart there, and I can't wait to see how it all comes to bear in this matchup. So let's get things started with Group B and send it on over to our casters.
Yes, thank you so much, Rachel. We've got some real strength in the USA. That's right here with Rainbolt. I'm Launders. We are here for year 2, the Geoguessr World Cup, and we're about to run it back. That should be really exciting.
And what better way to start than with Debre? And a year ago today, or around this time, I'm sorry.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Yeah, a meme was born. Actually, Debre's dad, after we finished the finals, came up to me and he said, listen, I'm not going to ask you who you are. And he shook my hand.
Wow,
So.
it runs in the family.
Yeah,
it runs in the family.
Yes,
yeah, this will be a good game, though. Debre versus Totic. Spain versus Hungary.
Spain versus Hungary. Who's hungrier? That's the question. With these two guys, for me, these are OGs at this point. Okay, we've got a lot of new talent here at the World Cup, but also some names that we expected to be back. But because Geoguessr evolves so quickly all the time, there was no guarantees for anybody. But here are two players that showed consistency between last year and this.
Exactly, and even within that past year, I think the talent across the board has risen so much that they had to. It's easy to get lost in the sauce and just like not keep up with the level of gameplay that's rising every single day, but both these players have. Totic is the European winner here against Debre. I say we get right into it.
Okay, let's run it, man. First round in Group B.
Moving game 1, round 1. Let's see what we got here. All right, round 1. It looks like we have short plates, Mexico.
Yeah, that's quick. I heard that if you take the Mercator projection and then you looked at Mexico, it's bigger than Greenland. And then if you take it onto another map.
Let's see. Yeah.
But are we not? Because we got a quick zoom into Brazil for a second. And I mean, it's Spanish though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Spanish.
Debre just gaslit me. It's okay, guys. We're back.
We have had players play tricks on casters sometimes. The quick zooms. So that's not going to happen right now. Wondering, let's see if they've decided exactly where.
I really do like this region here. I think we might have seen area code that would go northwest here with Totic. Debray going northwest as well. I do think Totic maybe is a little bit closer towards him, but round 1, no multis, we'll see.
It might be up here in Chihuahua. Not sure. No, it's a little bit further south. And that's actually very decent damage for first round. Sometimes it sucks, though, to get that good of a guess on the first round, you know?
You're like, what if?
What if on round 5 I got that, you know, with the multiplier, then it would all be over. So, but still, a quick and early lead here for Totic.
Round 2.
Round 2.
Starts us off in a very cool Nmpz location. 1.5 extended. This is where things kind of do get interesting as soon as these multis come in. But this will be Ukraine. And it looks like Debray giving us a little fast zoom here.
How do you divvy up Ukraine? It's huge.
It is pretty big. It is. There's, you know, regional clues that I'm not really that aware of, to be honest.
You wouldn't want to reveal it, you know, before they guessed. Okay.
Southern lock in here by Debray.
Okay. Vosensk for Debray. Quickly. Will it apply pressure? Are we going to have any rush to figure out where we go? We're still jumping around. No plonk has been made, and 1 second.
Boom.
Wow, nearly on it. Nearly on it. Just for a few hundred points of damage, just under 200, and keeps it close. Every little bit matters as we get close towards the end.
We've seen, even earlier today, we saw a round end on 10 points in round 10, so.
You remember that Kiriana 6-point clutch?
Yeah.
At the qualifier?
There's so many of those. You think they don't matter until they do.
Yeah.
All right, next round here, round 3, we have triple white road lines driving right. Looks like we have coast, presumably to our west, since we will be in Chile, and usually the water do be west in Chile.
That would make sense. Hugging that coast tight. But how far can you drive to get some information? With the amount of time left over, obviously, it seems like they're going to handshake agree that, all right, I'm gonna get down to this sign, and then we can make a pick, and they have some great info now.
Yeah, both players go in the same direction. Usually moving, kind of where you gain your advantage is you go a separate direction than your opponent and you find information they don't, but in this case we have both players will get fairly close here along
They're somewhat
coast.
They're somewhat apart.
They are pretty close. They're pretty far, you're right. Moving closer.
Oh yeah, that makes you feel like Totic has the right idea with Debray coming down the road, but instead he drives back a bit, and that ends up being the right decision. Debray will cash out slightly, 254 points. Some points that he needed, however, because again, there's still a 500-point discrepancy here with Totic in the lead.
Will he keep the lead in round 4 as we move into Europe? This does look like this will be a Greece round. We have wooden poles. Let's see. Region guessing Greece could be potentially.
Any clues on the buildings? There's so much writing on the walls, literally.
Nice. And it's probably like, when you instance like that, it's just valuable. Like, and they're both going south. Okay.
Okay. And Greece isn't that big, so. But how far apart are they
close.
right now?
They're close.
Oh, okay.
They're hugging. But Totic, even if you both are close, if you're slightly closer and get that good of a guess, you're gonna pick up a couple hundred points.
Yeah. Okay. Not too bad here. With a couple extra 100 points, and this is the point in the game where the multiplier starts to creep up on you, and every small mistake is amplified for the other person. So let's hope the warm-up rounds are out of the way, because people are about to start getting hit harder.
And this is Kazakhstan. We have the Google Earth card, that Google Street View card that would indicate that. And we do have winter coverage. Usually associate winter coverage is more southeast Kazakhstan.
You mentioned that a little bit earlier. Kazakhstan, relatively new now, about 4 or 5 months old in terms of getting coverage on Google Maps, but has been palatable for players. And it looks like a guess comes quickly in about the same place.
Yep. Both players are on, right on the border there.
Wow.
Debray.
Oh, that's nasty. I mean, I remember seeing that a Consus 5K on this map the day after it got released.
Yeah.
And then I was talking to Kodiak yesterday, and he said, yeah, Kazakhstan's easy. Is it being hyperbolic, or?
So Kazakhstan is one of those countries where it has limited coverage. So it's mainly main roads and urban cities that if you're into the scene enough, you know how to fix and figure out what to learn to fix those roads. And I think a player like Consus definitely spent his time to do that.
Maybe we need some roads here. In the middle of Central America.
You got the right hemisphere.
The right hemisphere, Southern America.
Not the right continent.
Not the right continent. It's, oh my God. Australia's always been a weakness for me, Trevor, so.
It's a weakness for most of us. Is it a weakness for Totic or Debray, though? Let's find out. Potentially, we might have like a Vic pull or something there. Can't really tell.
Oh,
players are moving.
It's like give way.
Not really too sure, to be honest.
Always speaking in colloquial English between Australia and the UK on their signage. In the UK, when you're on the subway trying to get out, it says "way out," as if it's the sign's talking to you. Oh, it's a bit of a road trip here for Totic.
Debray zoomed into Vic, so I'm assuming both players will end up getting Vic here. Yep, both players. Slightly separate guesses. Could be some decent points, but not enough to be a game.
Wow, close enough, man. I mean, it still might hurt a little bit. For what it's worth, 1,500. I mean, now it starts creeping up on you.
You know, Totic maybe, even if Totic, as someone that won the European, I still feel like he's somewhat of an underdog. And so going into this, Debray, not that it's a valid underdog, but the fact that...
No, it's good to frame it like that to give people an idea of what their expectation should be in the matchup. And obviously, sometimes it's just who's better on the day.
Yep. And this, with this Google Street View car, follow car, vegetation, you probably go Western Kenya here.
Oh, I was going to say Kenya because I remember the car, and I know you were giving me some time to think about it, but...
I'm trying not to spoil it too fast
didn't
here.
Lock in, yeah. All right.
Launders did call that. He actually told me it was Kenya. I didn't know.
I gave you the sign. Yeah. Damn it. Okay, so here it is. Let's see. Can you guess it?
Oh my God.
Can you guess it?
Saw that one coming. Emmanuel. You know Emmanuel?
Yeah. Where's the E-Man at? Oh, I think that's too much information right there. Is Totic on the right road to get that same info? Because that's a huge sign.
He did see a sign, I'm assuming, and he's zooming in.
He's touching the border of Uganda here.
Still,
this could be money here for Debray.
Great points.
Oh, it's beautiful for Debray.
Great points there. Good pickup.
Oh, I thought that was going to do a bit more, but you know what? It's not that big of a place.
Nope. Not enough. When you're region guessing Western specifically, if maybe he went like Mombasa East or something, it could have been big, but both players getting a good guess there.
Mombasa always gets you.
I was trying to think of fun there, couldn't think of one. Round 8.
Okay.
Keep going here.
Round 8. What are we talking about? It's also tropical. No, actually, it's not that tropical, but it's also Central America.
Yeah.
It is Central America. And it is not Ecuador, though.
Correct.
Because it is Mexico.
It's technically North America.
It's technically North America because it is Mexico.
Yep.
Yes, it is Mexico. Everybody and their grandmama knows that. Oh my gosh, we've got someone running for president here. And a competitor, maybe.
Maybe Yucatan guess here by Debray. Maybe we did see... Anyway, Tabasco. This could be decently big points.
Ooh, this will be spicy.
Wait. Totic.
Right in Tabasco. That's a near 5K here for Totic and 6K damage to wipe Debray clean off the map. Not too shabby.
All smiles here from Totic after taking game 1. This is a best of 3, so to win the game, you have to win 2 games.
Yeah.
Going into no move now, and you have to think he's happy about that.
You got to average out the guesses here, and he was ahead on a lot of positions. He started off with the lead. He kept edging back and put the pressure on, so I think he was deserving of sort of a big find in the end with the multiplier to give that extra damage, even though the mistakes didn't necessarily get bigger.
Yep, and it's multis.
It's multis, man.
It's a game of consistency, really, at the end of the day.
No, I mean, watching Consus and Blinky play earlier was sort of ridiculous because it was like 5K, 5K, 5K.
Yeah, it's like you're playing table tennis. 5K,
and
5K,
and then like 4 times multipliers. The only thing that can help you win at that point. All right.
Yeah, just one good guess that the other player misses.
All right, who's happier to be in no move? Totic, I mean, they're both good no move players.
It's tough. I wouldn't be able to pinpoint, no pun intended, like a player here that would probably be better. I think they're pretty evenly matched here. So
they're both probably even looking forward to no move, right?
Probably,
as opposed to move. So all right, let's run it.
Round 1. No move is 1/360 panorama.
Oh, why would you want to move from this position? You got such a great view.
Based. Yeah, let's just take in the view here.
360 mountains.
Red, white chevrons, pavement. Lead to the country of Turkey here. Region guessing Turkey could be one thing. Zooming on the architecture.
Geolotris is just foaming at the mouth right now, wants to hop on a PC.
Somewhere calling out the 5K. We have a central guess here by Debray. He's locking in just north label.
Okay. Is that a hedge, or is that something? Is he onto something?
I think he's onto something.
Okay. There's a lot of mountains in Turkey, and oh, they are very close together.
Capital.
But that actually favors Totic a little bit. Somewhat meaningful. And would you say that it helps the confidence, even if you're only slightly closer?
Yeah, I think even just getting one good guess, even if you got it wrong, but you're like, oh, it's still a good guess, I still think it goes into your confidence. I don't think even if you lose points, you can still gain confidence if you're still proud of the guess.
A win is a win.
A win is a win.
Average consistency, very high here for Totic. And you know what? He is a foliage Fred. And look what we've got out here. A pasture of green.
Green.
Totic loves locations like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is Australia. Both players will know that. But Debray's zooming in as if he's like super confident. It is white sand.
But he didn't zoom in that far, right?
Yeah, so I think they're pretty confident in this region over here with the vegetation.
What was the giveaway, man? What was the giveaway? There's not a cloud in the sky.
And the giveaway was a red herring, whatever it was.
Oh, okay. They believed in it, though.
They were wrong, Launders.
Wow, they were wrong with confidence.
Yeah, you can guess shame them. It's okay.
No. You told me about the power of guess shaming.
Yeah, no guess
why
shaming
you shouldn't do it.
We were all with them.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, this next round, dead center, Indonesia.
You're getting close.
Kuala Lumpur.
Well,
Malaysia.
Okay, I thought you were.
I didn't go from country to
I thought
city.
you were going to say that KL was in Indonesia.
No, because I'm actually half Malaysian, so I wouldn't do that.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
This is what we like to call Philly pavement.
It's a Philly streets right here.
Yeah, not Philadelphia.
Yeah,
confused. The palm trees commonly found in.
Okay. So there's no chopped cheese lying around on the street.
Maybe there is.
In the Philippine pavements. Now, of
going
hundreds of islands,
Palawan.
They go for the biggest one, but it's equally wrong. And that's just fine here, I think, for both sides. They're pretty much tied up, 100-point difference, just around 5,600.
Round 4. Let's keep it going.
Oh, wow. I mean, I already know which area of the world this is, but you can go ahead and tell me.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So this is northern Chile here with the road lines, these red white chevrons.
You've been climbing some mountains. Have you been to Chile?
I haven't. I would like to go.
Oh, okay.
Maybe more so Patagonia, somewhere, Argentina, something like that. But we have information here that, on these signs here that they are scanning.
I've always wanted to go Laguna 69, for that climb.
Ah. Nice.
Let's see if there's anywhere
Totic
near
is
that.
way closer than Debray right now.
Oh, but
and Debray's confused, and he didn't see the information that Totic saw.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna sting. Luckily, it's an early round, but it's still 3,600 damage.
Wow.
Oof. Round 5, right when it starts to sting.
Totic is playing so well, and he's so locked in.
He's looking for the 2-0.
And, it's one of those things where getting these seeds, it's kind of, you have to get lucky with getting something that you've studied for.
You're telling me that this isn't Estonia?
I would be telling you that. Yeah. Is it the two lads right here look Estonian?
Yeah, I was thinking that these might be Estonian men.
They could be. They could have traveled to, I mean, we don't know. We know their name, not their story, We don't know their name.
True. Yeah, we can't be assuming everything about them. Okay, so we got Cyrillic up on the boards. Okay, so take it from here. Where are we then? Not to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's Russia, but I'm just making sure it's not Ukraine. I think it should just be Russia with the plate.
Oh, but it looks like they're going close to Ukraine. They've got one.
Yeah, should be.
One plonk, Western Russia, west.
Volgograd
Debray's
here.
still spinning around. It feels like there should be good information somewhere, but it doesn't feel like they can find it.
Totic has yet to plonk, and he's going Ukraine.
He's sticking it. Oh, and it's a little bit better for Debray, so actually huge. Actually huge. Look at the damage. 3.3K off of that. And yeah, that's a moment where you go, okay, it's Russia, but look at the size of it. So
it wasn't a very
lots of money to be made.
It is quite the 50-50. And look at the score difference, 2364 to 2408, going in round 6. I think it keeps us even here. Would you like to guess what this is, Launders?
You thinking that we can't win on this round? Oh, I don't know that clue.
That's okay.
But it's obviously it's going to be South Africa, North Africa.
Africa.
It's got to be south or north.
Kenya. Central.
No, it's good.
So, no.
Okay. Can you believe it? It's Kenya again.
He looks like Deborah's reading the P.O. box there. Both players near Mount Kenya here.
He just said, I'm not losing this round. I'm not winning on this round, so why don't we just split the difference?
And right in between the two.
Just
21.
21 damage.
Can you do something for me?
21.
Round 7.
All right. We're staying warm.
Yep.
We're staying warm. We're staying tropical.
Both players. Look how even the score is. This is, you know, as we get later into the multis, every guess.
We're still are we Asia?
Yeah, we're in Asia.
We are Asia.
The dash.
Oh, we're dashing.
Zooming into the copyright here. It looks like both players did there, potentially. Deborah going northeast. Totic going, wait.
Oh,
I think this is Bangladesh.
It's so far down.
No, it's not.
Oh, wow. What a clutch. That is quite a guess. 17k damage for Totic, and he locks it up. 2-0 finish on the Deborah, man. Wow. Clean as can be.
That looked like Bangladesh.
Yeah.
You can't fault Deborah for that one.
Right. I was all in on the dash.
The dash. And Totic was not.
Yeah. Well, he just dashed out of there. Quick win.
Nice. That was that's the beauty of no move. You get guesses like that. The beauty of really a lot of things like that. But that is a very distinct. You can tell that was that's meant to throw some players off, I think.
Yeah. So we had basically a very clean game from Totic. It kind of got marginally close in some like positions where the multiplier was going up. You could win in one round. Yeah. But in terms of who made less mistakes, it was Totic.
It's a game of consistency, and he didn't. I don't even think anyone could have beat him in that. He didn't really make any bad guesses at all, and he's going into the next game there with a lot of confidence. So we'll see.
He's trying to make up some ground from last year, where I think the expectations were a little bit higher.
Yep.
And he's showing that same consistency, maybe some improvement. We got a winner interview ready, so why don't we go ahead and have a word with Totic.
That is absolutely right, Launders. I'm down on the floor with Totic. Congratulations. Smooth win over Deborah there, 2-0. Did you expect it playing out like that?
Well, obviously I didn't expect anything. I'm also not feeling well. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this World Cup, but it's really nice to get the Deborah curse off me, because it's been quite not the best feeling, because like it was like one of the most famous matchups that there is right now, according to the community. So it's nice to get that curse off and do well finally.
Curse officially removed. Totic, I have heard you've only had 2 weeks to prepare for the World Cup. Why is that?
Well, because I was doing, first of all, my master's thesis during the summer, and then I went on holiday for 2 weeks. So I ended up starting on like the 24th of August, if I believe. So like actual preparation, I did play some casual games before that after I was writing my thesis, but it wasn't quite intense, and I wasn't actually like studying stuff. So yeah, in reality, like hardcore, it was only 2 weeks, yeah.
Totic, you are our current EMEA reigning champion. Has that made you feel any extra pressure coming into the World Cup?
Well, I try to keep the pressure off, especially since a lot of players have prepared much more than me, like the whole summer, and they've studied more. So I just try to lower down the expectations in order to not make mistakes and therefore be more efficient when I'm playing.
Totic, great to chat to you. Congratulations once again on the win. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
Just shout out to Jake Lyons for the place names. That really helped in this game. Like, this is like some knowledge that people do not appreciate as much in the community as it should be. So I'm grateful to him for like promoting this and making other people, including myself, learn them. So yeah, thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Jake. Totic, thank you for your time. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Paula. Thank you to Totic for those insights. Very impressive play to open up Group B, especially all the more so considering he's not feeling so good. But Joe, tell me more about this curse.
Yeah, he broke the curse. I think he's very happy about it. I mean, there's very close friends, don't get me wrong, but there's still this rivalship between them, and yeah, I think he's like super happy not only to win, but only to win against Debray. Also on the rural round, as we mentioned, his strength, he did show it off there.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that definitely was a matchup of two legends in the community, long-time members, and you know they have a bit of a history together competitively and everything. So you know Totic's gonna feel good about that, but Debray definitely played very well.
Yeah, all the competitors, I know they're each in their own matches for this group, but as they prepare to face off again after this break, some quick studying, some quick check-ins with the other opponents. Group B is so scary, and any detail could help them get ahead. Now we're going to give them this quick break time to study. We're going to give you time to grab a snack, but when we get back, more Geoguessr. Welcome back to the Geoguessr World Cup. We're in Group B. We already played through Group A. We sent Blinky on to Saturday, and we've got some more last chance matches to round out our day. But first, we've got to get through Group B. We just saw Totic pick up a win over Debray here on stream. And on stream 2 and 3, Orlando and Zigzag coming out on top. Now, here on the main stream, we get to watch those two players, Orlando and Zigzag, go head-to-head here and see who can remain undefeated. And of course, as this group plays out, every win, every round is going to count for so much. Now, this is a matchup with some precedent, so can either of you recall last time they faced off against each other, Orlando versus Zigzag? Any history here?
I honestly think, besides them practicing for the World Cup, I think this might be their first real competitive experience against each other. So very exciting to see. Lots up in the air here. I mean, we have a bit of a difference here. Orlando, definitely more of a no-move player. Zigzag, the Nmpz guy. So if we get there, maybe it goes to Zigzag, but they're both such great players, so well-rounded, hard to predict.
Yeah, there's not that much crossover in the Brazilian-speaking community, whereas Zigzag is more in the English-speaking community, so you don't have too many, also if it's only like friendly matches, you don't really have these crossovers happening that much. Therefore, it's really interesting. Like, I'm really interested to see how it's happening here. We have Orlando, who has been playing just since like 2 years, whereas Zigzag has been playing since 2014.
Wow.
On and off. So let's see how well Orlando does, since he doesn't have this experience.
Yeah, these young guns have really proven themselves in the tournament so far, so it's not like it goes to one or the other just based on experience. But if it did, Zigzag bringing a lot to the table, not just in what he has learned, but what he has taught. Big content creator in the space, and big favorites going head-to-head here in this matchup. So let's bring out our first of the match, Orlando. 2 years he has been playing competitive Geoguessr. Now, how do you get to the World Cup after only 2 years of play? Like, if you had to start at 0, Geoguessr, how do you accumulate knowledge like that?
I mean, there's so much information, so much also open information to everyone. Just recently, there was this map released. The map maker's name is Drowsy. He made a map only specifically to learn metas. The map name is A Learnable Meta World, where you can also install an add-on. It's in the description. You can, if someone out there wants to learn it, A Learnable Meta World really helps you. It gives you information on every location you have. That's a really good way to get good very quick.
Yeah, and the meta preferred here, proud that he's learned the Indonesian Kabupatens. Now, is this a popular meta to learn? Is this a very unique choice, Bloom?
I mean, this became a very popular thing to get into year and a half ago. I think people really started realizing, wow, there's a lot of them, but these could be memorizable. And the amount of points you can get if you recognize the Kabupatan compared to other players is unbelievable. And now it's becoming very regular knowledge to know.
Yep. I know somebody else who's got a lot of knowledge on lock. Let's bring him out for this matchup. It's Zigzag. When I think of Zigzag, I cannot picture him without a big smile on his face. I know that it is maybe a bit of a tired analysis point, but I really feel like players who are having fun play better. And Zigzag really seems to enjoy this game, enjoy all of his competitors. Geoguessr is someone who's pretty familiar with him in the competitive and friend sense. What's your read on this guy?
I would agree, one of my closest friends in the community. What's very interesting here is it's saying he learned the USA phone codes. Not just learned them, he's an expert at it. And that's very interesting because just last year he didn't know a single area code in the country, in the world. He didn't learn area codes for countries. So therefore, that's really interesting to see.
And a creative way to do it, right?
Yeah, he's been coming up with different little memorization techniques for random things. He comes up with various ways to remember different numbers by making random connections that aren't necessarily real, but for the memory it works.
And Zigzag has enjoyed a position on the desk here as well as one of our analysts throughout the regional events. So he's had kind of an eagle-eye view on a lot of play styles for a lot of these players. We'll see if that comes into play here in Group B. But gentlemen, anything you want to add? Any little cherries on top before we get right into it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just worth mentioning, of all the players here, I think Zigzag has probably seen the biggest improvement within the last year because of the amount of work he's put in, the amount of content he's been making. He quit his job to do Geoguessr content and practicing full-time, and it seems to be paying off. He went 2-0 against Bag in his first game. Very, very impressive, and I'm excited to see how he does now.
Well, fantastic. I think we're all ready to hop right in there, so let's send it on over to Rainbolt and Launders and check it out.
Yes, thank you so much, Rachel. And what do you get if you combine Orlando and Bloom, Rain? Orlando Bloom, baby.
Nice.
Is that too old of a reference for you?
No, I think it's good. I get the reference.
All right, let's go. Orlando Bloom.
Orlando Bloom.
That could be the ultimate desk talent. Not that you can improve this desk right now because it's absolutely perfect.
Facts.
But at the moment, we've got Orlando. He's a new challenger. I mean, he's only been playing for a couple of years, but it's weird because I don't really think that's a negative. Because it feels like some of the players you introduced to me last year were players that were only playing for a year and were already amazing.
Some of the players, and one of the players in this tournament wasn't even playing last year when we were doing this.
Bag? No, Bag. No, he couldn't play last year.
Close.
Right.
I'm hyperbolic a little bit, but some of the players do have just started more
fresh.
recently in the past couple years.
And there's a huge contrast. You got one guy who's been playing for 10 over in the form of Zigzag, who maybe should be running for president. He's memorized all the USA phone codes. I think we'd have a better America with Zigzag as president.
Zigzag for president.
Yes.
Orlando versus Zig. This is one of my more anticipated games because no one really knows much about Orlando in the scene besides what his performance was in the Americas. But I think he has had the most time to practice for the World Cups since he qualified in February.
Right.
So,
right. Yeah.
But Zigzag also.
Which is an interesting prospect because sometimes you qualify too early and then it's not indicative of how good you are right now, but we know that Orlando's been grinding.
Yep, exactly. So this will be a good game. Both players did win their first game, so this momentum will be important for both players. Round 1 starts now in moving Orlando versus Zigzag. Lock in, Launders, and this will be hype.
Yeah, I'm going to lock in, and I can tell you right now this is not America.
Nope.
Because it's obviously... Also, I don't want to say South or North Africa and get it wrong again, but it's going to be one of the two.
Yep. Central.
Damn it, it's Central again. Okay.
Can you hear?
No,
getting for the. We do have a sign.
But we don't have the dead giveaway on the car, Trevor. What's the deal?
The dead giveaway is there. It's just not the dead giveaway that you're looking for.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We don't have the nozzle coming out of the car.
Yeah, the snorkel.
The snorkel.
Looks like Orlando's using his information. Republic of Kenya. That's always helpful. Slightly more east of Zigzag. Shouldn't be too many points without any multis.
It's pretty chill to get warmed up on Kenya.
Yeah.
Just have a nice early round on Kenya. All good. Make sure the mouse is working.
83.
83 points. But a win is a win here for Zigzag.
A win's a win, but what's not a win is round 2. It looks like, I think if I remember correctly on Zigzag's weakness card there, he did have Thailand. This does look like...
I'm going to fact check you right now.
The land of Thai.
Most challenging countries, Thailand, Switzerland, and South Korea. That's where Zigzag doesn't want to be.
Switzerland and Thailand are both beautiful countries.
Yeah, physically, he does want to be there.
Yep.
Just not online.
So immediately region guesses here. Let's go for some region guesses here. Launders?
Yes. In my opinion, this is closer to Chiang Mai than it is Bangkok.
I would agree.
Because, yeah.
I'm going to make a province call out here.
Okay, go for it.
I'm going to say it's either Chiang Rai or Nan, but I think it's more likely Nan here.
Could you see the temple of Chiang Rai in the distance if you were looking closely enough?
But did it really just pass a sign? But
look at this truck. This truck's carrying information. It's off to the west slightly.
He's just central.
Wait,
here.
where is that? Oh, just central. Just splitting it. Go a little north, Zigzag. Trust us.
Back to the beginning. Going a different direction. Going back to the sign, seeing if anything's readable.
Those some Chiang Mai bins? No.
He's going,
he's going south, east. A little bit, but who's correct? It was a little bit more north. Get me up there.
There you go. 290.
And what's that area right there?
That is Nan.
Nan, okay. Great bread.
Count 3. That's a Paula joke.
We're both Indian, so.
Okay, I didn't say that.
All right, well, welcome to Orlando's favorite region, America.
True.
And it's not where Trevor grew up in Arkansas. It's more like South Carolina.
I'm not too sure here, actually. It does look interesting. And Zigzag will be looking for area codes here because he did.
We got streets, we got construction companies.
Is that an Ohio plate?
Oh,
actually,
bracket builders.
Let's see. 937, Ohio. We do have Ohio guess here. I think that was an Ohio plate. So both players get Ohio.
Yeah, they're
and
both up by Columbus. I see. Okay. And Dayton versus Columbus. Columbus wins. And who was that just won? It was Zigzag beating out Orlando in America, of course. Did he have
Orlando
any phone code?
Closer there.
Orlando.
And they did have a phone code, but we also had plates. I think different players used separate there. Round 4. 2.5x damage. Zigzag's locking in. I'm standing up. Orlando's locked in. Let's move.
Let's get going. Let's see what's going on. Trying to get the back of a sign. Got to go a little bit farther. Sometimes it is good to just start moving. Oh, we got some language. We got some. Any address? No.
Both players are getting to this main road for Zigzag here is a big advantage. So he can look for the road number.
South Central America.
It's Argentina.
Argentina. Okay.
Could be the case. It looks like Orlando is still on a dirt road, which is not what he wants to see. And we do see.
Ooh, there's a highway sign.
And that is massive.
Buenos Aires, right there.
There you
230 kilometers away.
And that will be, if Orlando does not find a sign, he is getting to a more urban area, but only 10 seconds left. And they do end up close, outside Rosario.
Pretty damn close. Did Zigzag get the same sort of road information? Did he get the signs?
So Zigzag found the sign. Orlando didn't, but Orlando's closer.
Okay, couldn't 5K that one, but it's still good damage. So I guess when you see, what do you do when you see 230 kilometers away?
Yeah, you just 230 kilometers away.
Yeah, but you're just in a a radius. You're kind of just guessing in a radius around that area. All right, they couldn't zone in on it, and
Orlando only taking very, very few, 80 points. Round 5. We have the black and white stripe pull here.
Still in the middle of the move game right now. Up into the mountains.
Mountains.
Bit of altitude sickness here.
There's a pivotal sign there in Peru.
Oh man, yeah. All right.
Zigzag is reading it.
Orlando's looking for a view. More specifically, a sign.
Zigzag locked in 15 seconds
on
the
quick.
clock.
Does that mean that he's trying to pressure?
Usually you're confident if you guess that quick. And similar areas once again.
Oh, so close together. Basically touching Zigzag. Closer though, just a bit. And that'll be some extra damage to help him even up. Actually, that takes a dent out of Orlando. And again, sometimes you don't realize how much this early damage matters later on.
Exactly. Especially if you get into round 10, where it's neck and neck and you just need a couple hundred points to survive.
Round 10, you're mud wrestling.
Round 6 could be bigger points here, as we look like we're going to be in a Russia here. Black car, long antenna, Cyrillic.
Okay. But does this mean it's Western Russia if there's just more stuff going on? Or are you immediately just like, okay, well, it's a little bit more urbanized, maybe? It's obviously still pretty rural.
Urban areas kind of all throughout.
All throughout, okay.
We do have the hills here, which is quite interesting.
Oh.
Looking at the different types of antenna, you see them zoom in on the antenna there, and the different ridges on the antenna tell what type, and it's in different parts of Russia. It's a good indicator. But both players...
I feel like Orlando's about to tie his shoes. He was looking at the road. I feel like he was about to do some sort of lineup. That would be very impressive, obviously.
Would be.
But instead, he decides to hit the gas pedal, go down the street a bit.
Both players are looking.
Who can read Cyrillic?
I assume both of them can. At this point, we have 13 seconds left. No player has opened up the map yet.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
And this is 3.5x damage in Russia.
Pressure. Yeah, there could be a lot of damage
here. The
here.
mountain range would probably end up... Yeah, both of them are going to be pretty close for mountain range.
We're way east. We're way east. We're beyond the Himalayas, north side Mongolia here, inside of Russia. And it was, in general, the right location. And just because Russia's that big, it still will grant an extra 500 damage for Orlando to Zigzag. And that matters. We're down to 3,900 now for Zigzag as we creep up to the final rounds.
Round 7. And that could have been game there. Both players kind of probably happy that they went away from that unscathed.
Yeah. And now we're East Asia again, Trevor. So
Southeast.
Southeast. And we're talking, are we talking about, we're not talking about Thailand again, are we?
We won't be talking Thailand.
We
We're
won't be
talking
talking
back
about-
to the Philippines pavement, looks like.
Oh, it's the Philly roads, Philly streets. Not to be confused with Philadelphia streets.
Facts.
We'll clear that up every time. I mean, if you thought this was Philadelphia, I've got a bridge to sell you, so don't worry about it. But
how much?
The Brooklyn Bridge, $5 grand cash.
Sold.
Ding. All right,
Orlando.
we've got to lock in. We haven't had.
Zigzag hasn't really moved that much from his initial
Also
pan.
hasn't popped that map open just yet. Now he'll finally do
Luzon.
it. Oh, he's going a little farther up.
We have a
Santiago.
Luzon.
Close to
Big points for someone. It goes to Orlando.
Ooh, massive for Orlando. What a find. 1,000-point discrepancy with the multiplier, and it is
16.
almost death here for Zigzag. 16 points, still walking. Limping, but still walking.
Wow. What is the strategy for if you're at Orlando here? Let's move in the next round, round 8.
I would be guessing within seconds, Trevor. That's what I would.
I almost
I would
disagree.
be slamming the plonk right
Do
now.
you just take every second possible just to get the exact, close if you're yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I guess that would be Zigzag's strategy, just to put pressure on. But at the same time, how much does he believe in himself in the area that we're at? I mean,
Both players will know it's Mexico. And we do see Zigzag.
man, it's fast. It's fast for Orlando.
But now Orlando has 50
Monterey.
extra seconds. He just needs one
sorry, for
closer
Zigzag.
guess.
Yeah, okay, and yeah, like you said, maybe Orlando taking some extra
He's right
time,
there.
no big deal, and he's super close. But who could be closer? 16 points means he could be a centimeter closer and end up winning, and he isn't.
No.
Zigzag will stay alive. Oh, no, wait, what?
Orlando.
Wait, that's closer?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. That'll be the last of it for Zigzag.
Mercator projection.
Yeah, Mercator projection edge.
Yep.
Mercator meta.
And that was devastatingly close. But it's not over yet. It is a best of 3.
Oh,
And
yes.
wow.
And you see Zigzag's trying to keep the mood high, keep locked in, because that was still very close in the end. And you know what? You can't beat yourself up about it because it's still only 1 or 2 guesses that makes the massive difference inside of the game. He knows that he stayed toe-to-toe throughout most of that match here with Orlando.
Exactly. And this goes back into, I would give Zigzag the advantage here in the no-move games. It's kind of his strong suit, no-move and Nmpz, but Orlando is so talented that this is, you can't predict anything here.
And maybe we can give Zigzag in America.
Yeah.
Another America.
Yeah, he did. Both the players did get Ohio right there.
Oh,
though,
that's
so.
right. Yeah, there was the Columbus face-off.
Face-off. Game 2.
They play hockey there.
Round
so.
1. No move.
No move.
Shall we?
Yeah. No move. Don't even think about it, guys.
1 360 panorama is all we get.
What
Start round.
That's some interesting sentiment that they've got right beside them.
Yep, both players.
Could this be America? Is there any chance in the world?
It's America, but not. So New Zealand.
Oh, with New Zealand. That's another state, right? That's one more state. You got Hawaii,
it's a
New
51st.
Zealand, so.
Yeah. We do have a Christchurch hover here by Orlando. He's locking it in.
But isn't sometimes when you go mid-New Zealand, you're just kind of hedging because people have trouble with north and south?
Yeah, it's a little bit. But with these massive mountains here, you probably want to distinctly
go
click south.
More south,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
I would say if it looks like you want a vacation there, go South Island.
South Island.
Nice, okay.
Is that where the Lord of the Rings scenes were shot? South Island,
not
probably?
Not the guy to ask, but...
Not the guy to ask?
Got to ask, not the Lord.
I heard you didn't even know what Transformers, was it Transformers?
Who told you that?
Yeah, Paula. I watched every second of every VOD of the qualifiers, so I know everything that you don't want me to know about you, Trevor.
Wow. But do you know this location? I can tell you.
1,000%. That bridge is very famous.
We have a beautiful location here, I would say.
I think you'd be objectively correct.
South Korea.
South Korea. It's the train to Busan. That's where I saw this bridge.
Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with this. Is it actually?
I might have trolled you, Trevor.
Right,
Might have got
Zigzag zooms in there. He goes to Busan. So
yeah, that's that. Maybe it is. It was that movie.
Both players scanning for a bridge north with this water. I mean, there's lots of coast in South Korea. Find this bridge. But Zigzag scanning east coast here, and Orlando is on the west coast. It is South Korea. South Korea is a small country, and Zigzag moves over to the west.
But it's dense. It's complicated. And they are actually somewhat far, but you know what? Maybe equidistant far apart.
Yep.
We're talking, well, still a couple hundred points, 300 points of damage here, at least a little bit. Takes the edge off here for Zigzag.
As we move into round 3.
This puts him in the lead, at least. As the man who is down a round. Yeah.
Just 40 points here difference. Round 3, we get 1/360 panorama.
Oh, man, we're on a safari.
Potentially.
There's animals.
There's animals. I don't know if they're willingly on the safari with us, but...
Are they ever? Rain.
Maybe. Looks like a Sri Lanka here.
I think they're paid actors?
Yeah, I think they're... Yeah, Geoguessr paid them to be there.
Okay.
These are Sri Lankan cows.
Sri Lankan cows. There's some new meta breaking
Orlando,
ground here.
will he also go Sri Lanka? Okay, he scared me for a second.
Yeah, he almost... He did the fake out a little bit. That was for the viewers at home.
Seen that before?
We weren't going to fall for that.
Not today.
Everyone knows it's Sri Lanka. High frequency is Sri Lanka.
Round 4. Let's do it.
Yeah, okay.
Sri Lanka is a small country.
Oh, what is this interesting topography here? These are, I'm not going to say it's Sweden because it's obviously not, but Sweden has some similar topography where they cut out the rocks on the roads and they make streets. And where else has this? Rain, where else besides Sweden? Because this is obviously not Sweden.
Yeah, this is not. That was confusing. I thought that lamppost was on top of that.
Oh wow, an advanced civilization.
Oh, I can't tell if it is. Okay.
That's pretty insane that someone climbed up there.
Looks like Mexico to me, but...
Yeah, actually, that sign right there, that feels like it's more in the west, right? The circle, the red circle around the 24.
Yeah, it should be. There's a world where it's not. But
this is a crazy place.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool. I'm not sure what's going on here. We have a Durango guest here by Orlando, locked in. We haven't seen Brazil yet.
Durango. Okay. And just above Mexico City will be, it looks like Zigzag's lock, and obviously you don't want to go too close to the city because we're definitely a little roar. But oh my god, that is absolutely correct in a big way. Massive damage. 4,100 for Zigzag. This is his best lead so far, by far. And now, after keeping his emotions in a good place after round 1, it looks like it's paid off. He's showing that he can step to Orlando.
Round 5. That is a big shift there. 1,500 points to the left.
Can a round be won here?
Definitely can.
Whoa.
Either way, you never really know in the Philippines. Wow. Looks like we might have some tuk-tuks there. Usually tuk-tuks are regional in the Philippines, so we might see both players zoom in there. Other than that...
This is pretty sweet. Could we get a road lineup, potentially?
Probably not a road lineup.
No, that's too much to ask.
You're asking a lot here. Is it ever Luzon? What do you do here? Both players taking their time looking.
They have alligators out here. They made their way over this far.
You see a Luzon.
Malaysia.
Both players, minimal points potentially if they stay there.
Looks like they're agreeing on it a bit, but Zigzag still, I mean, feels like an atypical location. Orlando just a bit farther south than him. Are they going to stay on the same island? It seems like not, but close enough anyways.
Pretty close. They're pretty close.
This might not matter, but at the same time, it's round 5.
If Orlando, if
they're getting farther apart.
So they're definitely moving further. If Zigzag gets a good guess here,
talking
in
about?
between the two.
Oh man, this has been a common thing where they've almost been equidistant.
Yeah.
Apart in different directions.
If you click Manila there, you win. Round 6.
Let that be a lesson to you. Biggest city, click on it.
When in doubt, capital it out.
Yeah, capital it out, right. Oh man, this is lush.
Very lush.
This is lush, but it's also Eastern Europe in a lush way.
Yeah. Very European.
Very European, but not too far north, more east.
Yeah, looks Russian.
Russian?
Looks like it. I'm trying to... I wonder if it's ever that one city.
When is it not, if it's Russia or if it's Western Russia or if it's Eastern Ukraine or something, when is it not?
When is it?
Well, how do you know if you're getting more east?
You just look at the copyright.
Oh, the copyright.
No,
that's how you do it. But what do you do if you're just out there in person? You can't see a copyright. Oh, wait, that's a bit farther north.
Zigzag.
Oh, that is money.
Nmpz.
What a pick out of Zigzag, and we have unlocked Nmpz. Very nicely done for Zigzag. Wipes out Orlando on this round. That's huge. Couple of good guesses, and I'd say they showed equal strength now between the first 2 rounds.
That was a, yeah. And we're going back to Nmpz where you have to give the upper edge here to Zigzag. Where if you have ever seen him practice for the World Cup, all he does mainly playing Geoguessr is just spam Nmpz games. So it would be pretty devastating, I think, for him if he did end up losing the Nmpz here.
Which also, I mean, that's kind of scary, right? Because Nmpz, that's got to be the most nerve-wracking. I mean, it can in some ways probably be more relaxing. I mean, you tell me, if you can hedge more often on Nmpz, or you know your opponent's not going to 5K as much,
yep.
At least you're not playing Blinky on moving and know that you've got a 5K or you lose.
It is more up in the air. It's not a matter of how many good guesses can you get. Can you just get the country every time, really?
Get the country every time. Okay, let's see if they can
Speaking of round 1, let's take a look together here.
We're looking for a country streak.
Round 1, let's observe. Was ist das?
This is Germany?
No, I was just... Round 1, let's start. I'm going to see what both players here think. My immediate thought was it could be like Argentina.
Argentina.
Like South Argentina on one of those roads. This, I think...
Whoa, we talk about
I think
South.
Zigzag zooming into the exact road down here, actually. I think it is this road. I think it's one of these white roads.
Oh my God, he knows it. He's seen it before, hasn't he?
He's
seeing something he's seen before. Zigzag's tying his shoes.
It's pretty distinct vegetation that's south, so I think he will be right. I think it could be one of these roads right there that he's pointing at too.
Locked
and
in
we
with
do
the
see an
lineup.
east. I think Zigzag just gets 4,000 points here.
This could hurt. This could hurt bad. It's going to be nearly full damage here. 4,900 down on Orlando. Zigzag with the comeback of the day so far. Unreal stuff. 1,000 to go for Orlando. Full pressure on him here in round 3.
Round 2. You never want to be the person that gets 2-rounded. We've all been there.
I wouldn't know anything about it.
Nope. Same. Round 2, 1.5x. This Carbler would point us to...
Wait, Zigzag, so fast with it. So fast in Senegal. Orlando, what are we talking about, man? I don't think we have the same kind of confidence.
I think
Nigeria here?
I think it might be Nigeria.
Oh, it is. Oh, no. He kind of gives him back a lot of damage.
That's
with the multiplier and wins. No!
The reverse second round!
Oh, my God. Orlando with the Nigeria gets crushed Zigzag. Round. And you said don't get second rounded.
I wasn't talking to Zigzag.
Oh my God.
I've never, Launders, in the years that I've been doing this, I've never seen a reverse second round like that.
I just had no idea that was going to be possible at all. Wow, the confidence as well in the Senegal zoom from Zigzag.
It does look like Senegal, but...
Wow, look at it. Look at the elation right here. I mean, you think you're on death's doorstep, right? You're about to lose the round for sure. And we've got Orlando trying to hold back the emotions right now. Let him flow, my friend.
Brazil
you have
mentioned.
done yourself well. That is pretty amazing. I mean, I've casted less Geoguessr than you, but I haven't seen anything like that.
6,051 points.
Crazy.
If the guess in Nigeria that he had, even if he went Abuja, we would go into round 3 right here. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that.
That was insane, man.
Wow.
Orlando, I mean, he was just thinking, well, I got a long day ahead of me. I got like 6 more rounds to climb back. I'm going to get a few hundred here, a few hundred there, and maybe round 7, 8, 9, 10, I'll get a few thousand damage. Instead, we got Orlando winning reverse round 2 after what looked like a comeback from Zigzag, and now we've got to go to the floor for an interview and a few words with him.
You're absolutely right. Launders, Orlando, that was a crazy Nmpz. Can you just run us through exactly what happened?
Yeah, so basically it was a 2-rounder, and then the first round, it was in southern Argentina, near Ushuaia, and when the round popped up, I was like, damn, it didn't came to my mind, and it's one of those things, if you don't think about it, you don't get it right. So I didn't think about it, and I was completely wrong. And then I think on the second round, Zigzag tried to put on the pressure and send fast, and he ended up missing the country. So I took advantage of it. Obviously, I got it correct, and luckily, it was all it took to win.
After the first round, I assume you were very worried. Then how it transpired in round 2, I imagine then you started feeling more hopeful again, a big mix of emotions. What was going through your head between round 1 and 2?
Yeah, it was a lot of emotions, and I was like, damn, I know I'm weaker than Zigzag on paper on an Nmpz, so I was like, starting off like this, I'm probably going to be hard to come back. But yeah, I got it.
Yeah, were you surprised that it went all 3 game modes? I mean, you took moving, then dropped the ball in NM, and that's sort of your preferred game mode.
Yeah, true. So I knew I had a little bit of advantage on moving, and so I was like, okay, I need to win this in 2 games, because if I go to an Nmpz, it's going to be rough. So I was happy when I won the moving game, and I was like, okay, now I need to close it out. But then on the Mexico round, I did a big blunder. I realized after I guessed that it was not that north, it was more southern, and Zigzag had a very good guess, so it punished me very badly. But yeah, so my mindset got a little bit shook right there, but luckily I was able to come back.
Orlando, great start for you here at the World Cup. I'm going to let you go shortly. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
Yeah, guys, okay, let's go. I'm with 2 wins right now, so it's getting closer to the quarterfinal qualification, so let's keep the rooting going on, and hopefully I can make it.
Orlando, thank you for your time. Congratulations once again. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much. Orlando with that infectious energy. He's got hands and not just on his hat, taking out Zigzag in his preferred game mode. Now, Nmpz, always a little bit up in the air, but to pick it up in such a fashion, what was the reaction upstairs from the other players?
It was going back and forth and back and forth. Like even on the moving game, like everyone was like, oh no, oh yes, oh no, oh yes. And then Orlando goes over to Nmpz. Tell us what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, Nmpz was crazy in the studio. People were losing their minds after round 1, and then round 2, just nuts. I mean, everyone like got out of their seat. It was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it now. They're still kind of losing their minds somewhere in the studio.
I was hearing that.
God, exciting plays. I love the energy coming from all the players, not just the ones in the match, but oh man, I hope you're enjoying the Geoguessr that we brought for you, and I can only promise more of the same right after this break. welcome back to the Geoguessr World Cup. We're deep into Group B now, and we're about to watch our third pair of new players from this group hit the stage. Of course, what are they playing for? Everybody's trying to qualify for Saturday, where our top 8 will duke it out, and our first place finisher will take home $20,000. Wait! Scratch that. It's even more than $20,000 because the incredible Geoguessr community has been subscribing to our Twitch channel and heading on over to geoguessr.com to purchase all these beautiful jerseys that you see our player avatars decked out in. And of course, every purchase, every subscription adds on to that uncapped prize pool, and all that money at the end of the weekend goes to our first place finisher. So it's a good time to be a geography expert, and it's a great time if you love Geoguessr. I'm your host, Seltzer. I know my name. Like, I know some things well. I feel like I should know that better, but I do know you guys, and I'm so excited to have you. I've got Bloom, and I've got Gelotris, and gentlemen, we have seen a wide variety of games here, some unexpected turns already in Group B.
Yeah, we tried to talk about this game previously a bit, and we stumbled up on other games. When I was talking about Bad at Geo or Back, I am in VC every day with this guy. I really like him, and we play Fortnite a lot.
Wait, excuse me.
And yeah, I was like thinking, wait. I know this guy very well, but is he actually good at Geoguessr? Because I don't know, we just play Fortnite together.
Well, it's not a unique thing to be really good at another game as well. Crooks, as I understand it, also a bit of a pro outside of Geoguessr.
Yeah, before getting really, really heavily into Geoguessr, was a Minecraft speedrunning pro, very, very well known in that community too. So he has a lot of fans out there that have actually followed him over to Geoguessr. So if you guys are in the chat, shout out to you.
Yeah, I do believe there's a full-length documentary coming out about that. Jack Black plays him, I think, in it, so it's going to be sick, the Minecraft movie. Can't wait for the Geoguessr movie, though. I really think that one's going to be a lot more fun if and when that happens. Manifest, people. And speaking of manifest, we've got 2 players both trying to manifest a win in this head-to-head. We've got Bad at Geo, your Fortnite duo. We've got Crooks, the Minecraft master. And we've got 2 players with a ton of experience, so I'm really not quite sure in this head-to-head who is the clear person to come out on top. Any indicators?
I mean, I had Crooks on my list. To go back to that, Crooks was on my top 3 list. But I think in this matchup, you really can't tell anything can happen.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd have Bag in my top 3 list. So it's like, it's intense. This is a group to really look out for, and this match specifically, intense.
Well, they're going to bring you some great games. We can guarantee that much. And games in Geoguessr, for sure. But let's bring out our first player. He says he's bad at it, but I don't think so. It's Bad at Geoguessr. So many players have been looking forward to Bad at Geo's competitive debut. Now we're here. He made his way in through the wildcard tournament, a tough way to earn it, and he's got a lot to show. But as someone who has been really around the scene since, well, when would you say he really got started in this space? Do you know, Bloom?
It's a good question. Probably, what, about 2 years now? 2, 3?
Longer.
But
yeah,
like,
he
really
wasn't
consistent.
really around the community. You didn't hear about him. But we've looked back at it another day where he was like checking his follow age of Geoguessr channels, and it goes way back. It was in 2020.
Yeah, but really getting involved in the competitive scene around 2.5 years ago.
Probably, yeah.
And a unique list of strengths that we saw from him there. Sao Tome was 11. No one else has put these regions up there. Why these specialties? Do we know?
Definitely there as a joke.
Good. Okay. Explain this to me.
I mean, Lebanon, very, very, very minimal coverage that barely never comes up. So it's just like, I guess a little meme thrown in for those who know.
Yeah, also together with the South Toby coverage. It's very bad coverage in terms of picture quality. So no one really plays it. No one likes it. No one wants that to show up. Yeah, let's see.
Oh man, well now I want it to show up more than ever. Good luck to you with your specialties bag, but you're going to be taking them up against one of the most popular famous players and someone that Jello has picked to win. It's going to be Crooks! something that also sounds like a joke, but certainly is not, is that he has memorized a number of Brazilian palm species as a way to really take hold of the Brazil region. Now that he claims it as one of his strengths, along with Russia, two huge and very diverse regions. What does that mean when you're going up against a player, Jello, with someone who has strengths like that?
Yeah, in a game like Geoguessr, where it only comes down to the kilometer distance, big countries are very, very good to be good at. And I've seen him playing on Brazil. I've seen how strong he is. But still, Brazil is a difficult country.
Difficult country, and we have seen a lot of them pop up.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. But, you know, being good at those big countries, definitely good. I mean, I just love that he came out here a little bit unknown in the EMEA and then qualified, and the hype behind him was so huge and so deserved, and so I'm so excited to see him play.
Yeah, in that qualification, he really put a line in the sand, made other players really respect him. What was it about his play that kind of made him stand out in that showcasing?
I think it was like just how precise he was in some big countries. And I think he also got a bit unlucky. I remember one Russia round that did cost him the game. It was basically only one round that did cost him the game. Besides that, he was like very strong. So I think he got a bit unlucky.
Well, two players, and they're going head-to-head. Lot of strengths on either side. We'll see who comes out on top, and we'll hand down over to our casters to take us through that action. Launders, Rainbolt, it's all you guys.
Thank you so much, Rach. This is such a cool matchup because as a contrast to like Totic and Debray from before, we've got two sort of new guys to the scene. We've got Crooks, who's got the Finnbar family on Twitch, doing a watch party right now to support him.
Shout out.
A prolific Minecraft speedrunner. I had a long DM the other day explaining why, here's all the reasons why he's the GOAT. Okay, and they all apparently miss him very much, and they want him. I mean, they seem to want to bring him back to Minecraft, but are also very happy and supportive that he's here in Geoguessr.
We're happy. How could you not be?
And then, and then you got Bag, who's now just old enough to be able to play in the World Cup, right?
Yeah, Bag just turned 18 a couple weeks ago, so the first opportunity he had to qualify, he did, and he, well, here he is.
And don't fall for this oxymoron, okay? He is not bad at anything.
Yeah, we could call him, yeah.
He's going to be in his bag this game.
Yeah, it's a fact. Bag versus Crooks. And this is like, I think both their playstyles really kind of coincide with each other, so this will be a pretty tight match, pretty hype.
Yeah.
And Bag is someone known for guessing fast, guessing quick, so on, bro.
Okay.
Get hype, bro.
Yeah, all right.
Get hype.
Let's go.
Round one. Moving.
Crooks versus Bag. And let's see who's going to be able to hold her nerve here on land.
Round one.
And we are kicking off with America.
Nope, and you might offend a couple Australians out there by saying that.
Oh, man. All right, well, well, I can at least save it by calling that it's Eastern Australia. Adelaide-ish.
Well, is Adelaide Eastern Australia-ish, I guess?
South,
it looks
South,
like,
South
I'm not
Central,
too sure
so
where we are
Adelaide.
here. It looks like it should be like something north, like maybe Brisbane or something like north.
Yeah.
Let's see here, we do have a sign here. Brown Plains, not sure where that is. Does Bag. He zooms in to NSW here. Both players obviously going to know it's...
Logos Asahi. Can they recognize the mall? The plaza?
Both players looking for signs.
Yeah. Where's the Asahi plant? Where are they brewing it?
Brown Plains.
Oh, Walco.
35.
Quickly, southeast. Close to Wagga Wagga. Yes!
Wagga Wagga.
And... you take this seriously?
We have a Sydney guest here by Bag. Capital scan here.
Oh man, this is very confident. It feels like actually, and wow, it's actually Brisbane, like you mentioned. So it's not Wagga Wagga.
333.
Is that a special number?
It is now.
It is now.
Round two.
All right, round two. Let's run it up and well.
Run it up and
Northern Brazil.
And run it back.
Run it back in Australia. Damn it. So.
Usually with this kind of climate here. And the fields, you want to go like north near Cairns. Yes, it's Cairns, not Cairns.
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 Like there's a lot of sticklers for the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Honestly, probably up there. I'm gonna be the first to say it.
Oh, that's a beautiful tree.
I think both players. Okay, Bag finding a sign here.
Oh,
Halifax.
that's
we are not in Nova Scotia.
What the hell is this? Not Canada. No, we don't have trees like that in Canada. I'll tell you that right now. Don't come to Canada if you want to see trees like that. And I think Taylor's Beach might be the biggest clue of all, right? Down over by the coast, and he found it. Oh, locked in the beach. He's got the umbrella out. Scanning. Let's see if Crooks will join him.
10 seconds. He's trying to line up a road.
Oh, he's tied his shoes.
He's right there.
He's tying his shoes. He's found the road, maybe. Oh, so close. Just enough to keep it even.
Slow and steady.
3 points. 3.
Anyone's game here going into round 3.
Man, these guys might be a good matchup for each other.
This is... You can tell the different play styles here with different players, and I think this is very fun here.
Yeah, okay, Nordic. So
we are not in Nordic.
We are not in Nordic,
Nope.
Okay, no. So this is like what?
Spain.
Oh, okay. Growing a bit warmer. Spain is actually, I've seen Spain be guessed very incorrectly.
Yeah, the S will be
It's
silent.
big.
We do see a Barcelona hedge, and then it looks like a Northern Spain guess from each player here. So it's quite separate. Do they end up close to each other at the end here?
They're all searching for, I mean, when you have an area like this so urban, you've got to be looking for everything to read, right? Like that's the first thing.
I think Crooks is there.
Very far north.
Crooks is there. He read it from the trash.
Crooks is locked. Pressure on Bags. I feel like he's not going to get shaken. He's going to take his time to look at things. They are pretty close, but look at this. I mean, we're getting very specific. However, it's still Crooks up in the lead with this guess, and that's 700 points, a healthy amount of damage to give early.
Round 4. Keep the pace high. Keep the guesses higher. 2.5x damage.
Yeah.
Back wiping the sweat off his hands.
I've made a couple of good guesses. Why don't you make one?
It looks like mainland Malay. We have the black sticker on the pole there. Both players also know that. That could mean more. Based off the letters and things on that. Both players.
Maps open just yet.
Main road, hopefully.
Yeah. We've got a quick zoom on Malaysia. And that could be a key clue here for Bags to see something on the street.
He's committing north here, north mainland.
He's multitasking.
Crooks finding a main road first.
Zooming and driving at the same time. Very unsafe.
He's switching south. Hedging KL. Both center. Both
just out about.
Both
wow, that's close, man. I bet they were hoping for a little bit more damage. My goodness, what a close match so far. Now this is all right. This is feeling like what we saw earlier today between Consus and Blinky with you know how close it is. Into round 5, very few points of damage separating these two, but this is where the multiplier starts making up for that.
This is the first Indonesia of the match, it looks like. Pod in there, both players. Sulawesi.
Indonesia used to kill your dreams last year. Very hard to figure out, but now there's just so much more meta. People have.
Look how close they're.
They're holding hands here in Indonesia. How is that?
Bag.
Wow.
With the water there, that was pretty line-upable. Pinpointable.
Line-upable water.
Round 6. Let's keep it going.
My goodness. This is tight, man. This is tight. This is turning into a classic already. You can feel it. Something's going to happen.
We're going to run it back.
We ramp up towards the end of the game. Round 6. 3.5 damage multiplier. And is this some kind of Thailand or
this will be back
Malaysia
in Indonesia
or
here.
Indonesia? Okay.
And it should be Sulawesi with the Sulawesi fence there, you would think. Like that blue and white wooden fence.
Oh man, I feel like Crooks is about to do something diabolical. He hasn't moved around at all in a couple of seconds. He's really feeling something. There it is. There's the zoom. He's pairing it. Bag is still just on the road. Crooks wants one more clue.
Crooks has more information than Bag has right now.
Is Bag just taking a risk here? He's trying to.
Crooks lining it up. He's in.
Whoa, he's in.
And he's very close.
Very close together. Bag, yeah. 10 seconds. Time to make some decisions here and maybe make them quickly. 5 seconds to go off to the side of a mountain.
Is he gonna move over?
Is there a mountain? It's close enough though. He actually moved himself a little bit farther and still would have won. Yeah. That's good money here for Bag.
This is getting intense.
Yeah.
Round 7.
Wow, that's about as big of a discrepancy as we've seen between these two.
Yeah, this is. It's back and forth here.
Back and forth here, but around 7 Senegal, and
this is the car that we just saw. And
Kenya again.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Kenya's getting a lot of love because wow.
Yeah, that was a great guess by Bag wait, no. Okay,
what? Even
they
damage?
Okay, yeah. That was quick guesses by both players there. It's a quick round.
It's crazy how quickly that they both nailed that. Even damage. What was that language on the wall? Was that Spanish?
Looks Spanish to me.
Looks Spanish to me. Quote him. Quote him just in case. So quote him just in case of Portuguese or...
Should be. Very distinct.
Yeah, no, it does look Spanish. Wait, no, is it Portuguese? Oh, maybe it is Portuguese.
It is Portuguese, and we have that area code, and Crooks does know his area codes.
Belo
So does
Horizonte.
Bag. I was talking to Bag earlier, and he did know
They know the area codes.
his area codes, and usually
Brazilian.
the second number is also distinct to each city. I feel like Bag knows them pretty well, so I feel like he could get close here, but Crooks looks pretty confident.
Belo
And
Horizonte.
it goes to Crooks.
Oh, it's a little bit farther. Crooks takes it, and now we're talking about bigger damage. Yes. Oh my God, 3,500. That's gonna sting. We're into the yellow. We're into the yellow. We're hemorrhaging right now. Crooks has taken quite a big lead at this point into round 9. That's gotta feel good as we get into the UK.
Close.
Damn it, Isle of Man.
Further.
Further in Scotland.
France.
France. Okay.
Bag is sitting. That is a Bag guess if I've ever seen one. Going Brittany.
That was such a fast
Architecture, white with black roofs.
and Bag. I mean, Bag. He's got a flag advantage. He's very close here. Close
Crooks.
by. Oh, but Crooks is just right on it. My God, he's going to finish him right now, isn't he?
Yes.
2,900, and that is Crooks taking round 1.
Round 1 goes to Crooks. I'm not surprised.
Wow.
I'll say this. Launders. There felt something different about the way Crooks was today.
Okay.
He walked around with much more. I'm not psychoanalyzing. I don't think.
Yeah. Body language expert, go for it.
I'm, listen. Maybe a psychology channel coming soon.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. He just felt
Rainbolt
more confident. He felt more free. He felt like less back in the European finals. Looked a little tight and nervous, but today he looked confident. He was talking more. He was making call-outs in games.
His Swedish meatballs are all over the place. Maybe that helps.
Home ground advantage group B. Bag versus Crooks game 2. We're going to the no move though.
He saw IKEA. There was a smile on his face.
No move. 1 360 panorama. Bag. Listen, if you're Crooks, you don't want to go to Nmpz against Bag. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most lethal Nmpz players in the game of Geoguessr.
Okay.
So.
But wasn't Crooks grinding Nmpz?
Crooks is also the GOAT. So, you know.
2 goats.
1 360 panorama.
Ooh, wow, this is a perfect place to go, if you ask me. I mean, I'm glad I'm not playing, because I don't know where we are, but...
One day, Launders will learn Kenya.
India?
Kenya.
Oh, Kenya, okay.
We have the Kenya follow car here.
Man,
the car.
I'm going to get a Kenya eventually. We've seen 10 already. I've just been...
There's been a lot of
Uganda, Senegal. I can't figure it out. Was there a snorkel on this one?
It's a different one, but...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 114, both players.
Hey,
split capital next.
Always calm to start off on a Kenya. That's what we've learned.
Exactly.
Little bit of damage. Just
it sets the tone.
Kick things off. Spinning around. A bit of rubble here. A lot of construction going on. But are those the poles? No. I was thinking about Russia.
Here.
Oh, it is Russia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we do have red car. Both players. Crooks zooming in very confidently here. And he's locking it in.
Oh, he's tying his shoes.
Oh, Bag locked it in.
He knows. He's seen this before.
No, Bag is locked in.
Yeah,
far west of where Crooks is right now.
But Crooks, is he second guessing himself?
No.
Is he right? He's on it. Oh my goodness gracious. He has smashed that one for 2,200 points of damage. Man, Crooks does not want to let this go to Nmpz. That is a beautiful round. He's even nodding his head a little bit, showing some emotion. That's beautiful stuff, but he's still locked in.
That was phenomenal. And you can tell immediately as soon he immediately knew what it was as soon as they spawned in.
Crazy.
Next round, pretty.
That's the first sign of a grinder, isn't it? Just that, doesn't even move.
Yeah.
Doesn't even look
Full
around.
Collected. Move in to round 3 here. This is interesting. I don't want to make it too bad.
The color of the dirt. Does that matter?
Should be Sri Lanka. Bags locking in. You have to think Crooks also gets there. Not sure where else you could potentially go here with how skinny this road is with the red soil like that. Vegetation. We do have a house as well. Will Crooks get to Sri Lanka?
He knows Sri Lanka. Does he know where exactly? He's getting a little bit specific, and it works out a bit for an extra little bit of damage. I mean, listen, at this point, Bag needs anything, and he's not getting much.
Yeah, especially on Sri Lanka when you get the small countries like that, it's tough. Round 4.
But that's the thing though. They know it's Sri Lanka, but they still want to try to take any little bit of HP possible. Where is this train station?
Looks like Denmark or Netherlands.
So what's the deal with Netherlands, man? It's kind of like samey. That's the hard part.
I'm unsure what this is.
If it is Netherlands, let's see. We're looking at trademarks. We're looking at trucks.
Maybe it's like Belgium or France or something. Yeah, okay. We do have a Crooks in Belgium here.
Yeah.
That looked like a Belgian house when we zoomed in on Crooks' screen there, and we do have Netherlands and then Belgium.
Oh, but Crooks is still closer. No matter what happens, Crooks is still closer, man.
And a 2-0 for Crooks here would be
It's
massive.
going to be death by 1,000 paper cuts at this rate here for Bag.
What is round 5 have an offer?
Wow.
A beautiful
What a landscape.
136 panorama.
Could we be in America? Is it possible?
Americas. The sun being south is...
Oh, are we not in like... Is it...
Wyoming?
Wyoming, okay. I was going to say Breaking Bad episode 1, but no.
That's more south though, no?
Yeah, more south, more south, yeah.
We just see Utah.
What is giving away Wyoming here? And Crooks just kind of left his guess, I think, as it stood for a second. This gives Bag a way back into the game, actually. So round 6, that is not a small amount of damage. That's pretty good.
It gets, and multis get higher. We're moving on to round 6 here. Gets more and more scary if you're Crooks.
Oh, please tell me it's Canada.
Yeah, it looks like it's Canada.
Nice.
But what's inconspicuous about that is it looks like on the back of that sign that we just saw there was green. Usually when you see back on the back of the green in the back of the sign, you want to go BC, but I don't know if this...
BC, okay. So it's, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, it's 90% Alberta.
But it doesn't look like BC at all to me. That's
10% Ontario.
Yeah, I think Ontario, Quebec is a good shout here. I don't know where else you would really go. Maybe more. I like where Crooks is.
He's like, flip that sign for me, please. Bag just wanted to know, and he's looking at the blur. What do we know about the blur?
Blur. He's looking at the copyright, I think, there, potentially.
This is one of those situations where I wonder if you knew everything about, like, you know, every bit, a little bit of knowledge, could you instantly guess this? You know, is there something like in a clue that...
Maybe.
Or is it just too difficult to be 100% sure?
I think it's too difficult.
This could be massive damage, right? If we go Western or Eastern Canada, but they're both in the East right now so far.
Both in Quebec.
Both in Quebec, trying to speak French. This could be the poutine to save them all. Oh, it's near PEI, inside of PEI. That ends up being right, and oh my God, so much damage here for Bag, and if he wasn't any farther away in some of these other guesses, he would have been dead by now. This is Crooks barely in the lead, but you know what? I mean, I don't know. For some reason, I wouldn't feel safe at all if I'm Crooks. Going into round 7 with the multiplier, with how close they've been, there's still a big chance.
And this is, if you're Bag on no move, maybe pretty good for you. It's about as Kokona W as you could want. But Crooks, I'm not sure who has the advantage here in the U.S. Is it Bag? Is it Crooks? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, and are we like further in the north? Could we be in Michigan? Could we be in Michigan for any?
Ooh, Michigan could be a good call.
Michigan.
I can't see what the polls there.
See if there's any Michiganese on the side.
North Carolina guess here by Crooks. Zooming in Tennessee. Looks pretty southern to me.
Oh yeah, I mean they got the
trees.
Flags out, the trees. Yeah. Okay.
Tennessee. Guess. Lock in. By Bag. Tennessee.
You're right. K-Kona brother.
10 seconds, Launders.
K-Kona brother. Come on. It could be the last round here. Bags locked in early. Now he's sweating as Crooks takes his time.
North Carolina.
And we've seen what he can do with a little bit of time. Oh, he's so close. 659 damage is all he needs, and he's gonna get it.
Crooks. 2-0.
Wow. Clean 2-0.
Wow.
You called the confidence today. You said he's a little bit more loose right now. He's feeling comfortable. His first time on the A stream so far in Group B, and he cleans up house. Very nicely done. That's a huge win over Bag.
Yeah, and I think Crooks just has that personality where, like, once he starts something, he's going to master and he's going to grind until he's one of the best. And I think that's what we saw. You know, I guarantee from the point he qualified to the point now, he had thousands and thousands of games. I think it shows.
Yeah. Making the Finnbar family proud, okay, over on Twitch. And it's so great to have watch parties like that. I mean, we have them in Counter-Strike as well, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate them.
Yeah, maybe we could get them all in an in-person studio one day. Get a camera on it.
That'd be awesome.
If we get there, maybe if we make it to the playoffs, and it looks like it's potential for him to do that here on home turf in Sweden. That would be amazing. But maybe we've got an interview ready with following that win, and we can get some words to see if we can hear the confidence in his voice.
Down on the floor with Crooks. Congratulations, a smooth 2-0 in that best of 3.
Thank you. Yeah, I am super happy to win against Bag. I know he's a fantastic player from personal experience, but I know I still have a long way to go in terms of making it out of this group.
I think in this matchup, people sort of saw Bad potentially favoring Move, but you actually came out on top. Was that your expectation to take that first game?
Honestly, yeah, I did expect to have the biggest chance in moving because I've been doing a lot of moving practice actually, and I know he's a super strong NM and Nmpz player.
Overall, what have your expectations been coming into the World Cup? How far do you see yourself going, Crooks?
My expectations have been not very high compared to the regionals because I know my group, I think it's fair to say, is one of the most even groups in the entire tournament. So it wouldn't surprise me if I didn't make it, but of course I want to make it as far as I can.
Crooks, you're an absolute part of the Geoguessr community now, but your background is in Minecraft. As the guys in the cast have been saying, we've got some big watch parties going, Finnbar included. What's it like to have that community backing you up as you go along this Geoguessr journey?
Yeah, it's amazing, honestly. I never thought that would follow me this far, even after not having played Minecraft for several years now. I think it's great.
Wicked. Well, congratulations on the dub. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the people watching at home?
Just shout out to my family and my friends. Thank you for watching.
All right, pleasure. Congratulations. Once again, Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Paula, for the interview. Thank you, Crooks, for the insight. A little bit of a home team advantage for our Stockholm, Sweden player here. I think, jet lag and, very comfortable. Could go home, sleep in his own bed at night. But really, what came out strong for him here was that practice he put in. That moving round pickup, a little bit unexpected from the viewers, but he felt very confident in that, Jello.
Yeah, as I said, Russia is a big country.
Yeah.
And even though Bag was also in the north, it didn't look that far away, but Russia is a huge country, and even if you just guess on the next road, it's a couple hundred kilometers away. So yeah, Crooks really showed his strength there.
Absolutely. Anything that stood out to you in that matchup, Bloom?
Yeah, I mean, agreed with that, but honestly, one of the big things that's been standing out to me is just the expectation that I think has been widely expected of Bag. I think we're not really seeing, and I think a lot of that probably has to do with nerves and this first time being on LAN. And like, if anybody had watched the Wildcard 4, that performance he had was utterly dominant. But we did see that there was a period where he didn't play for a while in that Wildcard. Then he came back after like an hour break, and then all of a sudden was like a totally different player. Couple rounds in, he got that energy back and became the Bag we know, and I don't think we're totally seeing that right now, so I really hope we get to see that soon.
Well, he's in the environment for it here, not just because he needs to bring it to bear on these matches, but also because, as we said, all the players, they're upstairs, they're watching the games, they're talking, they're observing. There's a lot to absorb here, so I hope Bag ends up feeling comfortable. I hope we get to see more from him, but all I can promise is that we're going to show you more Geoguessr right after this break.
obstacles of life. Fight!
We are carrying on with day one of the Geoguessr World Cup. We're well into Group B now, but nothing is settled. Many games remain, and our next matchup is Totic versus Bad at Geo. We just saw Bad at Geo. He's taken in the hot seat, but Totic, our reigning champion, pretty confident coming into this one. 2-1 right now in the group, up against Bad at Geo's 1 and 2. But what else divides these two players as we've gotten to know them, or maybe as you know them offline, Bloom?
Yeah, I mean, good question. I mean, one of the really big things is just definitely LAN experience. And we talk about it a lot on this desk because it's so important, especially in games as mental as this. And Totic, having the first World Cup, then winning EMEA, has totally been in the hot seat, had the cameras on him, had to compete. And he's also been, you know, competing for world records for many years, stuff like that, which is a scene I don't think Bag is very much into. So, you know, they've gotten here through pretty different paths, for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. Bag is more the type of player who plays for himself, not really in a lot of competitions. But as you mentioned, the LAN experience, even after I went to the EMEA, after the World Cup, it was my second LAN event, I felt so experienced, even though it was my second tournament. So it does a lot. It does a lot if you have like only played once on a LAN event.
Now, we talked about this a little bit too before the commercial break that, you know, perhaps once Bad at Geo finds his footing, finds that confidence, we're going to see the player that we saw in the wildcard tournament. And I can't think of a better environment for him, supportive and discussing the topic of Geoguessr at all times in this building here. But we don't just discuss it, we get to play it. And this next match is going to be a banger. So let's bring out our first competitor for it, Totic. Totic's skills have been on showcase since our last World Championship, all through the year, online, offline. Where does Totic not perform, aside from Philippines, Mexico, Canada, and Indonesia, and only in his opinion there, Jello?
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned it earlier, gave a shout out to Jake Lyons, who is really good at knowing a lot of place names, and that can come handy in moving games. He didn't put moving as a strength, but I think if he really practiced that, he would have 2 strengths. So I'm excited to see him playing on moving again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those place names really do give him a big help there on moving, but definitely on the no move too. I mean, if you still can see some signs on no move and you know what they mean or what they're pointing to, crazy point differential.
And he picked up a win over Deborah in the first match of Group B. In his interview afterwards said he wasn't feeling too well. He didn't feel like he got much practice, and still he was able to pull out a 2-0 there. So cannot wait to see what he does in the hot seat again. And his opponent is not going to make it easy for him. Let's bring out Bad at Geo. Also with a win over Deborah, Bad at Geo rejoining us on the main stage here, and this is a tough matchup to feel like you've got to bounce back in. But we've seen it, we've talked about it. He has the skills, Jello.
He has the skills. I mean, we didn't have a Mali round yet. We didn't have a South Tomean Principe and Lebanon as well. So let's see if his strengths or weaknesses can show up in this game.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think they can. He's just got to find that confidence that I know is in there. I know he has, and he will lock in and do his thing. He just needs to pretend he's playing duos with Gelotris in Fortnite. You just got to get into that mindset, relax a little bit, and but bring it to Geoguessr and maybe become, I don't know, good at Geoguessr? Change his name? Maybe a name change, yeah. I believe.
Would we level him up? Like, can we knight him for that? Does he get like S rank as he continues through the space?
I think it could be possible. Then it's like good at Geo, amazing at Geo, phenomenal at Geo. Just keep amping it up.
Hey, much like our prize pool for first place, there is no ceiling to it. So we cannot wait to see what these players bring in this head-to-head, and I cannot wait to hear what our casters have to say about it. So Launders, Rainbolt, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Yeah, maybe we go from Bag to Gag, good at Geo, or we get the evolution to Pag, phenomenal at Geo, who knows? But either way, he's going to go up against Totic, who has very esoteric knowledge about the world known as Google Maps. Legend has it that his favorite location is a southwest road out of Kazakhstan, a dirt road leading to Turkmenistan. Do you know anything about that?
That's my second favorite road.
Second favorite road. What's your first?
The northeast Kazakhstan dirt road. No.
Okay, no other country. If you did have one, you'd be sitting right there besides Totic. But instead, it's Bag.
This is an important game.
It's an important game, and it's also one where I think Bag showed us that he was super good. I mean, I think Totic has definitely shown like he's reading like a lot of the players talking about other players. They're very worried about Totic. Like, group agnostic, they're worried about Totic. And I'm sure Bag is no exception, but at the same time, he feels pretty ice cold sometimes. You know what I mean? Like,
ice in his veins.
Yeah, ice in his veins. Ice in his veins. You can't rush him, man.
Yeah. No, Bag pretty much is looking for a win here. Totic. This group B is so close.
Yeah.
That even getting a 2-0 win is like important here.
Right. Yeah, because no game is free.
Yeah.
It's pretty much about the floor of this group because you look at Group A and you have Consus and you have Blinky, but everybody unanimously agrees that it's Group B because the average level is so high. And of course, when we're talking about Totic and Geo, you know exactly why.
Bars.
First round.
Totic versus Bag. Game 1, round 1, moving.
Yes, and we immediately get a Mexican roof.
Close.
We immediately get an Ecuadorian roof.
Closer.
We immediately get an Argentinian roof.
Closer.
A little too far. We immediately get a Peruvian roof.
Further. We're in Brazil, okay, guys? It's a Brazilian roof. This guy Launders is fired.
Oh, man. Okay.
Interesting climate here.
I was circling the drain there.
Yeah,
about to come up through Chile.
One more guess.
To Brazil. Yeah, it was right around the corner, so didn't happen. But Brazil, it's also actually more fun start, you know. So we've been getting the Kenya starts for 100 damage. Now we get a Brazil where you could just really blow it here. So
Brazil's big. Big country equal big points.
But you know what? It's Totic who loves like the fauna and the flora, okay? And he loves, you know, places like Brazil that are just full of it.
Yep. With this climate and this fauna and flora, I think you have to commit something northeastish, maybe near Bahia, something like that. We only have 10 seconds left, and we do see... Oh, we have an area code, but that's a WhatsApp.
Whoa, it's
Both
quick.
players in
It's
Belim.
quick. Oh, we're reading the WhatsApps off the sign. And Totic is like kind of laying close by at the moment. Feels like they've got the right idea. I mean, if both of them were wrong, that'd be surprising. And it ends up only being 58 damage. 58 damage in Brazil? That's a pretty good day.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
Round 2.
So, round 2, and we'll switch up from Brazil to the arid Eastern Europe.
Russia.
Russia.
We do have Gen 4 Winter Russia coverage here. Both players will distinctly know this. This is something that you do find something near Volgograd and things like that in Russia.
Is that where they filmed Stranger Things?
It does look like it, but I think that was, and we do see, I like a good guess here by bag. So this is Gen 4 Winter coverage area. We do move to Gen 3 and Totic sees Antenna. Guessing more north of bag. Saratov going to Volgograd.
Just above him. Oh, getting closer now, though. They seem to be in the same wavelength when it comes to their guesses so far. And, ooh, he actually had a moment where he maybe could have got a few extra 100 points of damage staying up top.
Trust your first instincts.
Trust your first instincts. Don't overthink it.
Round 3.
They say that in chess. It's like if you take more than 10 minutes to think about your next move, you're going to make a worse move.
It's the truest thing ever.
You figure it out, and then you overthink it. And then
I always say the less you know, the better.
the less you know, the better. That's why I'm the GOAT.
True. We have a light yellow plate here.
Everything's so amazing to me all the time.
973 area code. I think that is northern New Jersey. We'll see Totic versus Bag. Shout out to New Jersey enjoyers out there.
Oh, man. Tony Soprano may be around the corner. Whoa, that's quick, man. That was too quick. What? That was uncomfortably quick because it didn't even zoom in that much.
Yeah.
But there's so much information here for Totic. I feel like
small point.
He's trying to put pressure on him.
He can get a little bit closer, but
he can make it hurt a little bit, man. He could, especially if it's going farther south. Oh, but it's actually Geo's closer.
Yeah, Bag.
Wow.
538.
Bag. In his bag. Man, was there something wrong with that, though? With the amount of street signs and everything like that,
No.
how quickly he guessed? Was that a risk that Totic could take his time? Or did it just didn't matter because it wouldn't be much
I think
damage?
Bag knew that it was going to be small points because it had pretty obvious plates for both players.
Right.
So he just kind of insistent and said,
Okay.
let's keep the content flowing here.
This is not Canada.
Nope.
Because of those road lines. But the mountain, the hills full of trees. Sometimes that's Brazil, right?
Brazil does not drive left, unfortunately.
Oh.
This will be
Dead
New Zealand.
giveaway. Dead giveaway.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
We have New
I think
Zealand.
I have my
ballers.
glasses on backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hate when that
Contacts.
happens.
We do see Bag zooming into the South Island here, north. It doesn't make sense as a guess. Totic.
Oh,
We have
National Park. National Park meta. Totic zoomed in. Coal Creek. New Zealand. It's unfortunately, isn't it unfortunate that it could be dead center in case, Bag doesn't know exactly where it was, but he knows New Zealand and he hedges?
Yeah, but Bag's gonna be pretty close for you guys without the information.
Super close, yeah. But Totic still a little bit.
Using the information to his advantage there.
190. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Round 5.
Every little bit. You never know how much you're going to be alive with in the end. And there is just way too much information right here.
Tons. This will be something that's
This
both.
is not something that's happened before? Or is it Kenya? No.
One
day I'm
might
gonna go to
think
Kenya.
if you, no, this is the Nigeria follow car here.
Oh.
And we just moved
Is the red car?
The red car.
What's
the follow car, like the police car.
Right.
Police car
right.
behind us. I think you have to go pretty north here at this poop cam that we just went into. And we do see.
What's he looking for here?
We do have red soil. Maybe it doesn't.
Nursery. Nursery. No address. Oh, there's an address on it.
Yeah, he found it.
Baptist Church. Wi-Fi.
Both players found it.
So
Yep.
close together.
Wow.
2.3 to 1.9 kilometers. Very, very close. Bag. Staying very close to Totic, though, is a feat, honestly. It's a feat. Totic's consistency today has been pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
And now we're over in Southeast Asia.
Yep. And I think if Bag can pick up a win here, I don't know if he's expecting himself to. He said his preferred game mode is moving, so it'd be nice if he can pick up a win here. We do see a Cali guess here. He's locking in East Cali.
Whoa.
Totic, where will you go? Will he find Kabupaten?
And does he have enough info to make that zoom?
He's there. Will he find it?
It looks like
he's in East Cali.
Yeah, wow.
Learn your Capipotin.
My goodness. They've read the textbooks.
Or North and East Cali there.
Okay, so some opportunity to win, and actually works out here for Bag. So it's been a couple of guesses where Bag has been faster and also a little bit closer, even with Totic in the same region and understanding exactly where to go next. So very impressive stuff for the quick guesses here for Bag.
Round 7.
Running it back. Not exactly. Is this Indonesia?
No, we'll be back.
Thailand?
We'll be back in Southeast Asia here. This will be Thailand.
Thailand, okay.
Which is notoriously pretty difficult to region guess. I think with this, you have to go pretty... I like not on Rashishima guess. I do by Bag. It's a pretty safe guess, just Isan.
Okay.
Both players will obviously get Thailand with Thai everywhere. Maybe you go more west, near... yeah, it's outside Bangkok. Both players will probably end up being somewhat close.
So close together. Man, they're both like... We're not getting the same sort of 5K devastation out of Totic every time or whatever, but we're getting so, like, everybody's within a reasonable distance. Yep. No huge mistakes so far. But, dude, it's round 8. You wouldn't believe how little damage has been taken so far. This could be the round 4 or 5,000 damage comes in. And I don't want to spoil this one by saying that it's Nepal.
It's not Nepal.
Because it is actually... Oh,
you have, it looks like Greek there.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's...
Essentially, let's see.
Yeah, we got a
pretty
Greece
North Greece bag guess here. We did move into Gen 4 on Totic's screen here, as you guys can see. It does look pretty north with that mountain range.
Can Bag agree? Again, this could be big points in this round. An
opportunity.
Bag. Oh, Bag is closer again. And this time, it will hurt a little bit more. 500. Wow, 500. It's still only 500.
Look at this.
That actually gives them the lead by just about 30. That is crazy. We're on round 9, and the discrepancy in damage is just within a few points. This is about as insane as it can get.
It's not the position you want to be in if you're either player.
Because anything
you
could
leave
be a
your
lethal
fate up
blow.
to round 10.
Yeah. So, do you think either one is going to go slower for this next round? We've seen Bag just kind of like really
Asking Bag to go slow is quite the oxymoron.
Could this be near? Could this be in Great Britain somewhere for Bag? Is it possible?
It won't be in Great Britain, I don't think. I think it can be close, and I think it will be France here.
Okay, northern France? Does that mean northern France?
Could be the case. Let's see what both players think. We do have...
They're roaming the streets right now, but what are those low sort of stone walls? And any language on the walls. There we have a little bit of... Is that French? That looked like it.
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui, garçon.
Totic finding a pretty... He's not using that sign. Area codes.
Ooh, there's a little bit of a hint in the hedge. Man, this is round 9. This could be a ton of damage. France is a big place.
Will it be enough?
Down in the south is Totic, roughly. Bad at Geo is even more south.
No one can win here is the thing. No one.
I don't know.
I don't know if they stay this close.
Yeah, they are pretty close together, but it could still be 1, 2,000, 3,000 damage if they're not careful. And yes, once again, actually, Totic is a little bit closer. With the multiplier is 1,600 in total. That's a big edge going into the final round of this first game. And Totic was talking. Totic yelled something.
He needs one good guess in round 10.
One good guess in round 10.
He has a 1,600 point lead going into round 10.
What will it matter? I don't know. That was a really strong guess from Totic, but it feels like Bag has been closer, maybe even more often. I don't know if that actually is true.
Round 10.
It's round 10, man, and it is green.
It all comes down
to New Zealand.
To Romania. 5.5x damage. You could blunder country here, I think, but the sign here. Oh, sign has information.
Cluj.
Oh, it's Cluj.
Oh, Cluj on the way.
Can't win.
That's the biggest Cluj that you can get, baby.
GG's. He could. I mean, Bag just instant. I mean, he's good. Yeah. He couldn't win that.
Wow.
He couldn't win that.
Totic is dancing.
He said, GG's.
Oof. A little 500
He hit the emote on him.
He did, yeah. He just emoted on him. Like it was Fortnite here in Geoguessr. Totic with another clean win after that first round victory over Bag, who kept up, but not when the points and the multiplier got bigger, you know? Multiplier got bigger, Totic got better.
Yeah. And Bag didn't even play it. Like, that comes down. It was a 1,600 point difference. It came down that France guess he lost most of his points. And then he comes back and yeah, it was tough. It was tough.
Yeah. I don't know if that tells us much about what's going to happen next, because I honestly think that, again, apart from the fact that Totic stayed consistent towards the end, that he had better guesses, that's going to mean anything for game 2.
It's the round 10 limit.
Yeah,
and when you're both playing at such a high level,
yeah,
it's no one's fault.
Yeah, it's no one's fault. No one's fault. You just got to take it down on the chin and move on. Game 2.
Game 2, let's start it. No move. This is a 1/360 panorama. Starting now. This is all we get.
We do some farming.
Facts. This is a pretty interesting location.
But this isn't a Cape Kona region, is it?
No. This will be European.
It? No.
We do have the antenna. I'm trying to think of what this could be here.
Yeah. What is that?
You could go Baltic or Poland, I think.
Oh.
Ukraine makes sense. Ukraine makes a lot of sense. Yep, I think it is Ukraine. I think Bag is cooking. He doesn't think he's cooking, though. He's unsure. Yeah. I usually think with dirt fields like this, that Ukraine usually covers more rural dirt areas, I feel like. But this is interesting. I can't really tell what we're looking at here.
It doesn't seem like you're alone on that. And, well, the lock-in comes in sort of the middle of Ukraine here for Bag. Totic has still not popped his map open with 7 seconds to go.
He's going Poland.
But he's going Poland on round 1.
Ukraine.
And it's actually Ukraine, and it's Eastern Ukraine, so it hurts a little bit extra. That's some big damage to kick things off. 1,200 points from Bag over to Totic. That's the kind of guess that could have won in the last game, obviously, if it came in the right round. But here it's nice and early.
Exactly. And like I said before, if you're Totic, you want to end it here ASAP. You do not want to be taking Bag to Nmpz.
No Bag on Nmpz. That's a Bag time.
It's Bag time. Round 2. 360 panorama. Totic. 9 more rounds to close it. Bag looking for a must-need win here. This will be Peru.
Spin to win.
The white card only found in Peru, Chile, and Bolivia in South America. Talk Spanish. Cool.
Yeah, this is lively. But Peru is long, right?
It's a big country.
It's very long. Got the whole West Coast there to think about.
No, it's not too many. There's not an address nearby, nothing really.
How bad can it get in Peru?
It can get pretty bad, but this is like one of those things where it's just like, how far north or south do you want to go? And we do see...
Oh, just passing by.
And they end up...
Oh my God, they're both... Wait, is there a 5K in there?
Close.
That was so close.
Well,
let's round up, man.
Yeah.
That's
just give
nasty
him that.
Totic, yeah.
That's insanely... I'm not... Yeah, wow.
Did they just pick some bigger city in that area and hope? And now are we finally in the UK, Trevor?
No UK here.
No UK.
Not sure what this will be, though. 1/360 panorama is all we do get.
But if it's not, then... But it's just... Do we just go farther south and...
Yeah, you could.
In
you
Europe? Yes. A little bit down.
Yeah, you probably go France here.
If it looks like Germany, but it's not, that means that it's Luxembourg, right?
True, but this should be France.
Oh.
Should be France. Bag locking in northern France outside Paris.
And this is a bit farther east, deceptively quite a distance and equidistant apart once again. And to maintain the small lead here, to complement some of the earlier damage, Bag will pick this one up too. And Bag again, you said you don't want to see him in Nmpz. He's looking for it.
It looks like you don't want to see him in NM either. Round 4. What do we have here?
You said the less you know, the better sometimes.
Less you know, the better. Totic versus Bag. You know, a part of me, bad call out, guess shame me. You ever go
for it, Spain.
Yeah, I thought
Southern's.
I thought it could be Spain.
Yeah, they're.
Yep. Bag knows that he probably does think it's also Spain. You probably give the edge to the Spaniard here.
Yeah, true. That's Totic. We got a home turf advantage. Of course, not an easy country to come from when it comes to Geoguessr, with just the interesting and the variety and the topography around the country, but at the same time, it looks like they're agreeing upon a similar region, and it's actually Totic who will be closer.
295.
Point of pride for him, though, to win inside of Spain. Got to give him that.
Both players getting pretty close. You got to give it to Bag as well as we move into round 5.
Ooh, and we get And no, is this America? Oh no, that is definitely
Launder.
not.
That clip it and ship.
That was not.
This is. That's all right. Launders is
I cleaned my glasses again, and then.
It could be. No, it's this will be will not be this is Russia. Say it politely there.
Okay. So how far in? How far in?
The Western. Okay.
Why was that so
Bag
quick?
was just checking out this man's drip here. He says, I don't really care about...
Why was Totic so quick there? And they're actually pretty far apart. Oh my God, Totic knew something. He knew something about this
streak.
part.
That's massive.
Whoa, that's huge. Ooh. And actually, even though it was such a good start here from Bag, he might be staring down the barrel of a 2-0 if Totic keeps it up.
Round 6.
Man, that was close. Snow coverage.
Snow coverage. This looks like the... This will be very few points, I think, for both. Wait.
Are we?
Wait.
Is this Mongolia?
Wait, no. You know what this is?
Where is it?
This is the. It looks like the new Turkey, I think.
New Turkey dropped here at the World Cup.
I thought for a second it was like that Southeast Kazakhstan stuff until I turned around. I actually haven't looked at the new Turkey stuff. I don't know. It is. I think the Eastern stuff is more like snowy.
Every time I've been there, I've been sweating. It's been hot.
So, if context for those watching, this Turkey truck just dropped 2 or 3 weeks ago. So, this is new coverage that you would have had to learn in the past couple weeks.
Past couple weeks. Let's see who's been online. And Totic said he said before he wasn't feeling that well after he won his first game today, and he didn't have that much time to prepare, so maybe there is a bit of an advantage here for Bag as he zooms in on the Turkish pin.
Both players scanning east right now, looking for something. It's pretty distinct Eastern coverage, I feel like, but getting there is one thing.
Bordering Armenia here. Totic is over on this side. Both seem somewhat unsure, but Bag is just a bit better. And to be honest, at round 7, 1,500 damage to keep it close. Keep Totic honest. That's not bad. I mean, you didn't see, crystal clean confidence coming out of Bag in this guess. He felt like somewhat in the right region, but it didn't lock in early like we've seen from him before.
And as I look at round 7, I think it might be deceiving. When you see the green, you see the yellow. It looks further away. It's a really close game. 1,200 points. And then I look around like this. I think,
what the hell is this?
Pretty interesting location. It's not like a country that immediately sticks out to me. I mean, obviously the region of the world I think will be obvious. It's either like Baltic or like Russian or something. But
like the little stone statues from Elden Ring that someone came and built. Who left these there? Does that antenna tell us anything?
Pretty ambiguous round. Like maybe you go Russia, maybe you go Baltics. I'm not too sure where you go.
Google really paid someone to drive out here.
We just see Bag going southwest Moscow. They're both looking at the antenna type, which maybe it does indicate that it is Russia, as that is something that you would be doing if you're in Russia.
I mean, maybe it's a round 7 finish, Trev. There could be the potential for huge damage on this round.
Let's say it is Russia Launders.
Yeah.
Anyone's game. 15 seconds.
Just outside of Moscow here, locked in. Bag. I don't know if that's confidence or it seems a little bit dubious in the emotions as Totic starts to zoom in. Let's see if he goes too far.
He's going more north.
And let's see if that's correct. It is. It is for Totic. And you know what? It's Russia. It's big. It's big damage. 3,300, and it will be the 2-0.
Wow.
Wow. Clean.
That was a great guess by Totic. Totic is just playing so consistently right now.
Right.
That you had, and he's playing so consistently well. And people constantly underrated him. He wins European finals.
Yeah.
Still underrated, I think, by most people. So not today. I'll prove myself.
Yeah, and he's trying to go farther again than we saw at the last World Cup. He was a big favorite, I think, coming in, or one of the top dogs. And he's really proving that consistency now to start off today. More LAN experience and Bag. I mean, he's definitely played really well, but at the same time, Bag, where is he at in the standings now?
He's definitely, that was definitely a game that he wanted to win. Because now Totic, it looks like he's pretty high up there. And I think Bag, he's in a must-win scenario.
Must-win scenario, man. That's really tough. We were just sort of got our first glimpse of him in real life. We took him climbing yesterday, Trevor.
We went rock climbing.
We went rock climbing with
I like to call
Bag.
him Alex.
Yeah, Alex Honnold.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex Honnold.
This is natural.
Alex Baggled.
Alex.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
All right, and so Totic, I mean, it's just his second winner interview of the day. If we've got him ready to talk to us and give us a few words, even though he said he wasn't feeling that great coming into the game today, he's shown us that he's topping what is known as a group of death. I mean, everyone's agreed on it, that it's that difficult. So, yeah, we've got the interview ready with Totic to see if he's feeling a bit more chipper.
That's absolutely right, Launders. Let's find out. Totic, you are top of your group, the so-called group of death. How's it sound and feel?
Well, I was never expecting that before because I was thinking that this group was like the hardest ever that I competed in and probably the hardest ever in the history of LAN Geoguessr. So I'm pretty happy to be at the top now and I hope not to blow it out in the last game.
We saw some dance moves after you won moving. Are you enjoying being part of the show?
Well, definitely. Although that moving game, I was quite lucky. It wasn't my best performance because I didn't find a lot of signs in many of the rounds, but it was quite a stressful game because it went all the way until the last round and to the round limit. So I was really happy to win that game because I knew that that Geoguessr is a really good player, especially Nmpz, that if I had to go into the third game, the bets would be against me probably. So I was really happy to win that. And I did get a bit lucky though, especially with the Thailand, but to be honest, it wasn't all luck. There was also some skill involved because I used the canal meta for Thailand and that gave me 1,600 points. And then I was lucky enough to have the last round with the sign next to me.
Was there anything surprising about this matchup against Bag?
Well, nothing to be honest. I was a bit scared after the first round of the no-moving game because I was debating Ukraine at first, but then I saw the houses being like more Western, like French style, so I switched off and that was a bit painful, but otherwise I think it was quite an expected game. I was a bit lucky as well in the last round, but yeah, that was a bit of a hard round because the A-type antenna is not that common in that area. So, but I didn't think it looked like any of the other places, so I just decided to risk and it worked. But yeah, everything else was expected.
Well, Totic, you are top of your group for now, which spells very well for your future at this tournament. How far do you see yourself going? Do you think you could win the whole thing?
I would rather not talk about the future because that's the way I've been doing well so far, because otherwise if I put myself expectations like I did last year, I don't think it will end up well. So I'd rather not say anything.
All right, well, congratulations on another win, Totic. For now, let's head back to the desk.
I love it. I too believe in the superstitions of esports. You don't want to talk about the future because that could really screw you up. So, Totic coming in with exactly the correct competitor mindset. Something I wanted to point out in that matchup, though, Gelotris, you warned us about that new Turkey coverage, and things could have gone a lot worse for Totic because he said he wasn't able to practice in the recent months. That was a big play there for Bag.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the location wasn't that easy because the trash bin usually is a good info source in Turkey, but this trash bin did have a place name in Izmir, which is max west in Turkey. So good that they didn't know that because that could have thrown you off. But yeah, I mean, there's not much to add to that. This game was, especially the first one, was just coming down to ramping up multis. And then on the no-move game, Bag didn't play bad by any means. It was just coming down to 1 or 2 guesses with high multis. And again, it was Russia. So therefore, yeah, not much to add from me.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I was sitting up there watching and I was really trying to use the analyst brain and think to myself, do I think Bag is objectively playing like different than at some of his peaks? And I was sitting there realizing like, I actually don't think he is. It's just the level of competition in this death group is insane. And it's like, sure, probably there's some nerve aspect, a little bit of something like that too, but like really objectively, like everybody in this group is playing amazing, and these games are just kind of going to who knows one country a little better than the other, like how are the multis gonna go, things like that. So intense, good match.
Yeah, this is not a game that you can kind of shrug like a Hearthstone or a TCG where you're like, oh, there's a little bit of RNG there, a little bit of craziness. This is factual information wherever you drop in, and you see it or you don't. So what I think is so impressive is we're sitting outside the stage as the players finish, as they move off. The camaraderie. They're discussing their match like it was something that they were both facing down, not something that they were really facing each other in. So I really love, once again, the immediate respect, the attitude back here. And I hope that if any of Bag's hesitation was because of the nerves or the tension of playing in such a big group, that the camaraderie of his group might be able to help him here as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of love in this community amongst the players and everybody involved. And at the end of the day, like, this game is based on community. Like, that's how we've gotten here today. That's how we have the amount of knowledge in the game we have. And so at the end of the day, like, nobody is super just, oh, I want to win and beat everybody, because we're all friends and we all love to just be part of this competition together, and it's beautiful.
We have a lot of Geoguessr fans who are kind of tuning in for the first time, one of the first times. Maybe they're really in love with the game now, and they're just trying to figure out, you know, how do I become one of those players with a year or two experience that maybe makes it to a World Cup? We talk a lot about what the community provides, but Gelotris, if you were to direct new Geoguessr fans anywhere in the community, where do you think they was a good place for them to get started?
Yeah, I've mentioned it earlier already. There's this new map, a learnable meta world, where you get clues that are country or region specific, and after you guess, it will tell you what the clue was. So really great learning effect from there. But also, of course, Plunkett. I think that's the first place new players go to, and they should. I can really recommend it. There's a lot of good info. I've went to the Turkey doc, and I can approve it's very good. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, any places you'd recommend, Bloom, that are different?
I mean, yeah, great shout outs there. But I would also definitely just mention the content creators we have in this space are doing amazing work. And there's videos going back years that can still teach you so much. I mean, people who were like really innovating in that space, like Wolftrekker even like many years ago, you could still go watch some of his videos and learn so much. And of course, even people who were playing today, Chicago Geographer, Zigzag, people like that, Finnbar, all have lots of really great content out there that teach a lot.
Yeah, I noticed, we asked all the players before the tournament, we sent them all a little bit of a questionnaire, and one of the questions was, how did you get started in Geoguessr? What got you involved? Well, I look forward to future competitors answering the Geoguessr World Cup, but our current crop of competitors, a lot of them credit Geoguessr, they credit Rainbolt, they credit each other with inspiring each other to get involved in the games, and you can see a lot of those big names right here in our competition. Jake Lyons got the shout out before for help and remember place names, but the cross respect that you see from the players, the overall growth of the space because of that camaraderie across the board really makes it a lovely place to be. Now, Gelotris, taking a look at Group B here, our group of death. It's playing out just as tightly as you expected, but I noticed you made a great comparison about Group B that separates it from the other groups. All of them feature enormous talent. It is the closeness of the talent in Group B that really make this a challenge.
Definitely. You had no one running this flawlessly like Blinky did in his group. It got pretty close in some instances. And I feel like when I go up and the players talk to each other, I feel like it's a bit more intense. It's not that chill vibes I got from Group A.
Oh, you've been measuring the temperature of the vibes all morning. I've been counting on you for that one. You're saying it's getting a little warm up there.
Yeah, maybe it was because I was talking to Deborah too much. But overall, I think, it's a bit more intense. Of course, they're all at the same skill level, therefore you get this tension.
Well, I know, Bloom, you do a great job of sitting down talking with a lot of the players individually. Have any of them kind of, said anything contrary to the chill vibes? Are we perhaps reading a rose-colored portrait?
That's a good question. I mean, I was just talking to Deborah on the way down, and, Deborah's got an intense personality, so he's going, okay, well, if I do 2-1, then this happens. If I do, so he's ready to go. He's locked in. He's not calm. But honestly, most of the others too are kind of on the edge of their seat to a certain extent. I know I was talking to Oscar's Zigzag as well, and he's like, man, the stress is there. And so it really is. I mean, this is the big stage. We've waited a year for this.
This is the big stage, and if you're just joining us, the Geoguessr World Cup Group B is slowly coming to a close. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got a game that might make or break it.
versus the obstacles of life. Fight! wins.
You're watching the Geoguessr World Cup. We are well into day one here, well into Group B as well, but nobody has yet pulled ahead in this extremely close group. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, joining me on the desk. I've got Geoguessr and I've got Project Bloom. And together, we've been studying. We had a little extra time there, a little bit of a tech break, and you know, we thought we'd take a look at the player cards that our players have provided ahead of this tournament, some answers to some pretty typical questions. Geoguessr, what'd you find for me?
We did a little study on those players, didn't we?
Yeah.
Starting off with Crooks. He did start just 2 years ago. Very impressive to be sitting here, just after 2 years of playing a game, which got suggested by a friend of his. He said, try out this Explorer mode on Geoguessr. And now he's sitting here. That's amazing to see.
Pretty incredible.
And yeah, he saw the competitive side of it, got interested in it. Nice to see him here. Another very interesting fact was his favorite drink while playing, which is water.
You know, he seems like a straight and narrow kind of guy. I believe it. That's great.
Pretty interesting, pretty interesting.
Yeah.
What do you got for us from Debre?
Yeah, I mean, I took a look at Debre. I mean, he had some great answers too, actually. When asked about his players most confident facing, he stated, nobody, because all the easy opponents are in the other 3 groups. When asked how he handles pressure in duels, he said, as long as there's no DDoS attack, there is no pressure. Other hobbies and interests? None. Lives and breathes maps.
Beautiful.
Dream travel destination, the coldest and wettest bits of Norway. And 2 of my favorites, his favorite book, wrote, does not read, and favorite movie, does not watch movies. Lovely, lovely answers here from Debre. Amazing, amazing. I know so much more about him now, so I'm ready. I'm ready.
I feel like I understand a little better how pure that fire of competition burns in Debre. This is a geo-guessing machine here going into this next match against Crooks. But both impressive players now. I believe they're all set, so let's take a look at the first player in our matchup. That's gonna be Debre. Taking no inspiration from books, no inspiration from movies. He is the only hero he needs in his life, and he is ready for his journey, perhaps to Saturday, perhaps to the championship of the World Cup. When we take a look at his strengths and weaknesses here, we checked in with Bloom, but Geoguessr, what do you think about this list?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that US county to show up. I really want him to show off his knowledge in the US.
Yeah, definitely. I think that would be very, very good to see. I hope we can, because he's one of the few who's really studied like all of them and knows them all, which is very impressive. So hopefully we get some.
Yeah, usually you have people who you admire for learning Kabu patterns, but it's not like he learned counties instead. He knows both.
I'm really curious as to what that kind of, training looked like. As American myself, we got some wacky county names. We repeat a lot of them. We're not very creative. We borrowed most of them from Europe, so that is no small feat. But it might be the feat that gives him the edge over the extremely scary, extremely talented, and extremely local Crooks. Now, this player brings a lot to the table. Only 2 years experience under his belt. We talked about that a little bit, Geoguessr, but Bloom, what else can you tell me about him?
Yeah, I mean, again, we've talked about this already, but those strengths in the big countries, super, super important. And again, as you mentioned, like being the Stockholm native, I was asking him last night, so how was your travel? He's like, oh, I took a train. You know, you got here so quick. You have players who are traveling 9-hour time changes, like 11-hour flights, things like that, just to come out to play. So I think that's definitely a big advantage for him. And you know, he doesn't have to deal with that change of environment, change of time zone. That definitely can have a big impact on a lot of players.
Well, I do wonder, too, is he taking the fellow players out on the town? We've got some time and space in the tournament, so it's on him to show them around. I hope that doesn't form extra pressures when we're trying to give him a home team advantage here. But when we talk about these two, we're talking about some of the best Geoguessr has to offer. So before we get into this matchup, anything else we should know?
Not from me.
Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm ready to go.
Another close match. I really don't know what to expect from this one again, as we are still in this group. So
yeah. The group is too crazy.
Yeah.
Well, audience, that means you are well prepared with all the knowledge that we can give you. And now it is entirely up to Launders and Rainbolt to take you through it.
Yeah, well, it should be easy because it's going to be a banger matchup. Thank you, Geoguessr, Bloom, Rachel. This should be a fantastic decider match.
Bro.
I know you're teaming right now. You're like, I'm so hyped right before we went live. And, of course, we're talking about not only, you know, the Finnbar family and the watch party, but also Swedish representation here.
Yep.
From Stockholm going up against Deborah. It's not going to be a free game. In fact, this would be an upset, wouldn't it, if Crooks won?
Who even knows at this point? Deborah's definitely a favorite.
Yeah.
But the way Crooks has been playing today, it's... dude. It's going to be such a close
Where would
game.
you have power ranked them before the day started? Would Crooks actually be in front?
I have Crooks as like my dark horse to win it all.
Oh, dark horse to win it all.
But anyone in this group B had the potential to win this entire tournament.
Yeah,
the entire
okay.
World Cup. So it's one of those things where you just have to be the best for one day. And you
Be the best for one
you
day.
Just advance and survive.
Okay, I love that, man. Just channel all that energy. And we know that Crooks has been walking around with a little bit of extra swagger today, and he was flexing it in his game earlier. Looked very confident. Deborah, of course, kind of a phenom, man, so you never know what he's going to be able to offer. And he was somebody who made it into playoffs, right? Last World Cups.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
He did.
So
Crooks
that's what's on the line.
versus Deborah. Game 1. Round 1 moving, shall we?
Yeah, let's run it.
Round 1, what we got? Everyone lock in.
Yeah, this one is absolutely key. Okay.
So this is actually an interesting round.
I mean, is this also Russia?
No, this is actually, I think, ironically enough, we could be in Hungary here. I want to guess.
Oh, well, I'm starving, so I'm ready for this round.
Let's see. Both players end up... We do see Deborah finding a sign, and he is Hungarian, so he will know. And he has...
Oh, that's the edge. Oh, he's been there. He's walked down this road.
He said, hold your horses.
And he said, let me find this road quick.
Crooks also...
Crooks knows.
Not Hungarian, but today he might be.
Today he might be. Let's see what the appetite looks like for Crooks. He's got his hand over mouth with 1 second off, and it is the 5K for Deborah. Oh, just about. 2 points the difference, but it is a statement, of course. Home turf advantage. I mean, could he have literally been walking down the street one day?
Potentially.
Recognize that?
Potentially. You never know. You never know. Next time Crooks has the IRL home ground, and he gets the round 1 home ground. I guess.
Well, Sweden's a big place. It's potentially going to come up, but it's not here. Not now.
Not here, not now. Round 2, 1.5x damage. This will put us in what looks like France here. We have French dashed outer lines here.
Okay. We got 2 different directions, though, that we've gone down the road.
Yep.
Deborah is actually going out of the area.
Yes.
And we've got Crooks finding signs. Mount Pellier.
Yep, GG's.
Oh, man. GG's are being called. Crooks
but I think
now taking
Deborah has
time.
a sign here, and he's also very close. So this will be very close guesses by both players.
Deborah's on a skateboard a little bit. Turned sideways, started driving. Started rolling. Bus. The bus, though, can that be a red herring? Because the bus could be going somewhere else.
It could be, unless it's like a local city bus or something.
But what if it's full of German tourists?
Probably is. To be honest.
The guess is actually faster in from Deborah. Is that surprising? Crooks is really running down the clock here, 5 seconds. Got to open that map.
He's super close to Deborah right now. He's moving slightly further, but
Oh,
close.
man. They are shoulder to shoulder. But
right
actually, yeah, Crooks is just a little bit closer for 100 damage. Setting the stage here for what could be a close game.
Round 3. Keep it going. This is a moving game. They will move. 2x damage. We have a blue
Intuitively have moved in opposite directions in these last couple of rounds, but not this time. They'll be following close by.
Should be Spain here. We have the no white border on the back of that sign.
Whoa.
We see a Palma zoom in here.
Was that an island?
Yeah, but I don't know if he does.
Oh, he's going for the island? If it's the island, that could be a huge reward, right?
I think he saw it on the trash can
But
there.
can Crooks see water? Does he know that it's the island? What was the giveaway? Was there a sign that said it? And time is ticking, man. Are we going to zoom in on the island? No, we're headed towards the mainland in Spain, and it looks like it is the island. We're sitting on it. Debray, almost 5K, 4999, 1,800 damage here in round 4.
This is such a massive game for each players here.
What happened there? What happened there?
Yeah, he read the city on the trash can.
Okay.
Round 4.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Is another man's 5K.
Is another man's 4999.
I have to stand up for this one, this match.
Oh, that was good information. That was good information. I mean, I don't know if it actually was, but to me, I think it would be.
Both players, it's pretty dry. Yep.
It's a lot of
it
writing.
said Sumba on that sign there.
Oh man!
Wait,
look, Debray's getting in there. He's getting in there. I mean,
we
they're
have
both
East
on an
Noosa
island.
guess. Both players in Noosa. West Noosa, both on West Noosa, okay.
West Noosa, okay. This Istana Chicken. Oh, I think that's the Pringles
Crooks
guy.
is right
That's
there.
the Pringles guy. That's the giveaway.
Yeah, Crooks is right there, looks like. Yep. Both got there.
Wow.
They're right there
They
with them.
found each other. Perfect. What's that feeling when you work so hard, you know you've basically got a 5K, and then you finish the round and you see they're right on you?
Disappointing.
And my Geoguessr games, I never get to experience that. We're both like 400 miles away, but
that's okay.
Yeah, when that happens in these games when you're playing,
Yeah,
what's that feeling?
It's like a,
Do you just feel like a genius? Do you just feel like a genius for 1 second and then?
Yeah, you're like, I hope. You know, you hope for a second.
I'm not as smart as I thought, sort of feeling.
Yeah. It grounds you.
Keeps you humble.
Both players here will know it's Nigeria. Interesting car here.
We've seen Nigeria hurt in a couple of rounds earlier
it's
today.
Big, distinctly. Father and leader.
Father and leader.
Pastor wife restaurant.
Just
looks fire.
Very familial.
US. Not you.
US? Got a concert going on here. I mean, I think as you mentioned, they both understand that it's in Nigeria, but where exactly within it?
Finding addresses and Debray.
Oh, he's got a plonk. He literally has a plonk on the sign. The church auditorium, Royal
Cigar.
Hotel.
Both players found it.
Wow.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Debray moving away. Wait. Debray can't find
Rent's
it
too
yet.
high. He's getting out of there.
I don't know. Where was it?
Oh, they're just
He's not
on the
zooming in
road.
first, but-
They're on the road.
Yeah, they're super close.
Yeah. 39 damage. Hilarious.
Round 6. This will keep us back in very minimal points here.
And I can guess it. I can guess it. I
believe.
Kenya? Guess
Kenya.
it? Kenya. We got it.
Finally.
One for 10. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
We're not counting or
What the
anything.
hell? Yeah.
Where's you guessing Kenya here could be interesting. On moving.
Let me tell you something. There's no points to be made in Kenya. I don't want to spoil it for the audience, but everything we've seen so far, 100, 200 points max.
On moving especially, I feel like with all the addresses nearby, you have to assume both players will get pretty close. But it could be a case where someone blunders or doesn't find the same information as someone else. You could go west and it could be Nairobi and one person's near hedges.
That actually said welcome to something directly, so I'm not sure if that just said Kenya or if it said literally exactly where, but they've got a hotel.
That is valuable sign there.
Too much information.
For Crooks. Crooks just found a valuable sign that Debray does not have.
Crooks.
Scanning.
Ooh, he's on the scan.
Debray's locked in.
And Debray's on a long road, a little bit
Debray's max-
somewhere
max-
else. West Nairobi, and now Crooks is coming in towards him, which makes me feel like
Debray.
maybe it's Debray who knows what's up. And he really does.
with the multiplier, 1100 damage.
Wow.
Okay, Debray. He's showing his teeth right now.
He's locked in. He is locked in. Round 7.
Max pressure here on Crooks.
360 pan. Until we get to the no move 4x. This is where things do get interesting. These last like 4 rounds.
Oh, these cracked roads. It must be Toronto.
It definitely is Canada. The question is where in Canada? We have a single yellow road line there. Maximum sign. Doesn't look like Ontario maximum sign. We have New Brunswick.
Oh.
Prince George. It's BC.
BC.
Wait,
off to the
Crooks.
west. Wait, no, they're both there. They're both there. They're both in the west. But how far apart? That's a quick guess. Deborah just wants to believe that he found something that Crooks can't find.
Where did Deborah
Wait, no, he seems frustrated. They're actually close together, aren't they? So close together. But it's Canada. It's kind of big. 800 multiplied, and it is 3,300 damage.
Deborah's frustrated. That is massive points for Crooks.
He got a little...
Taking the lead.
He's in the lead. Oh, my God. He got a little extra bit of... got more information afterwards? Is that what happened? He clicked and then realized
like
something?
Yeah, because he saw Prince George and instant clicked.
Yeah. Oof. Wow, that's a nice punish from Crooks, man. 1 extra second can do you wonders in this game.
Round 8.
And are we still potentially in Canada?
No.
Damn it.
This will be Russia. We have the long antenna, both players zooming on that.
Okay.
On 2,500 health for each one. This is going anyone's way. Debray zooming in.
Oh, man.
It looks pretty.
Russia right now with 2,500 even on round 8. Brother, hold your breath because...
Crooks, Kazan.
Yeah, this could be a winning moment for either player. Debray is breaking the speed limit right now, trying to look for some information.
Using that fast travel. More east, Novosibirsk. I like the Novosibirsk.
Oh my God, that's a huge
Crooks
sign.
pretty good at Russia. Where's he going?
How good's that?
He's going back.
Why do you look behind him here? He's trying to confirm some things all the way
5
back to the
seconds,
start.
Crooks.
5 seconds.
Debray's
Time to zoom. It's a big country.
He's going south of Novosibirsk.
Just under him. Oh, they're right in the middle, splitting the difference. It won't be too much damage, if any. 41. My God, that could have been worse.
That was...
Well, that's epic.
That was almost really bad for someone.
Oh, for someone, yeah. And instead what we get is round 9, so the multiplication goes up, the health stays about the same. This is what it could come down to. These are the moments that keep you up at night after the World Cup because you know you could have instantly won the game, you could have instantly qualified through. Just one more
There's
good
always that
guess.
one guess that will haunt you forever. 5x. Is it this one? Round 9 of 10.
5x damage. Death is looming. The Grim Reaper has his scythe out.
25-14.
He could be coming for someone, and this gotta tell you everything.
I mean,
inside of Mexico, Debray has a sign that they're both looking at the exact same thing.
I think if they both...
Who can synthesize the data? 9.7 kilometers to a location. Again, sometimes it's radial.
You have to assume that they both get very close here, and you see very marginal points going into round 10.
At 5x damage, though, you don't want to be on the wrong side of the circumference.
So true.
That one road sign, maybe it's not enough. And again, they might know they're 10 kilometers away from something, but the lock comes.
They're pretty far.
They're really far apart. They might have to take a plane to visit each other at 2,500 points each. This could be the one that decides it. Hidalgo. And Debray keeps traveling farther north. It's Crooks to take this round 100%. 8,200 damage to close out after Debray's hot start.
1-0 to Crooks. What a game.
Wow.
And you could almost tell there at the end that you had to give the advantage to Crooks. Debray's plonking all over the map.
Yeah.
He didn't know Crooks was staying in that position. Wow.
What was it so when you get a road sign like that says, 10 kilometers somewhere, you can't read it all?
It wasn't, I'm not sure what that sign was.
It didn't seem like it was conclusive for them. They just took some extra time.
Wow, I think, that was
Man, Crooks keeps his cool though, man. Even late into the round, resetting to go to the start and then looking around again.
With 7 seconds left, he resets his Russia and goes back to confirm the antenna.
Yeah, every second to him is just like an ounce of gold.
Yep. But we move into no move, where things get even more interesting. Debray has to win the next 2 games.
Oh, man.
If Crooks wins 2-0, that's even better.
But like you said, you don't want Crooks in Nmpz, right?
Crooks is a pretty... Yeah, but Debray's also in
Nmpz. Oh, yeah,
very
that's right.
good.
That's right. Oh, it was the last game, I think. They wanted to take, you want to take Crooks out early. It just won't happen. It doesn't seem like, and it could also be another 2-0. It's been a lot of 2-0s today. It's a bad sign for Debray. Just, I don't believe in coincidences, but we've seen a lot of 2-0s.
No move. Round 1, 1-360
I'm
panorama.
not one for astronomy, but there are signs, Trevor, that this could be a 2-0. Look at that, UFOs.
True. When you get those UFOs southwest of the sky, it's approximately going to be this. No.
When you get those unidentified flying trademarks, you never know where you're going to end
the
up.
copyrights in the sky. We are in no move. It's 360 panorama.
And this is Montana, Trevor.
Could be a good shout.
Honestly, it looks like a painting of Montana.
It does.
This is beautiful. I think this is where No Country for Old Men, maybe.
It could be Canada,
no, that
actually.
Was
I think
New
it's more
Mexico,
likely.
Right? Yeah, no, it's not Canada, man. It's not. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I trust now. I trust.
I'm telling you.
I was just looking for your confirmation.
There we go. Rado with Crooks.
Colorado.
Debray, man. This is old coverage, right?
The
this
trees,
is
it should be newer.
I think we should. Is it? This is like 90s anime coverage. I think we need to go back to this art style. Google Maps.
True. We do see Crooks in northwest
Very
Colorado.
grainy.
I like it with these trees. This like sparse trees like makes sense. I think for that. Is he going?
It's a confident hover around Rado for Crooks at the moment. Debray's gonna ask. He's kind of in a similar spot, but I can tell why they're confused. There's mountains everywhere, every direction they look. 2 lock-ins come. It's Montana.
Launders, get you in.
Wow, put me in there, man.
What the heck?
Montana.
Wow.
I'm the only one who got the state right.
Crooks down 1,000 points. That's really not much in a no-move scenario, especially as multis increase. Round 2, what do we have? Let's see.
Haven't left America? Oh, no, we have. We have definitely left America.
We have definitely not left America.
Oh, we haven't? Because we're in Baja, California.
No, I think we're actually in just California or somewhere over there.
All right, Baja is Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baja Blast?
Baja Blast. Shout out to Baja Blast one time.
No, you know. It's something over. I
Look
actually
at
don't
that
know what
Capri Sun.
state you would go. Dude, Capri Sun.
Up there. Sun's shining.
Crooks zooming in. Cali, Arizona border. Debray going Arizona. Good shout.
Yeah, it is close.
Not sure what side.
It's very arid, though.
Arid, good word.
Yeah, that's the Ludwig word I learned when you guys did the collab.
Yeah. Classic. That's actually the Geoguessr word that I stole from.
Oh my God!
I'm not
even the original reference.
No stolen valor for.
Geoguessr, man, great vocabulary. That guy.
Yeah. Facts.
He needs to come to the World Cup one day.
One day. Crooks looking at California here.
Phoenix, though? It's not Phoenix, is it? It's more. It's got to be more California than it is.
Arizona lock in by Debray. Looks like.
Oh my gosh!
Both in Arizona.
They're so close together. I mean, they got to be onto something. It's a little bit more west. It's
Ripley.
Believe it or not, California.
Yep.
Let's go.
Dude, this Debray not letting Crooks pick up any points as we move into round 3. What do we have?
Round 3, Nature Trail. Is this one of those could be anything? I mean, can I say that they could be Canadian trees?
Could not be. This will be a beautiful location that we find. 3, 2, 1, zoom in South Korea.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, what's a clue? Come on.
Trees, I guess. I know. It's like this winter coverage. That's very common. The road.
All right.
Everything here is yeah.
All right.
Small country, small points potentially, but maybe not. Maybe someone 5Ks and Crooks picking up.
That's not bad though for Crooks.
Yeah, that's actually
that's huge.
600.
Yeah, that's huge. Way up north there was Debray.
Wow. Let's keep it going. What do we have? Round 4. Ooh.
Is he just gonna slowly? Oh, actually, whoa. With the amount of HP remaining, it's obviously still looking great for either of them. Is this? I feel like I'm spamming NA with my guesses.
No, we're actually spamming NA here.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, it looks like the US.
So, but this is a ton of snow, man. I mean, it's got to be northeast, right?
It looks like the
west
coverage that like Debray would know, like this type of snow coverage.
It's too much snow for the West Coast. They just don't get that much snow, do they?
Crooks is thinking.
Could it be a North Carolina?
DKMY. I wonder what that means. I don't know. He's thinking Colorado, Arizona border.
Okay.
Arizona.
All right. Okay.
Don't hate it. Debray unsure We only get this one 360 panorama. Looking at the houses, architecture, anything. Where in the U.S. are we?
I'm just not used to seeing this much snow on Google Maps. That's a lot. That's up to the knees.
Snow coverage is very cool. So I wonder if you ever go Utah. Nevada makes sense.
By the house that looks like a fruitcake.
I like Debray's guess here. Where will Crooks stay? He's staying in New Mexico. This could be big points for someone.
New Mexico, Nevada. Oh, is it really that much?
Who is it?
Oh my God.
Nevada.
Oh, he's so close to it. Debray sitting on top of it, and that is going to be massive. Ooh. Nearly taking out Crooks. 200 points left over. Round 5, Debray, you got to be cracking a smile internally. Even though you're down a round, that's a huge guess.
Should we spam it one more time?
Let's do it. Holy smokes. But now we're on my side of the border, right?
Your side of the border.
My side of the border, baby.
Round 5. Crooks only has 200 points to his name.
I'm going to say something crazy. Southern Berta. No, is this
Berta.
Ontario?
You call it Berta?
No, we actually don't do that. I've just, because it's because of you, man. You always shorten every word for everything. Dash.
Wait. This is like distinct coverage. I wonder if it's like super Happy Valley Goose Bay. Locking it in.
Oh, that was too fast. Newfoundland instantly here for Crooks, and this is
if he's right.
My God.
And Debray doesn't know that.
Debray doesn't know. Debray's on the.
But he could not be. Wait, if he goes
Edmonton, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt for somebody. Debray, is he on the right side of Canada? No, he's not.
He's done it.
Crooks takes him to school. That's 13,000 damage. Debray out of the round.
200 points in a dream.
Woo!
Holy. Happy Valley Goose Bay, more like Happy Valley Crooks Bay.
Yeah, it's Crooks Day, baby.
Crooks Day.
What a debut here on land for Crooks.
Debray
amazing stuff.
Has to feel bad. He gave it his all.
It's tough to go out on a guess like that, but it was also pretty magical that Crooks could have figured that out that quickly.
Debray is... Wow. I just want to be a fly on the wall for Debray. Oh, we missed
the handshake. But it came out.
I'm sure it
looked
solid.
wholesome moment there. Obviously, Crooks has a lot of fans, and yeah, he's here. He's here in Stockholm. You know, he's the one representation from Sweden here competing, and he's a new guy, and he's got a lot of support in the community. And unfortunately for Debray, he needed to win that game.
Yeah, he didn't. But Crooks played phenomenally.
Yeah,
and that.
There's some clutch guesses in that matchup.
If I have my voice by Saturday, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, well, it'll definitely be gone if he makes it and wins a match inside of Stockholm City Hall. We'll see. But we've got an interview from Crooks to see what he has to say about being the representation of Sweden.
Yep, let's hear from the man himself. Crooks, that last round was electric. You AZ'd, you alpha zoomed, and you locked in so quick. Is it a location you've seen before? It was, I think, pretty much a 5K. Incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, I just recognized the city from the landscape and the trees and the season, so yeah.
It was a game, or a match, I should say, of big swings. How do you stay locked in, you know, when the match is going back and forth and there are huge trades of big points?
Well, I'm aware of the multiplier factor, so, you know, it can always swing in one round. That will just change the entire outcome of the game, so just never lose hope.
This was a 2-2 matchup, if we're talking group standings. Was there any extra stress coming into this matchup, considering you were both 2-2?
Yeah, I mean, each game has been equally stressful, but obviously since this one was deciding whether or not I could move on, yeah, it was definitely some extra pressure.
You've got, you know, a lot of fans watching you, supporting you. Do you think that could potentially intimidate your opponents? Because we've sort of touched on that it's amazing support for you to have, but how do you think it affects your opponents?
I don't think it matters that much, really, but it's just nice for me to have that support.
Amazing. Well, Crooks, it was another fantastic performance. You're now 3-2 in Group B. Anything else that you'd like to say to the people watching at home?
I just want to give a shout out to Adlama for that Mexico round and moving. I knew the cactus species because of his work. I think he's a great innovator in the community.
Adlama?
Adlama.
Adlama, yeah, shout out to Adlama. All right, well, Crooks, congratulations. And for now, let's head back to the desk.
Congratulations. What a pickup there for Crooks. That was a round that did not seem to be going in his favor, that no moving round. And picked up a huge bunch of points with the Newfoundland guess. Now, this is cool as a cucumber play here from Crooks. Give me an assessment of what Deborah brought to the table here, because that also was so many brilliant calls. You know, it's never that somebody is losing, it's just somebody else is just squeaking out ahead of them.
Yeah, especially in the first game, in the moving game, you saw Deborah seeing a sign with Prince George. Sent Prince George and it wasn't. You hate to see that. It happens. It was probably some advertisement or anything like that. And as I was fact reading the sheet from Crooks, I saw him mentioning that he likes to take his time. He did that there, and that did come in handy there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you really look at that game again, and like Debre was playing well. Just that's a massive blunder there to end it out. And you know, I just saw him when I was coming over to the desk, and he's not feeling great about that, understandably. But man, he played well. It's just a bummer to go out that way, and it's just shows how crazy that group was. I mean, really, like, I think. Truly, I know we joked about Debre saying like, oh, if he was in a different group on his card sheet, but really, you know, I think if you put a player like that on another group, I think he might have made it through.
Yeah, we can understand his frustration here in that he's brought so much to the table, but it just wasn't enough. And as we've seen across all of our regionals, as we've seen even across the plate today, our players just keep getting better. They just keep improving. Now it's happening to our casters. Launders, no moving round 2 with the Montana call.
Yeah, noted that as my best guess, by the way.
I was like, we all started just taking notes now. We're like, very good, Launders, nice stuff.
I mean, at least he got one right.
He did.
And also what I mentioned in the early beginning of the stream today, with all the new coverage coming out, that was also something that threw Deborah off on the last round, I think. But because usually you always send Newfoundland with that winter coverage, but now there's more winter coverage in the country, so you have to consider more. So that was coming in unlucky for Deborah here.
Yeah, true. The new coverage making you overthink.
Yep.
It's a great call out, but it shows the more preparation you can bring to this battle, the more you're likely to get ahead. Of course, the next 2 battles we're about to see here at the Geoguessr World Cup are for their tournament lives. These are going to be the knockout rounds from Group A and Group B. We're going to take a slightly longer than average break so our players can get ready, but don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon with the results of today and the final 2 knockout matches.
Round 1. DJ Devs versus the obstacles of life. Fight!
I can't believe it, Geoguessr fans. We are already close to the end of day one. We've gotten through Group A, we've gotten through Group B, we've passed on 2 players to Saturday for sitting at the top of their group, but now it's time for those 2nd and 3rd rank group players to duke it out. We've got 4 of them, and only spots for 2 of them at Saturday's final tournament. I'm joined again by Bloom and Gelotris, and gentlemen, it gets hard from here. It was already hard to watch friends lose, but now in these next 2 best of 5s, the winner stays, and the loser has to just hang out with us in the green room for the rest of the weekend, and that sounds awful. So, let's talk about how we picked these players, how they qualified for Saturday, and who is moving on. Bloom, you've taken us through this graphic before, but let's do it one more time.
Yeah, so we started the date with Group A, and our first place was Blinky, making it directly through to the quarterfinals on Saturday. And the 2nd and 3rd from Group A will be going against the 2nd and 3rd from Group B to decide those last slots. Gonna be quite exciting.
The last chance, appropriately named. Those are the matches that we are heading into. Group A, Blinky moving on. Oh, and Group B, not a big surprise right there to see that Totic is comfortably moving on top of Group B.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw his prowess in EMEA getting first, and it seems that when he doesn't put too much pressure on himself, he really performs well.
Absolutely, but we got to talk about the performance. We got to talk about the pressure, because moving on from this tournament takes you not only into the money zone for the grand prize, but it takes you in front of an audience. It takes you all the way to the Stockholm Town Center, the fair, the City Hall, where they give away Nobel Prizes. And we're going to give away a prize for Best Geoguessr Player of 2024.
Yeah, very, very exciting. I mean, I was talking to some local Swedes in the Geoguessr team and such, and they were basically telling me that it's extremely rare for an event to be held there besides the Nobel Prize. It's not like they're just throwing random events in the City Hall and the Blue Hall. We're having a very unique opportunity here, and it's going to be amazing. If these players here in this knockout stage can make it through, they will be competing on a super historic, important stage in front of a live audience. Big, big things.
Yeah, as we were on the way to this studio, we passed the town hall and just driving next to it, just passing it, I had to double check. This is the town hall? This is where they are playing? So it's like really interesting to see Geoguessr being held in this form of building.
Yeah, I'm like, they're going to let us in there? Are you sure? We're a bunch
Hopefully
of gamers,
so,
guys. Well, we know 2 players who are hoping to be the one escorted in along with the other competitors on Saturday. This is a match between Swan Gambit and Orlando. So, if you have a favorite between the 2, now's the time to send them your strength. Let's bring out our first player for the match, Swan Gambit. Swan Gambit coming out of the wildcard tournament for Poland, making a huge impression on the fellow players this weekend, making a huge impression on all of us as well. We've shouted out a lot of great things about him, but what do you think most relevant going into this matchup is, Gelotris?
Yeah, most relevant is still the Latvia round we are missing. We are still waiting for it. It's unlikely, but we could see it. It's very interesting to see Swan Gambit and Orlando facing each other because I've mentioned those are the 2 I know the least about, but they did show what they can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Swan Gambit has really surprised a lot of people today, showing, you know, why he deserved to win that Polish wildcard. I mean, because if you were to have seen that Polish wildcard, it was intense. That was intense competition, and he really showed how amazing he was and why he deserved to win that slot. And came in and, you know, still a bit of an unknown quantity because, you know, it's only the wild card. It was all the Polish players. Some people were like, well, how is he going to compete against like some of the best? And here he is in this knockout match. Has shown such promise today. We'll see how he does against Orlando.
I notice every time the camera pans over, I'm very reserved, very focused, very locked in. A little bit different for his competitor. Every time we see him, big smile on his face, loves the competition. Let's bring him on out. It's Orlando. Now we're heading into best of 5 matches here for this last chance qualifier. What we've seen from Orlando is that he has the skills to go the distance, perhaps a bit limited by the best of 3 so far. Do you think this is going to serve him a little bit better, Bloom?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think almost putting any player in that best of 5 position is going to be very, very beneficial. Getting more chances for more rounds, more possibilities of seeing things that you know better than your opponent, all of that sort of thing. I mean, it's going to be really exciting. And I think it's worth noting, like, this is really a matchup of 2 sort of like surprise players of this 2024 season. Again, when Orlando came to the Americas regional, not a lot of people really knew what to expect. And he really showed such promise. He got 2nd place. It was amazing. I remember he was even sick during the event. Yeah. And yet you saw that smile on his face every single time. Gave it his all and killed it, and now it's for the World Cup. Now it's, can he play in Stockholm City Hall on Saturday?
We are about to find out. And as you mentioned, the smile, I think the mental he has is a huge factor that can come in your favor here. He's very positive, very chill. He just takes it as it is. Whereas Swan Gambit looked a bit more stressed earlier. Will that help Orlando?
Yeah, and I do wonder, too, if there ever was a fan backing to send their energy, it is Brazil. There's so much love for any player that you get to see on the stage. So you're doing something right, Brazil. But let's find out if you're sending enough energy to send Orlando over the edge, or if it's going to be Swan Gambit. I'll give it to Rainbolt and Paula to take it home.
Thank you, Rachel. Yep, Orlando versus Swan Gambit up next. Trevor, this is a big one, our first knockout game, and now a best of 5.
I mean, Polska Garum versus Brazil mentioned. This is going to be, I don't know, it's going to be insane. I feel like this is best case scenario for both players, and this coming to this knockout, that's probably what they were aiming for going into this. But to be here, they have to be proud. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, it is anyone's game. I think that the scene that our analyst set is an accurate one. You know, Orlando, we didn't know too much about him coming into the Americas qualifier, and then he delivered
on all fronts, ending up second, showing his strength as one of the best Geoguessr players in the world. Then on the other side of the stage, we've got the man on screen right now, Swan Gambit, who came through one of our wild card tournaments, Trevor.
Exactly, and I feel like people didn't really know what to expect from him going into this. Same with Orlando.
Yeah.
Expectations are here.
Yeah, they share those sort of, what's it called? Not entries, but backstories to an extent, where both players, we didn't know too much about them going into their respective tournaments, but they've both made it here to the World Cup. At this point, though, one will be going home and one will be moving on. Last chance saloon, Trevor.
Best of 5. Move, no move, move, no move.
Nmpz.
Shall we?
Whenever you're ready, you're the man.
Game 1, round 1. Run it.
Jumping into round 1, as is often the case. We won't see too many points exchanged here, unless, you know, a spanner is thrown in the works. And we see...
This will bring us to Indonesia here.
Trevor.
So, I mean, always Indonesia, big country. If you don't find information, you have to region guess based off vegetation poles, roofs, things like that. So what we're doing here is looking for probably a sign with a kabupaten. Both players. I need to main road even, find some sort of address.
These moving matches could be decisive between the two, Trevor. As both players have said, they prefer no moving. And in a best of 5, if you can get off to a flying start in moving, it's a big advantage.
It is. Both players taking their time here, 20 seconds. Do you have some, is it oil palms? I couldn't quite see. But we did have the Sulawesi fences there, which would get... Okay, both scare me. Oh, we do have is that a Sumatra guess?
Wait a second. Trevor. What are we seeing?
We'll see who's right.
Well,
Cali. Neither.
Not completely split in the middle, but we are going to see some significant points in round 1. Trevor.
Yeah, that's what happens in Indonesia when you don't really find kabupaten or poles or anything that are useful. Cali is kind of, it's tough.
Trevor, you said you were looking for oil palms. I don't know about oil palms, but I can tell you right now, both players' palms are sweaty.
Knees weak. Round 2. What we got? Arms are heavy.
Yep. Those two gentlemen's arms do look heavy on the side of the road, maybe sharing a beer, shirtless.
Those are Russian men.
Russia, big country, means potentially big points.
You already know.
Swan Gambit with a good start, 1,000 points ahead.
Is that, wait, stand up for this one. Is that Coast? Intriguing. Both players. Okay. Swan Gambit locking in Kazan.
Orlando with 10 seconds to react. Going in a similar region, and it splits them in the middle.
South. 90.
Anyone got the info on Swan Gambit? It's a very interesting nick.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Not too sure.
Gambit of the Swans.
Let's ask him. Round 3.
Round 3.
Let's bring it back to Latin America here. This will be Mexico. Short plates, looks like. Interesting coverage here. It looked like he just moved into Trekker sidewalk coverage. This is get out of here. You don't want that. Let's keep it on the road.
Orlando starts off
.mx
with a lot of movement. Swan Gambit sort of taking a bit more time, staying in specific spots, looking around. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think Swan Gambit has picked up too much information here. No specific signage that he's reacted on.
They're at least using.
There, we see a zoom now on Swan Gambit.
Orlando, looking for an area code, city name, address. He's going to go line up something though. It does look like Texas border, like vegetation, everything wise.
You might have that road, Trevor. 8 seconds, all of a sudden.
He's looking at the grids to line up to see what grid lines up. 3 seconds, he doesn't have his marker down. He's also going north, hedging.
And it's Swan Gambit that's close up. Double damage.
It's initially where Orlando was, a little bit closer, but he did move away last second there. Happens. He thought the grid lined up as we move in to round 4. Oh, bruv.
Oi, bruv. Here we are. In the good old...
You get to make your guess here. 5K.
UK.
Okay.
I get to make a guess.
Yeah, you get to make the guess.
No, Trevor, not
Just take his guess and say it was yours.
I need to warm up.
Oh, it has Scotland. Edinburgh.
And it's a good guess again by Swan Gambit. Sort of went off the vibe, plonked it closer, and it's another 700 points of damage going the way of Orlando. It's a good, steady start for Swan Gambit. This is what you want to see, Trevor, going into the midway point.
And this is also maybe what you don't want to see, but also maybe, beautiful location, but not very many points to be had in Korea. We'll see. If someone can look at the area code or something and region guess South Korea, maybe you do have an advantage. But usually this does mean minimal points and we move to the next round with the higher multi. Seoul.
Another fast block by Swan. He's gone northwest.
Yep,
Will Orlando follow suit?
He's going China.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding.
Oh, jeez. Trevor, don't bait me like that, brother. Come on.
Imagine. That would be one of the... I mean, you could have picked up points there if one player committed not capital, but 27.
Interesting they both choose the same location. Yeah, I guess they're just plonking.
Yeah. Urban city. Round 6. That was maybe a gentleman's agreement to just click Seoul.
Yeah.
Round 7. Or round 6, I should say.
Yeah.
Finland.
3.5x.
We have solid outer lines here. Swan Gambit is...
Swan is going ham.
He was doing this in his games earlier that were off stream. He's instant extending on moving because he knows he doesn't have the advantage in moving. And so that's bro.
And they're great guesses as well. He moves fast, locks it in, and he's accurate. That is a huge amount of damage. 3.5x resulting in Orlando on under 400 points of health.
Orlando needs he needs a multi-merchant. He needs to bring it back with a couple multis.
Multi-merchant?
Multi-merchant. Round 7. That's when you're kind of behind the whole game and you get one good guess that sends him home.
Okay.
Round 7. 368 to 5910.
Orlando can barely put a foot wrong now. We're on 4x damage, Trevor.
This could be a country where he does pick up points, as we are going to be in Thailand.
Yep, always an opportunity when in Thai. Swan Gambit shooting off down the dirt road at a fast pace. Not as fast as his previous rounds, but fast nonetheless.
Interesting urban city here.
Orlando's ended up much more in a main road
he found
type
a sign.
area.
Oh, Nakhon, Swan. I mean, does he just go near? Those are probably not. We have a lock in Lampoon. I think it is more south, and I think Swan has a better guess here. Nice.
That's gotta be game, Trevor.
Is that game, Trevor?
Yes, it is. Swan Gambit there. Nail in the coffin. Only lost 90 points across 8 rounds.
Wow.
Consistent, strong. Let's go build some confidence at the beginning of this best of 5.
Yeah, he's cool, calm, collected right here. Locked in.
Stoic.
Yeah. He doesn't care about anything besides these next 2 rounds.
What do you think about, instead of stoic, we say stoic?
Sure.
All right. It's official, guys. Let's get it trending.
Stoic? What? Why?
It sounds funny.
Stoic?
Stoic.
Stoic.
But you know what isn't funny, Trevor? That lives are on... Well, a life is on the line in this matchup. Someone will be going home. Swan Gambit in the lead now. Best of 5, so you've got to win 3 games. And remember, both these players prefer no move.
Yep.
So, getting that first move is sort of... There's a lot of positive elo. Getting that first move.
And Swan Gambit is pretty much playing his moving games as no moving. So, we'll see if he also has the advantage here in no move. Round 1. Let's run it.
Oh, so
360 panorama. That's all we get. Who can get the better region guess here will be...
It's not Korea, but I would say this is a pretty beautiful location myself.
Would you?
I would.
Is that some bias?
I like it. Yeah. It's not bias, I just like the look of it.
Okay. Just in between the 2.
Split down the middle in round 1. A very typical Geoguessr round 1. We start things slower.
Yep.
Very well. I mean, if we look at today, we've seen some crazy round 1s and 2s. So it's not always the case, but it's very often the case. Steady start, and then we build things up and things get a bit crazy. What a day one we've had so far just overall.
Yeah.
Geoguessr World Cup
Never a dull moment.
Delivering on all fronts.
Never a dull moment. 1.5x damage is where things start getting spicy. 136 panorama. Both players obviously will see the Australian bollard with the red reflector right there. Region guessing Australia is next.
Which can be a tough task, Trevor.
Can be a couple good points picked up. I guess the question here is, do you ever go Tazzy? Maybe, maybe not. Don't know. Do you go Vic? Where do you go here?
Swan is going...
We have an NSW. Swan. Don't dislike it. Orlando, where will you go?
Yeah, either of these players favor or dislike Australia. I will check our fact sheets right now. Cheat sheets.
We have Adelaide.
Orlando is confident in
South Australia.
And he is closer. That's a
Good
great
timing.
guess. Good damage in round 2.
Wow.
Yeah, just caught that in time. It's not a confident country for Swan Gambit, and it is one that Orlando favors, and we see that paying dividends there for the Brazilian.
Round 3, are they confident here? 360 panorama. You know, I'm gonna let the players decide here what this shall be. Let's see, because I'm honestly not too sure. 2x damage. Big road. Had a couple things in my head. Went through a couple countries, couple continents even. 2024 copyright. We have a bike in the distance to our north. Does that lead you more towards where?
Almost 30 seconds
and we
down.
see the driving direction of that bike.
The pace has dramatically slowed here.
I'm actually not sure if the players also don't know if they're considering the region guess.
Could we see a huge disparity here, Trevor?
I'm not. We could. I mean, this isn't an easy location by any means. This is a very, I would actually say this is one of the more difficult locations on the no moving we've had today, for me at least.
Now, this is tough. There is very little information.
A Cali guess here by Orlando. And we see a Peru guess by Swan Gambit.
And this is a round 2. Could be a GG out the gate, Trevor. Oh! Orlando! You monster.
1-1.
Just like that, in 3 rounds. Was that round 2 or round 3?
That was, yeah. That was round 3.
I don't know, but it was an early round.
Getting Cali
That's
there.
what you need, though, when you're coming off that moving loss.
I will say that is a very impressive guess by Orlando there.
Woo.
Not very many people in the world can make that same guess, I don't think.
We asked the question, could there be a huge disparity there, Trevor? And you said potentially, and look what happened.
Yep. That's what happens in these games. And that's what makes it exciting. We're going back to the moving game mode now, though, where Swan did win his first game.
Yep.
Wow.
Game 3 of 5, everybody.
Best of 5. Need to win 3.
Yep.
So both players will have to. We will see another no move game.
Yeah, and we're back moving and checking. And yes, that does mean we are guaranteed another no move. We might see in our first best of 5 an Nmpz.
That I will just say, the stakes of an Nmpz on this last knockout match, heart rate 140 plus.
Stakes high, juicy. I like that.
USA here. A Dollar General in every rural southern US town. Classic.
Well, Swan Gambit agrees and he locks in fast, going just west of Alabama.
Orlando is currently trying to read Gen 1, and he's going Louisiana Mississippi border. MISS IPPI. MISS ISS
Yeah,
IPPI.
sort of close to that Mississippi-Alabama border. How many points is that? Just over 500.
Round 1. Both players getting the southern vibes there. Move into round 2. Is moving. They spent that one pretty good. I feel like both these players don't want to move that much and kind of want to do a couple pans, maybe try to find information, just instant send. I think that's kind of the vibe I'm picking up on these players here. This one should be Argentina with a black car. This landscape.
Swan.
And he's going to instant send.
Swan.
Yeah, he's going Mendoza.
This seems like a moving specific strategy, Trevor. He did this.
It's been working for him.
Yeah, go fast, lock it in, but also he's been accurate with these faster guesses. That's quite a difference,
yeah,
Trevor.
He's in true boot. We have Mendoza true boot. On 1.5x could be something. It's Orlando.
And it will be Orlando snatching it away. Great guess. 1.5x damage. helping deal a healthy swing the way of Swan Gambit. Back and forth in our first 2 rounds, Trevor.
Round 3. Let's keep it moving. I have a feeling this will not be a very long round for either player. Looks Baltic. You go Lithuania. Can't quite tell real quick.
In the studio, Trevor, studying our multiple screens right now.
I feel like there's someone in on the broadcast that had like their strings as like Eastern Lithuanian Poles. Not sure who that was, but I forgot.
"30 seconds have gone. Once again, seeing a great example of pace change when it comes to competitive Geoguessr. Some rounds, some games, they're over in instant, but then suddenly the pace can drop and both players look for every inch to gain an advantage.
Eastern Lithuania guess, potentially. Yes. Shout out to all my Eastern Lithuanian enjoyers.
Shout out to all of our Eastern Lithuania enjoyers. I've always thought, and I've said that a lot actually.
Yep. There's someone watching this probably feeling very special right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Round 4. Stop sign on the left means you're driving left. This grass feels quite South African.
Yeah, we start on a stop sign.
Northwest, that is great information. I don't think Orlando saw that information off the very beginning. And Swan Gambit will probably instance in the next 5 seconds.
Oh, yep.
Hope he's found a similar...
He has found a sign. I don't know if it's giving as much information as the one that Swan found. Orlando now going to backtrack.
He has a good guess. Swan Gambit, Orlando. Area code.
Spa.
He's getting there. He's just going Pretoria.
Yeah.
Safe guess.
2.5x. It's a great guess by Orlando. That's going to be some solid damage. Chipping away.
It's always the Pretoria guess I'll get you. Round 5.
Got some high quality coverage here, Trevor.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Very, very pretty. This is a Chilean pole with the indent in it. And it's pretty south, or at least south of Santiago. Probably decently more south. We'll see where the, or just Santiago.
Swan sends it on Santiago. Orlando, yep, also going to be doing the same.
A little more north. 72. Anyone's game here. Orlando up 2,000 points. Round 6. Things get serious here right around this round 6 mark.
Yeah. At this point, the multis are healthy. And if you're able to take advantage of them, you're dealing a lot of damage to your opponent.
I think they're going separate direction. No, potentially not. Nope. Both players getting into the village here.
Rocky terrain. A rocky journey for both players at a tournament like this. You know, the stakes are so high. Everything, literally everything for both of our players right now is on the line. It's a knockout game.
This is the knockout game. Loser of this does not advance. Winner does make it to Saturday, the finals.
Yeah, in terms of competition trajectories, I mean, Orlando we didn't know too much about going into the Americas qualifier. And then, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering correctly, he got through the group stages without a single loss, end up finishing second. Considering now he's in a tougher spot, can he react to being in a life or death situation?
Yes, there by Orlando.
It seems in this case he definitely can, Trevor. That's big damage.
And Bolivia, wow. That is not
almost,
game.
It almost crept up on us.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is... But how many times have we seen 143 points? Is all you need. All you need is 1.
All you need is 1.
1 is the loneliest number. Round 7. 4x in Norway here with the dashed outer lines. Does Swan Gambit continue his fast streak guessing, or does he stop and take his time? He found the sign.
Yeah, Orlando's got some great information there. Is it enough for him, though? No, he wants to keep moving.
Both players making their way downtown.
Moving fast.
Trees past.
And they're homebound. Well, funnily enough, one of them will be after this best of 5. Yeah, not after this game, but one of these players will be homebound after the best of 5. Swan Gambit, just there's... all you need is 1 point, right? But that being said, the room for error, the margin for error is so small.
You never want to be behind this much, especially on a moving game, where your margin of error is already very minimal. He's going Trondheim, Orlando in Trondheim.
Is Swan in Sweden?
No.
Supposed to?
Oh, he might.
Oh, Orlando's closer. I think that's going to be enough. Oh, yes, it will. Just about. That's a crazy round 7. You know, both were quite close, but those multis mean Orlando takes it. Now 2-1 up.
2-1. He brought it back there. He was down 0-1, now 2-1 up. Never in doubt. Brazil is up. Poland not. It's not over yet, though.
Yeah, Brazil on the doorstep.
This could be the game for Orlando.
Knocking on the doors of the Stockholm Town Hall. Let me in.
He has his ticket right in front of him. He just has to grab it.
Yes.
Brazil would be cool to have the representation. Same with Poland. So
I have a feeling Orlando's now in rhythm. You know, that's back-to-back games.
I will say that Kalimantan guess he has, very impressive guess for me, from my eyes. I put him as a favorite just because of that guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, Orlando 2-1 up. If Orlando were to win this game, as we head back into no move, he would take the best of 5 and send Swan Gambit home.
Or do we see an Nmpz?
I'd love to, Trevor. I always do.
Let's start off. Not there yet. Orlando has to win this game. Round 1, game 1. Yellow bollards, white car, long antenna, black, yellow chevrons. Pretty landscape. Iceland. We get 1 360 panorama, no move. Looks like our coast is toward north there. So both players probably should go north coast Iceland here. The compass is useful here. You can see near bottom left.
It's a round you don't expect to see too much of a difference between our players, considering it is Iceland. A lot of our players great at guessing within this location. And it's a round 1 too.
Yep, round 1, no multis. Pretty region guessable. Pretty easy. Could have picked up points. No one committed.
Picked up some points, funnily enough. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always, I guess, there's always an opportunity to pick up points. Round 2. What do we have here? Let's see. This is a Nmpz. This is a very interesting. I've never seen anything like this in Nmpz before. Looks like we have black card though, so I guess is that coast? I don't have it compass on my screen. But it looks like coast. I guess you have to go Peru here. 1.5 extinguish. Let's see if both of these players do agree. And the coast is to like our west. That does make sense. Swan Gambit max south. Orlando heading north of Lima.
Swan Gambit looking for a part of the coast that he thinks resembles where he's at. Both players sort of dodging around. Swan Gambit, though, deep on a road. Potential 5k here. I can't quite see the difference.
If you 5k this.
But Orlando also on a road, but in a complete different location, if I'm not wrong, Trevor. Oh! Wow. What a guess! Swan Gambit, what have you done? 3k points in round 2?
He was confident. That's immediately where he zoomed in as soon as he saw the location. That was an amazing guess by Swan Gambit there. As we move into round 3, no move.
Heard our audience audibly gasp from our watching room next door, Trevor. Big
3.
round there.
We're gonna bring it back to the States, it looks like here.
And if it keeps going in this direction, we will see an Nmpz. Swan Gambit will not fight until he's truly down now.
I'm gonna be, yeah, that's... Looks like a mile per hour sign there. 25 miles per hour around the curve. You gotta be safe. It's like
safety first.
I'm not too sure in the state here. I don't think you should go California, but something west, I guess. Kind of interesting.
This is tough, Trevor.
You see a Cali guess? I don't dislike it. The only reason I said that, we didn't have Cali road lines, but you don't always have those. We do see an Oregon-Washington guess here. Orlando zooming in. Looks like we might even have water to our west here too, so maybe it's something along a lake. Slightly different points here. Is Orlando going to go more south in California? He clicks California. Both in Cali. Where is it?
Trevor, this could be it.
They're Tahoe. Hey, Orlando. If he stayed.
Wow.
Should I stay or should I go? Should have stayed.
Yeah, that went from being potential match winner to just 14 points of damage.
Just like that, it changes. Just like that. Wow. This round 4. Let's keep it going. 3,000 points, 5,000 points. Anyone's game. Do we see Nmpz? Let's see.
2.5x damage in the favored game mode of both of our players.
I'm trying to read this. I can't tell what this is. I think it's Bulgaria. Okay. Orlando, I think we might have seen Cyrillic on that trash can.
Orlando agrees, locks it in.
So if that was Cyrillic on the trash bin there. Wait, no. Oh no, wait. I think there's Cyrillic! There's Cyrillic!
That's gonna be GG! Trevor, Orlando has done it! He books his ticket to the Stockholm Town Hall. He raises his arms in triumph.
And I will be, for everyone watching at home, that was a very South African looking location. I know people are probably commenting, how did he guess South Africa? That looked like South Africa. I didn't say it, I thought it. But the Cyrillic on that trash can, I don't think if you have that Cyrillic on that trash can, you don't go Bulgaria on that. But maybe Orlando could, I don't know. The guys had some insane guesses today.
The pace changes, Trevor. You can't predict how some of these rounds are going to go. I mean, you can almost never truly predict. And sometimes when you think you can, it just suddenly, everything turns upside down. What a performance by Orlando. Just expand. Wow. I assume the desk will too, but just expand a bit more. So you thought it was Bulgarian, but you said it looked like where else?
When we immediately spawned in, I was like, that looks like South Africa.
Okay.
And then he zoomed in on the trash can. I saw Cyrillic with the Gen 4 blue car antenna, and it kind of has to be Bulgaria then. But if you're Swan Gambit, you can't hang your head at that. Yeah. You move on, and you're happy with how you played.
I think he played very well. It's just when the gameplay's not in your favor when it matters most, it can be ruthless.
Yeah.
It can be
no move Nmpz. It's like that.
It can finish your tournament life, Trevor. So yeah, today the Swan falls, will head home. But I agree. He shouldn't hang his head in shame. He's come here, performed, and just about missed out. Orlando though, on the other hand, he's done it.
He's done it, and shout out to Brazil.
Yeah, shout out one time to Brazil, and also shout out to our desk, who we will be heading to now.
Paula, Rainbolt, thank you both so much. We are here with Orlando. Orlando crawling through that last chance qualifier. I say crawling, but you sort of punched your way through, went down in the first round, came back in a big way. No moving. Your strength. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Well, I'm feeling amazing, obviously. I didn't expect to be here, in crawling. After, well, it was a rocky ride. Let's leave it like that, because damn, it was
you made
ups and downs. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. I mean, how do you feel now making it through? You're going to be in front of an audience representing Brazil. Got to feel really good.
Yeah, it feels amazing. There's a lot of people that support me. I'm incredibly blessed because of that. The Brazilians have the best energy. They cheer a lot. And thanks to everyone that's watching from home, this is a big moment, for me, for sure.
Yeah, congratulations, Orlando. First off, congratulations, vamos. Second off, did you think Bulgaria first? Let's talk about the deciding round. Was Bulgaria your first?
No, I thought maybe Romania or Bulgaria, but then I saw the Cyrillic written, so I was like,
yeah, nice.
Yeah, what was your moment of surprise when that played out for you?
Yeah, I was super nervous because I was losing on that game. So yeah, thankfully he blundered, because then I didn't have to stress about anything else, and then I got the win.
Fantastic. What does this mean for you to be heading on to play at the world stage at the grand finals of the Geoguessr World Cup?
Well, it means a lot, definitely, especially because all of the people that are supporting me. So yeah, I want to thank God, because he's the reason I'm strong here, and he's been blessing me this whole time. I want to thank my friends, everyone from the Geoguessr stream with Mount that are watching, my friends from home, my girlfriend who is watching with her family, and my family. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys, for the support. It means a lot to me.
And thank you so much for coming on the desk, for sharing your insights. We'll let you chill out, and we'll check back in with you when it comes time to play at City Hall on Saturday. We've got Orlando moving through that last chance survivor match, the best of 5 over Swan Gambit. But we have one more player today to qualify and 2 more to play it out. So after this quick break, we will be back with Crooks versus Consus. Welcome back to the Geoguessr World Cup. You are tuning in right now at the end of day 1, but don't worry, day 2 is full of action, and Saturday is the big day. Fortunately, we still have one amazing match left for you today. Crooks versus Consus in a winner-takes-all, loser goes to chill in the green room the rest of the weekend type of match. And just for that, because of how big and important it is, we're going all the way to a best of 5, boys. Now, we just had a banger from Swan, Gambit, and Orlando. Orlando coming out on top. Did we learn anything from that best of 5 that maybe is going to inform our analysis for this next matchup?
I mean, I just love to see best of 5s. I think they're just such a good opportunity to really see what the players are good at and really have more of an intense matchup. So I'm excited to see it, especially with these 2 players, Consus and Crooks. I think it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I also feel like best of 5 will reward consistency more. You are allowed to blunder 1 or 2 games. Therefore, I like it way more. Of course, time-wise, it would be difficult throughout the whole day, but we get it now.
Now, I don't envy Crooks heading into this match because he's got 2 more rounds that he has to fend off the reigning world champion. But Consus also in a really tough position. We've seen incredible plays from Crooks throughout this event as well. So, whose match will it be? Who will take it? We don't know, but if the groups are any indication, if the matches we've seen today are any clue, nobody's going home easy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we do know that even if you make it through this matchup, Consus versus Crooks, whoever wins that will be our first quarterfinal on Saturday against Blinky. And we know that Totic and Orlando will now be up against each other.
That's exciting.
Yeah, and I've mentioned those 2 names earlier, Consus and Crooks, both on my top 3 list to win. My chances of being right will get slightly lower after this game.
Slightly, but do you feel validated seeing them both so close to making it to Saturday?
Of course, of course. I expected it. I'm happy to see them both here. Not so happy to see someone leave, but it's part of the game.
Well, we have had a whole day of matches leading up to this last one here, so let's get it started. Bring out our first player, that's Crooks. We've made a lot out of Crooks being local, in fact, extremely local, Stockholm-based, but I wonder if also this means more to him than any other player to go play at Stockholm City Hall, to invite friends and family to witness him on stage there, because as we talked about, this is not a venue that they allow just anyone in, Jella.
Yeah, this is definitely something you can see in other sports as well. If it's been held in your own country, you always see the home country always has a totally different vibe, totally different performance, totally different preparation. It's really something different, and I hope that doesn't get on Crooks' nerves. Like, it can make you way more nervous representing your country, playing in your country. But yeah, what do you think, Bloom?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I mean, but if you do make it to that audience, you know you're gonna have so much support. So maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a driving factor that'll help him.
Oh, that audience is a little scary, though. I'm sure it would be friendly to Crooks, but we do know that Consus, unfazed by an audience, loves to play in front of one, takes his power from it. In fact, to become the world champion last year here in Stockholm. Very familiar with the competition, but this is a tough one for him. He's got to get through Crooks, or he's going to be part of the audience himself. So, let's bring out Consus! What a player, what a history this player has. Bloom, as my historian, what do you got to tell me about him?
Yeah, I mean, what's really just so exciting and yet scary is that this is the winner of our last World Cup, and he comes into EMEA. I heard he was sick during EMEA and didn't perform exactly how people expected, which was a bit of a bummer, but now he's here, he's back, and the pressure that must be on your back to be the last World Cup winner, and you're back again at the World Cup, now in a knockout scenario, everything on the line.
Yeah, I don't know if you have noticed it, but he has a little star on his player jersey, and I'm sure he wants a second one. And he's gonna fight for that one in this game, I think.
That's such a great call out. I remember when you came in this morning and you were like, why is something's different about Consus' jersey? Well, he's got that little extra star power. We'll find out if that helps him here in this matchup. And if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, wow, I really like these players, I want to help. Well, there's a way you can. You can add to the prize pool. We've already got $20,000 set aside for our first place winner, but that prize pool is growing because every time you subscribe on Twitch or every time you head on over to geoguessr.com and pick up one of our player jerseys for your own avatar to wear, you add to that prize pool. All that money from subs and from jerseys is going right to our first place winner. And you can check it out down there. We've already cleared the $5,000 mark of additional money. But, you know, they drew an end to that little bar just for aesthetics. Truly, this is an uncapped prize pool. So, Geoguessr fans, it's all up to you to see just how high it can go. And I know Dota's TI is happening, like, just across in Denmark right now. Let's dunk on them, guys. Put the money in there. Let's enrich the Geoguessr scene. It's already so rich already, though. Such talented players before this last match of the day. Anything you gentlemen would like to say?
No, like, it's uncapped, you said it. Go for it, push it. It's going to the winner. They deserve it. They worked very, very hard for it. I know it. I've seen them grinding. And yeah, get some support for Geoguessr and the players.
Well said. Let's get into our final match. Giving it on over to Paula and Rainbolt to take it home.
Thank you, Rachel. And yeah, I completely agree with Geoguessr. Keep supporting everybody. Thank you for your support so far. All right, up next, everybody, Consus versus Crooks. Can you believe it? We have last year's World Cup champion fighting for his life in the group stage.
I can believe it because Group A was so incredibly difficult that it had to be either him or Blinky to be fighting here.
Yeah.
I mean,
no one could have predicted that really coming in, you know, that our current champ would be fighting for his life. And he's got absolutely stiff competition on the other side of the stage. He's got Crooks. And we know Crooks has been playing well across the course of today so far. On top of that, he's also got a lot of people supporting him online from his Minecraft community. So there's a lot going into this one, Trevor. We've got the reigning champ going up against the force of Crooks.
I feel like I've said this a lot, Paula. I'm just like, dude, this is about to be one of the best games.
Of all time?
But like, I genuinely feel like this is going to be one of the most fun matchups for me to watch in a while. So,
bro, if Crooks did this, so for anybody who's just tuning in or not aware, there are some watch parties going on online for Crooks, organized by people from the Minecraft community, and I feel like they're going to be aware of like this trajectory and that he's going up against the world champ, and that if he were to win this, I think it would create even more support for him, and that force would just grow. There's a lot of pressure on Crooks to perform, and Consus is also going to be aware that, you know, taking out Crooks is going to be, you know, as tough as they come.
Let's get into it. Consus is no new man to this. Round 1, game 1, moving best of 5, have to win 3. Move, no move, Nmpz. Round 1, game 1 starts now.
Let's get it. Best of 5, final match of the day. Winner moves on to that Stockholm City Hall. Loser goes home. And yeah, if someone is going to be in a position like this, going up against someone like Crooks, and with the trajectory and support that Crooks has right now, it is Consus. It is the world champ. We know this guy can perform.
Yes.
In
but
any
I also
moment.
genuinely believe any of these two players could have won the entire tournament.
Yeah.
And one of them still potentially will. So it comes down to this one in Japan here. Both players starting off on moving in Japan. We did see Crooks zoom in first on the map after he looked at a plate on the pole, taking his time moving around, finding signs.
Trevor, if we're talking about skill gaps and the skill of all of our players here,
Crooks lock in.
As well as Consus self-awareness, you know, we asked all of our players about who they're most confident facing coming into the tournament. Most players didn't really want to respond to that because they think everyone here is on the same level. Everyone here is great. And Consus actually said that the skill gap has become so close that, you know, everybody in this tournament has a shot.
The skill level between this tournament now this year versus last year, night and day.
Yes, absolutely.
It's expanded so much over the year. Round 2. You have to keep learning or you get left behind. And these players have kept learning. They spend hours and hours. I don't think people understand the grind some of these players do and what it takes. It's a real actual grind. Round 2, we're going to be in Mexico here. This is where the multis do start. Game 1 of the best of 5. Crooks versus Consus. Any player here, winner does advance to the finals on Saturday in Stockholm City Hall. Loser does not.
Once again, we have a tale of two players who have said they prefer no move, and so perhaps getting that first moving game win is a big advantage. Consus taking time. That is another thing that Consus is known for, using as much time as he possibly can.
I think Crooks also likes taking his time unless he has information that he's confident on. Both players getting the state right, but goes to Consus, 400 points.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Trevor. Crooks. This is, in a way, a bit of a mirror match.
Yeah, I can see it. They definitely complement each other and what they're good at. This should be minimal points here in round 3. Looks like we have Belgian. Potentially architecture could be French, but we do see Crooks zooming on Belgium. Does make sense. It's brick, flat brick building. And he's going southern Belgium here. It looks like he's zooming. Both players finding the same sign, going the right direction, same direction. Every point does matter. Both players, similar regions of Belgium.
Yep, 30 seconds to go.
Crooks locked in first. I feel like that's been the trend so far. He's been locking in.
Both
players on top of each other.
The same town. Checking out the local attractions. Consus maybe 5K'ing this. Oh, it's going to be close. So close.
But no cigar. But still, good confidence boost, 40 points. Leaving Crooks down 500 as he move in to round 4. Consus only losing 8 points. Will he keep the next points here? Looks like we have a Georgia here.
I love the fact that our desk brought up that star on Consus's jersey, because, you know, that's prestige. That's showing I have a chip.
Crooks locking into Georgia.
I've won one of these before, but it also comes with so much pressure, Trevor.
Consus looking at the reflectors on the road line. Will he see the Georgia reflectors? In Georgia and Florida, you get the reflectors on the outside of the road line. He's going to Louisiana. This will be big points for Crooks. It is.
Oh, good call, T. That's a lot. 4,838 to be exact. Consus suffering a huge blow in round 4, which almost floors him. He's only got 1,000 points left, Trevor.
Round 5. Let's get hype.
I'm hyped. There's a dog on the screen, bro.
Dude, dog.
Dog meta.
Round 5, 3x. This is the Philippines car with the black mirror in the back, black window. Where in Philly do you go here? Probably north.
Some interesting arches on the street. Crooks.
Consus knows.
Resets after looking at a certain sign. Wants to go in a different direction.
The island. No, maybe not. Okay. Maybe just north of him, but we'll see.
Consus very methodically scanning the map. Gently moving.
Players scanning.
His marker.
They're in the exact same area, both scanning the exact same province, using the same bus. So, minimal points here. Unless someone switches last second or it makes it a little silly.
I think they're edging... Oh, no. They are still relatively close. Consus going to take a look at this new sign.
But still so close. He's going to move... Will he move south? He's staying.
Ooh. He actually would have gained a few more points had he ended up a bit more northwest.
Consus needs a big... It's
round 6.
It's very hard to come back from 4,000 points on a moving game like this if you have urban areas. So this could potentially be good for Consus as we look like we're going to be in Norway. Will there be signs nearby? Crooks up 4,000 points. Norway, 3.5x damage. We have a south, one player going south, one player going north. Crooks locking in just north of Trondheim here. Locked in. I think it's a good guess. I think it's somewhere around where Crooks is.
Consus, you've only got 10 seconds. 5 now.
He's right there with them.
Right there. bit further southwest. He needs every inch, and yep, he claws himself close to the location, keeps himself alive, and scores some serious damage.
That's massive for Consus.
Norway, a long country, and, you know, in round 6 with 3.5x, keeping himself alive, but also dealing a solid amount of damage. But can he hold on, Trevor? We're in round 7 now, 4x.
What's also a big country is the USA. But when you have rounds like this, there may be less distinct. Crooks have one good guess here in Georgia and the US before. Consus, slight mishap there. We do have these like pines. I think you probably just go Washington, Oregon here. Let's move around and see if we can find anything here. It looks like downtown Twilight. Looking for something, some sort of sign. City name, trash can would be helpful. Crooks finds a trash can. Does it say the city on it? Let's find out.
And Consus now
Both
also
players looking at trash.
Looking at the trash.
It will help you not make a trash guess.
Yeah.
Front plates, yeah, I feel like it's either Oregon or Washington.
Neither player has opened their map. And we've got 15 seconds left on the round. This is going to be a blitz to the finish line.
This is round 7, big points.
It could be big points.
Crooks going in the line and road up in Oregon. He's clicking Portland.
5 seconds. Consus.
Also going Oregon. Consus.
And he's closer. He was barely zoomed in on his map there, Trevor.
Yep.
He plonked that down from quite the distance.
But that's a very common thing for Consus to do. He always, I always think of the Surgut Sand moment last year from the World Cup where Consus was playing foul. Last second opens up one of the best clips of all time, I think, in the Geoguessr. But he likes to open up that map last second. Scary bit. Round 8.
Keeps us on our toes. It absolutely keeps us on our toes,
Once we get closer to these round 10s, it starts getting scarier for both players. Crooks in the lead. Needs to keep his lead. Round 8, what do we have?
3 more rounds if we're including this one. Crooks 2.5k ahead.
Both players will know this is Chile with the Chilean pull. Region guessing Chile can be deceivingly difficult.
Crooks wants to send it, perhaps.
Will he instant send? I don't think Crooks has ever instant sent a single guess in his life, so he'll take his time and find the sign.
I stand corrected, I should say.
Ooh, that was an interesting big lake there that we had to Consus' east. Maybe he'll... Oh, he found the sign.
Crooks
both players found the sign.
Yeah, Crooks also finding a sign. Oh, they're both like essentially in the same area right now.
Yeah, we're
like
scanning.
on the same road, looking at the same sign. Now both scanning. Crooks yet to place his marker. He's can't see them in comparison to each other. 5 seconds. I think there's quite a reasonable
If Crooks is
difference.
somewhat closer, he could pick up and pick game here.
Oh,
wow,
Consus! That might...
No.
Oh, I thought it could bring him back into it.
Yeah.
But it's
close.
still, it's going in the direction he wants, but we've only got 2 rounds left, Trevor.
Those are the type of guesses that you want if you're Consus, just slow. Crooks is looking for small countries.
Yeah, and Consus is looking for big ones.
He's looking for big countries. He's looking for his strengths. Crooks is hoping for like a Luxembourg and Singapore. But unfortunately for that, we do not get that, and we're back in Chile, it looks like here. Let's make sure. Looks pretty south, though, this time. I'm just going to start the round. I'm too nervous to watch this. Let's just watch. 5x. White card does indicate also. Both players obviously will know. Looking for addresses.
Yep.
It looks pretty far south. Yeah, I think it's like max south.
And the signage.
I think both players go in the same.
That's
Oh wait, Consus is locked in. You have to make sure.
Consus has stolen it.
I think he might have it. Crooks, where is Crooks looking? He's going a little more north. He could not have it. It could be Crooks. Crooks, is it more north? Is it more south? They're far apart. This is game for someone. It's Consus!
And it's game for Consus. This is the 5K. It's almost absolutely on the money. Regardless, he'll get paid.
Game 1 goes to Consus. In the move. This is a best of 5.
Wow, and he was down basically all the rounds there. And then when it mattered the most, he had
locked in.
that city, small town, whatever you want to call it, on the money. Almost like 3 points off the 5K.
This is a best of 5. Anyone's game.
I can't imagine how the Crooks watch party are doing right now.
They believe.
Oh, they'll believe, but yeah, that's a tough blow.
I mean, listen, how many times have we seen the one game up doesn't really mean much. You have to win 3. You have to win 3, but Consus, it's a lot harder to get those 3 against the former world champion.
Yeah. Are we good to go? Do we need to wait a bit? Because it looked like Consus was cool.
Yeah, we'll just chill here for a bit. We'll talk. We'll talk. But yeah, this is you know, for me, like these games, I'm a fan more than like first and foremost, more than anything here. I enjoyed this game, watching this game just as much as everyone else. So give me a mic, but this is fun to watch. I have the same heart rate probably most people at home have. It's exciting to watch this game. Who knew? Who would have thought this game could be so exciting?
And what's funny enough is that our players probably have double the heart rate.
Probably. Probably. Actually, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's incredible watching the action go back and forth and seeing how some of these games play out. Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate, Crooks was up for at least, I don't want to put an exact number, but so I'm going to say the majority of that game. And he'd by the end of it built a couple thousand points of lead, being ahead. And then, yeah, a round comes in a big country, and Consus has the city.
I've said it before, it's a game of consistency. You know, and we saw that with Crooks against, you know, the Happy Valley Goose Bay guess that he had to win. It's all it takes is that one good guess later in the game.
Yeah, we've got the crew checking in on Consus right now.
Check him PC. He got one good guess and they out here. No, I'm just kidding.
Admin, check.
Him.
PC. Yes. Something's going on. We'll keep you all informed at home when we get details. But for now, you have just our voices.
What more could you want? Our voices with Consus. That's W. That's a cool. Look at the jersey though. He has like the star, and then it looks like on the patch, his right arm, he has like the golden.
Okay, like, is that another difference?
I can't tell. I don't know, but it looks like it could be.
Looks like Consus is rebooting up. At least from what we can see on our side in the studio. He's checking his settings.
Yep. You want to make sure everything is going like well for the players. You don't want to put them in any sort of scenario that they're not used to, whether it's mouse speed, whether it's the game sounds. You want to replicate the home feeling as much as you possibly can.
Competitive integrity of the utmost importance here at the Geoguessr World Cup 2024. It was, what, like roughly a year ago or just a bit?
Last October.
When we did that first qualifier together.
And that might have been last September. Yeah, I think it was like a year ago.
September, October?
It was around September.
It was the end.
It was like end of August, September, yeah.
Yeah, and then we had our 2023 World Cup. And look at how things have grown already since then, in just a year.
We're going to the City Hall. Let that sink in. It's outside. Let that sink in.
I think they should give you the Nobel Prize for Geoguessr, bro.
I'm good.
No?
Nah.
All right. Maybe we should give our champion
the
Nobel Prize for Geoguessr. I guess
I'm sure they would take it.
Huh?
I'm sure someone would take it.
Yeah. Consus just making sure all of his settings are correct. Again, we've got a couple of extra screens in the studio. He's just checking the speed of his mouse.
Yeah, it looks like a mouse problem here, but
making sure everything lines up to his expectations. And at some point, consensus will be a positive one.
I think he's just trying to play mind games on Crooks.
No, I don't believe Consus.
I'm just kidding. Crooks, yeah, these are probably the two least likely people to do that in this tournament.
No.
Not really, but.
Once again, everybody at home, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting. Don't forget about our player jerseys that are being sold and helping contribute to our prize pool here. So if you'd like to support, please do go ahead and do so. You know, contribute to what is a fantastic event that you can make even better. It's a celebration of Geoguessr. It's not just a competition. We are appreciating past and the present and building the future of this competitive scene. So get involved, show some love if you can. It's massively appreciated.
There is two. We do have 2 Dutch representation this year. So
who's the second?
Consus and Armani.
Armani, yes. We'll see him tomorrow.
We will.
Yes.
Hopefully. Yeah, Group C and D tomorrow. Group A and B today. C and D tomorrow will be fun. And then Friday, we got the community meetup.
Yeah, which some fans, or fans will be attending as well.
Yep.
Can meet your heroes, meet the players.
And Stockholm if you're around.
Yeah, hang out.
And then
sort
Saturday.
of a pre-party, pre-celebration to the main event.
Yeah, Stockholm City. Have you been to Stockholm City Hall?
No, I mean, I think it's a completely abnormal thing. You don't get to go.
Got motion like that?
Geoguessr got motion, brother. Like it's. I know to some, like, of course, so they hold the Nobel prizes or prize there every year, and then I know some sort of, I don't know what the word is, like corporate or like those types of events. They're more like, you know, what's the word, cordial, like posh, or like, you know, things different to gaming. It's not like you can go there and experience a concert or an esports event. I'm pretty certain that this is a world first under the banner of Geoguessr. So it's a massive achievement to have an event.
Fire Instagram pic out of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
A massive achievement to be in a space like that for all of us involved.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Everybody at home.
It's cool the game has come from, you know, Twitch on a couple hundred viewers 2-3 years ago to the Stockholm City Hall for $25,000+. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot.
There's this new milestone. Buy some jerseys. Get the avatar drip. Still trying to figure out Consus's little tech issues here, but we should be joining here soon, it looks like.
Yeah,
a little mental break there for both players.
Yeah, I think now we are back in, at least looking at our screens. We'll get the official go-ahead shortly, but it looks like both players are ready to go with our first no move. Consus certainly going to be feeling good. That does not mean Crooks is going to be feeling bad, but yeah, getting that first moving is exactly what you want. It's momentum that all the players appreciate and need. And here we go into game 2 of 5.
No time to waste.
In our final matchup of the day, best of 5 knockout, Crooks versus Consus.
This is game 2. So this will be the no move. We do only get that 1 360 panorama. Mission, house, museum. What that looked like.
Ever been there, Trevor?
Can't say I have. Can't say I have. It's a pretty interesting location here, actually. I'm not sure how far. I feel like you go pretty north here, but how far north do you go? That will be a Canada flag, Paula, unless you're unaware.
Thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that.
Looking out for you.
Sometimes I do need someone to help connect my 2 brain cells together.
That's why we're here. Little area code.
Night real estate.
Their Canadian area codes.
Crooks taking another look at that mission house, museum, and gallery.
We also saw, for those out there learning, we also saw a checkered triangle diamond sign there that is Canadian specific. 13 seconds left. Crooks and both players kind of in Ontario-Quebec border.
Both moving so fast when it comes down to final seconds. Crooks getting closer. And it's solid damage for round 1.
600 points round 1, nothing to scoff over.
Man, if you get a guess like that midway through a game, it's huge points.
Yeah. Yeah. A couple more multis on that, that's 2,000-3,000. 1.5x. These are French signs, D42.
Yep.
Yellow signs don't really mean much.
Just 1 360 and a dream. Crooks perhaps considering close to the Belgian border.
Both players scanning. Will be pretty small on the map, so unlikely, but I'll scan with them. looking for any sort of... No one can find it. 20 seconds left. They'll use all 20 more seconds here.
I think they will, Trevor. With 10 seconds left, who will lock first?
They're both pretty north, so regardless, it'll be minimal points.
Yeah, I think they might just let the clock go on this one, Trevor.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're both very, very close. And Consus again.
Consus does decide to lock with 2 seconds left. And a bit closer than Crooks.
Minimal points. Has moved to round 3. And Nmpz here, this is a very difficult location. This is not Nmpz though.
But it is no move.
It is no move.
It's halfway there.
Yeah, but unfortunately the car, if we turn around, does give away the country. So now the question is, how would you region guess this?
Yeah, beyond the car, Trevor.
We also
what
have
else do we
basketball
have
goals.
here?
Basketball hoops are a big W for Philippines. They love their basketball.
They do indeed.
It's a W sport.
But where in the Philippines, you know?
Yeah, I like the lose-on guess. I do like the Crooks lose-on guess. Consus, where will he go? This is kind of interesting. It looks like some sort of development that's going on here, so.
2x damage. There's a chance of a wide discrepancy between our players, considering beyond the car, we've got somewhat limited information. 10 seconds left. Consus, once again, only going to be opening his map in the final few moments.
He's going just outside Manila. Both players pretty close.
Yeah.
In the end.
And it's Crooks, slightly closer. A northern guess there, a further north guess for Crooks there could have paid massively. But still, winning round for him nonetheless.
Round 4. I think this is a pretty... I would call this an Nmpz bait round, I feel like almost, because immediately when you would spawn in, you would see the dash outer lines like that. You would want to go Sweden or Estonia with this field. But if we look to our south there, we see the hanging Danish signs. Looks like there. So that would indicate that we will be in Denmark. Both players will end up there with the signs. Without those, do they? Probably, but it might be a little more tough.
Consus scanning the horizon, using that full 360 to get as much information as he possibly can. A rare earlier map opening by him as well, just as Crooks locks in.
And they're going to be close once again.
They're
here.
very close, Trevor. Very, very close.
German border.
Crooks slightly closer.
2-3-5.
Very few points in that round and the round before. But yeah, now we are in round 5, and we are on 3x in a desolate location, a dirt road.
Dirt road with a white car. This will bring us to Chile, looks like, potentially.
Chile sometimes delivers very exciting rounds,
And we
Trevor.
did see,
we did
see the Consus Crooks losing on Chile before just a couple of moments ago. So Crooks is looking for a comeback story here. Both players scanning once again so close. They're on the same lake, same national forest. Scanning up and down the arch border. Consus is staying by lake. They're both right there looking at the exact same roads. 30 more seconds. No player will probably lock in. They'll probably let this time go out as they scan for this river that we see. He's getting the right road here with this river. Will be massive points for someone. We do see Crooks has found a white road with a river. Is it the right one? Who knows? Consus is still scanning. It's to our east. Locked in. Consus.
Consus closer.
Not too many points, but it's something.
Actual location further north. Chance for points there. Not capitalized on by either player.
Round 6.
Round 6. Second half of this game.
This is an interesting location. I will say that at the least. Immediately both players will know this is European. The question after that is, where in Europe do you go? And if you were to ask me that, I wouldn't be able to answer for you. So thank you for not asking, Paula.
No problem. I'm here to help.
45 seconds. Yeah, I don't know what to go here. Blue skies. Zooming on the copyright. We do see. Not sure what the copyright was. We do see a France guess here, or hover by Crooks. Consus has yet to open up his map. The road quality, yeah, like it feels like it's such an. Yeah, I don't know. 2024 copyright we can see on Crooks' screen. Makes sense. 13 seconds. Crooks is in France. Consus has not opened his map. They could both be very close. They could both be very far. One person could be close. It could be big points. We do see Bulgaria, Romania guess here by Consus. Crooks is staying in France. Where is it?
Oh!
Hungary, but closer for Consus.
Much closer for Consus. 3.5x damage, and suddenly he has a massive lead. Crooks rubbing his face.
Not
a bit of frustration there.
Not an easy round by any means.
Disappointment.
Not those Europe roads.
Consus, the consistency of Consus.
He's going for a 2-0 victory, which would be massive for the momentum here. We do have the old Portuguese plates. We have a Portuguese pole there with the holes in the ladder.
This game is having the exact same trajectory as game 1 right now, Trevor. Well, not exact, but close.
The reverse, because wasn't Consus behind and he came back at the end?
Yeah, sorry, let me rephrase that. But Consus in the final rounds or the later rounds coming back and scoring big.
And that's not far-fetched here as we get to late multis. Anything can happen. But on a country like Portugal, it's pretty small relatively to region guess. It will be harder, and both players click on top of Crooks will be slightly closer.
Slightly out of character, faster, not necessarily fast or anywhere near an AZ level, but slightly out of character by Crooks to lock in so soon there. Gets us very quickly into round 8. Crooks was slightly closer in that last round, and he needs to be a lot closer in this one to stay alive, Trevor.
Yes, this will be one of those rounds here where I feel like if he's not closest, he's eliminated. And he's going to instantly zoom in. Do we see the first instant guess here by Crooks?
10 seconds down.
I feel like Crooks is pretty good at Brazil, so if anyone was going to get a good guess here, it might be him. Consus also nothing to scoff over in Brazil. Very talented player all around. Crooks lining something up here, looking for mountains west.
Yep, scanning those mountains, seeing if he can find them on his map. Zooming out.
You have to assume
refining his position, Trevor.
The closer we get to 15 seconds, the closer I don't think he'll click. So we might wait it out for the next 20 seconds, and it's looking like we will. Consus has not opened his map. He will know it's Brazil.
Consus yet to open.
And he will know the general area of Brazil. But Brazil is a big country.
It is a big country. There's a difference here, Trevor. There's enough of a distance where it could end Crooks. I don't know if it could end Consus. Oh, and it is Crooks that's closer. How much damage is that going to be? 4.5x. It's 1.7k, almost. And we're going to go into round number 9, Trevor. Oh, 3k versus like 700.
Number 9.
2 rounds with massive, juicy multis, Trevor. It is anyone's game.
Anyone's game. Crooks looking for big, hard countries. Round 9.
Beautiful horse.
Horse. Yeah, this time we have the horses in the front. Thank you for laughing.
That we do indeed. Crooks looking at Norway.
You have the red house there to our distinct architecture to the south. With the hills, you really wouldn't get that. In Sweden, we do have coast. Is that coast to our south? If that's coast to our south, I think Crooks is a really good guess. I think it was coast I saw to the south. Wait. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it's just something like, it looks like there might be land on other sides.
He's
maybe it's
considering switching
not
north.
south coast, but like an island there in the west, south of Bergen. Consus will also get Norway here, but with 700 points.
Oh.
No, he'll get there. It'll scare you.
He will.
He'll get there.
He'll scare me. I always get baited like that, Trevor.
Will he get there?
Oh, but look, Crooks is suddenly shot off. Wait, I'm trying to make sense of what's going on now between the two players, because there seems to be quite a difference here.
This is difference. Who's closer? Is Consus gonna move back? Consus!
Oh, Consus! You've done it again. Round 9 goes in your favor, and now you are 2-0 up in this knockout game. One more, and you'll be heading to that Stockholm City Hall.
You know, this game of Geoguessr, it's very back and forth and anything can happen. But the position you don't want to be in is down 0-2 to the previous World Cup champion.
He needs a reverse sweep, Trevor. That's what that means.
Possible. We've seen it before. And we'll probably see it again at some point.
Yeah.
So why not now? But Consus, has anyone done against Consus is the real question. That I don't know.
Yep, Consus' consistency over those first 2 games, just hard to match. It's now on Crooks, perhaps to act like a crook and steal away the next few games, Trevor. To stay alive, he needs to get it to Nmpz.
But first, we have to go to moving. Game 3, round 1. Moving. Starts us off in what looks like Brazil again. Crooks has had a couple good Brazil guesses. I hear the heartbeat and like the music, and it makes my like. This is intense. Northeast, super dry, makes sense. Both players will go northeast here, but deceivingly, you know, could be close, but could be a lot of points even on no multis.
Crooks with a faster lock. Consus going to spend his remaining time, 3 seconds for when he opens his map, and it's Consus that ends up closer. Consus,
5 minute points.
Hands clasped together. Crooks actually mirroring him.
Round 2.
The tension in the studio.
Gas price.
Can only imagine how tense it is downstairs, Trevor. You know, when I was doing the interviews earlier and you go down there, obviously there's a break in the tension when the match is over, but you can still feel, you know, that in the middle of these matches, it's a cold, harsh environment.
Yeah.
It's a battle, you know, a battle of life versus death in this case.
Do we just see one of the players zoom in on Michigan? No front plates. Welcome to Liberty.
You know, we've had a heavily rainy day in Stockholm today, Trevor. You don't want to be going home, exiting the studio and looking at that.
No front plates usually makes you even more south.
Oh!
Wow! Consus!
Consus, what a guess! Oh
3,000.
my. All of a sudden, there's a huge lead in favor of Consus. And it looks like he'll be the one waking up tomorrow and appreciating, hopefully, some sunshine. Crooks! On the back foot, back against the wall. Now more than ever, Crooks, you've got to swing this in your favor. For yourself, for your fans.
He's grinded.
In the watch party.
Consus is going to instant sim Bangladesh. Looks like, or at least I've never seen him open up that map that quickly, so Consus can read Bengali.
That's a big advantage in a round like this,
I don't know
Trevor.
if Crooks can, but the way he's zooming on the addresses, I feel like he obviously can.
Consus locks first.
Both players reading, and they both got there. Yep. What people probably forget, just southeast of them on that bridge. But what people forget is that most of these players in this position in this World Cup have learned to read a lot of languages for Geoguessr, and that's one of them. Round 4. This is interesting. This is the first Kurg we've seen of the day. This will probably be very minimal points, which is not really what. It's one of those things where if you're Crooks, it's not really exactly what you want to see because it's kind of an obvious country. There's information everywhere. And Consus is going to line the road up outside lake. Usually you do get the, you know, it's fake meta, but usually you do get the more puddles. I think over there.
Consus, have you got the road?
I'm pretty confident in his guess. But Consus has a little bit of face emotions going on there. I'm not sure what he's hinting at. They're both players on the lake.
Maybe both players think they found the road, Trevor.
Consus is on the... Yeah. Well, the road... Yeah. Consus is getting closer there because... Yeah, and they're... I think Crooks might have... Yeah, but regardless, this will be very minimal points because they're both right down the stretch of each other. And Crooks.
What a guess.
And that is exactly where Consus was, but moved off of. Happens.
Happens to the best of us. And last year, Consus was literally the best of us. That's our current world champion, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home. That's why he's got the star on the chest.
To run it back to back.
He's trying to do it back to back. He made history last year. He wants to continue that history, build his legacy this year.
I mean, the legacy, if he was to win back-to-back, would be insane. And such a...
If I'm not mistaken, the winner of this would play Blinky in the quarterfinals?
I don't want to say anything that would die, because I don't know.
Yeah. Don't quote me on that. Maybe someone in my ear, one of my producers can tell me, but I think I heard that, the whispers of that in the corridors.
We did have...
If Consus were to win, it would be our final of last year in a quarterfinal.
We did have Hungarian polls and language. And scanning for this body of water that we have to our south here. Crooks outside Budapest. And does his body of water line up? Not quite sure, but he looks somewhat confident in it. Again, not the biggest country to pick up points on. Assuming it's also maybe central. It could be west, but you have to assume both players make a similar guess here that keeps it very minimum points. Looks like they're both outside Budapest, and wow, Consus last second pushed the right body of water.
3x. 800 points of damage. It looks like he might run away with this series 3-0. Crooks has it all to do, Trevor, as we head into round 6.
It's an uphill battle.
It is absolutely an uphill battle.
I'm standing up. I'm getting hype. 3.5x damage round 6. We're driving left here. South Africa with the Gen 4 blue car. We have a hill. Are these the northern Pretoria Hills? It looks like both players are going the north of Pretoria Hills. But also South Africa is one of those countries where you can find a sign very, very quickly if you find the main road. So both players will be speeding to find one of those. And Consus does. And he will line this up. Crooks not found the sign yet. One of those things where if Crooks, or if Consus 5Ks this and Crooks, he could lose 1,600 points on 3.5x.
He could. I think you are correct, Trevor.
And that would be 3-0, and he would be eliminated. Consus would advance. He's just outside Pretoria here.
20 seconds.
Where will Crooks go? He doesn't have the same information. Consus doesn't know where it is.
10 seconds.
Just click Pretoria. Do we see Pretoria guessed by 2 players here? Crooks lining roads up, going more north. Both players going slightly more north.
Oh, Crooks. You've done enough. 938. So if Consus, if the roles were reversed here, it wouldn't be GG.
True. Would have been close. Would have been close. Round 7.
Yeah, it's not a huge swing there from Crooks to Consus, but it's enough. Crooks wins a round. He does some damage. Perhaps that helps build the confidence as we head into quadruple damage in round 7.
This is interesting. We have white car. Russia, looks like.
Oh, Russia, big country.
Or silver. Massive country. I mean, this is actually maybe what you want to see if you're Crooks.
Crooks zooming in on the car.
Because
Consus with a sign.
Consus can read Cyrillic.
Oh.
Crooks locked in.
It's quite a difference.
You have to assume if Crooks is locking like that, you have to assume he's confident. Consus, kind of close, but also not far enough, I don't think. He's right there. It could be a couple thousand points.
Well, if Consus is that close, that could be GG. 4x. Oh, it's
by 2
points extra.
2 points.
Consus does it. 3-0.
Wow.
And our current world champion will get a shot at continuing his legacy in a couple of days.
And that wasn't a bad performance by Crooks at all. That's just an example of how good Consus really is. As soon as he gets a couple games in him, he's a different man, I feel like, and he's confident. That was what a beauty to watch that.
Crooks not only played well, in that series against Consus. He played well across the course of today, but unfortunately today, yeah, that dream no longer alive, you know, of heading into the playoffs of our World Cup.
I have a feeling that won't be the last we see of him.
No.
Either, though. Definitely not. Definitely not. So well played to Crooks. Shout out to everyone supporting him.
Yeah.
And well played to Consus.
And yeah, let's talk a bit about Consus, because, you know, it was sort of a surprise to have him here battling for his life as the current world champion, you know, to some extent, even if it's just a small extent.
Yeah.
But he proves his mettle, he proves his worth, and yeah, he will have a chance at continuing the legacy, at defending his title that he currently has.
We're gonna get the Blinky Consus rematch.
I think so. I don't quite, but I mean, maybe Des can clarify, but I think that's what I heard in like our holding room.
We'll see.
That the winner of this would go on to play Blinky, and if that is the case, it would be a rematch in the quarterfinals of our final last year, which was Consus Blinky, and then an absolutely electric
the first game
matchup.
of the day today.
Yeah.
That Blinky won, which is why Consus is here. So, anyways, GG's.
Yeah, very soon we'll head back to the desk. Haven't quite been told to until now. All right, Trevor, great to cast again. We'll be back tomorrow. For now, though, let's head back to the desk.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Rainbolt, taking us through 2 very interesting best of 5s. And now we have the winner of our last match of the day, moving on to Stockholm City Hall to play our current reigning champion. Congratulations, Consus. How you feeling?
I feel great, obviously. Like, I was in some trouble earlier today when I barely got to the 3rd place, so I was happy to make that already. And yeah, now I make it to Saturday, but that's kind of my goal for this year, so I'm happy with that.
Do you think there was a difference in the play that you brought to this best of 5 versus the other, you know, what you've played the rest of today?
Yeah, I think these games were way more solid. Like, I made too many big mistakes earlier today, and this game barely. Like, I missed only a few rounds, but like no huge blunders.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like watching this match, I saw the Consus of the last World Cup, which I feel like I haven't seen as much recently. Do you think something changed? I mean, especially earlier today, as you were just mentioning, some games you didn't feel as great about. Was there a change in mindset, anything like that? What do you think did it for you?
It's hard to say what's different. Maybe it's just like small things that are in your head. I don't know. It's like the vibe you bring to the game.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just the small things that I can't really explain. But I felt good in this one.
Yeah, maybe you just needed the best of 5 format.
Well, it's kind of more safe. If you lose the first game, you know it's not close to over. So I guess, you're more relaxed going into it.
Yeah, definitely.
Congratulations, Consus. I gotta ask, if you do these last-second clicks on the map, do you not get scared? Are you really used
like,
to it?
I was laughing a bit after the Norway round, because that should have not went through.
Yeah,
like, that was very last second, very last millisecond maybe. Yeah, I was lucky that it went through.
Yeah,
and some of the other ones, it was very close, but that one was lucky, I would say.
Ended up being such a good guess. Yeah,
it was a game-winning guess.
Yeah,
so, it was clutch.
Amazing.
As a viewer, we didn't even see the change of the guess. I didn't see it. It was very last second. I was surprised you actually got your guess down there. But yeah, congratulations. Very solid gameplay. See you Saturday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And before I let you go, I want to give you the opportunity of so many people cheering for you, so many people excited to see you take another shot at the world title. Anything you want to say to everyone watching?
Well, to the people that saw me last year, and became a fan of me, I'm glad to show it again today. So, I'll see you again Saturday.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your insights. Thanks for coming on the desk. And congratulations once more to making it to the Saturday games at the Stockholm City Hall. That is, of course, our Nobel Prize venue. Very esteemed place for us to be going and playing video games. So we're all double excited, and more than any other venue. And I know our players are thrilled to get there. We have a huge prize pool for this game, and it's getting even huger. 86 Twitch subs we picked up today. If we can get to 100 tomorrow, that would be a huge chunk of change added onto our first place finish prize pool. Already $20,000, already $25,000. Thanks to our Twitch subs, thanks to our cosmetics sold on Geoguessr.com. Gentlemen, we have had some fire games today. Just really straight bangers. And I couldn't have done it without you taking me through the analysis, the great interviews. So I want to give each an opportunity to address the people at home. Tell them what you're feeling. Jill?
Yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you for being with us on these two insane groups. I would say it was kind of as expected. I would say on Group A, we expected it to be top-tier gameplay. We saw that. We knew Group B is going to be a very close call on a lot of games. It was like that. So I'm really happy that it went smooth and as expected. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, today was everything I hoped for and more. It only is going to be indicative of everything to come. I mean, tomorrow is going to be so exciting as well. And then Saturday, we hope to see some of you in the audience. It's going to be a great time.
Well, thank you both so much for all your experience that you brought to the desk. Thank you to our wonderful casters. We had Lenley, Toby, we had Launders back, we have Rainbolt and Paula to round out the day, and we are going to see you all tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. That's noon, that's right here. And don't forget streams 2 and 3. That way you won't miss a single matchup. But for now, we're going to rest up and get ready for Geoguessr tomorrow, and we advise you to do the same. Have a good night.
versus the obstacles of life. Fight!